to the Hawks Nest live stream show. You know who I am. That's right. This is Brandon. I'm here celebrating in just the effervescent glow of victory. As our Seattle Seahawks finally finished this preseason out, a preseason that had been a little bit like a root canal, a little bit like clearing out the garage, a little bit of, honey, we're going to go to the mall. Husbands out there know what I'm talking about. Well, not in this game. This game, we got to come out of it and feel a little bit better because not only did our Seahawks win the game, which it is still preseason, and if I'm not going to sit on the other end of this and shake my finger at a preseason loss or two, I'm certainly not going to sit here and rouse myself too much by a victory. But with that said, it was a mighty fine victory, wasn't it? It's hard to pitch shutouts. We've seen that. It's hard to blow teams out. We've seen that. We were able to do that in this game, 27-0. And I think above all else, right out the gate, what you got to see here was the measurement of what a true backup, legitimate quarterback looks like in the NFL versus a fringe third stringer. That's a little bit of, really to me, a play of what you were seeing. Certainly we started to get a little bit of an influx back of guys that are going to be actually getting snaps come NFL game day, as opposed to the previous two games where you were basically sitting half of your roster just to try to keep people, protected. But as much as I'm not necessarily a big bandwagon guy with Geno Smith or believe him to be an upper-level backup quarterback, he is a backup quarterback in this league, and he can come out there and at least functionally run the offense. He didn't do anything spectacular, but he was steady. His hand guided the offense through when it needed to. He moved the chains, which is something that we need to see as part of this offense. He was able to do it. I'd say if we see there's an upgrade from Geno running this offense and how it works, imagine what we'll see as far as a leap once we get Russell then under center. Certainly would have been nice to maybe get him out there for a few snaps, but I'm guessing the Dwayne Brown situation still remains one that is unresolved, and they did want to throw Russell out there with stone foresight and see what happens. So you went, let's just protect Russell. Let's see what happens once the games go live with it. But Geno was very good in that respect of just kind of showing you that markedly difference of what you see from an offense. And it's why I wasn't hopping on as much with Alex Magoo and then Sean Mannion, who arrived here like 2 weeks ago. Those guys getting the majority of most of the preseason snaps should make people freak out too much. Offensively, look, Alex Collins looked great. And I already know what the going sentiment's going to be here along the way as far as people looking at the comparison between Alex Smith, Alex Collins, and Rashad Penny, of course. Because in this game, the going narrative is going to be Alex Collins was magnificent, Alex Collins was breathtaking, and Rashad Penny wasn't jack diddly squat. I have been, of course, a big, long backer of Rashad Penny. I probably have some confirmation bias with some of this, but I do think it's a little bit funny when you have a guy like Alex Collins who goes out there and averages 3.7 yards per carry in this game, and Rashad Penny goes out there and averages 3.3 yards per carry, and you could maybe take away from that the offensive line wasn't run blocking all that well, but that it's not a marketably huge difference between Penny to Collins and the end results of what they got on a yard per carry basis. Now, with that said, though, even I've got to give up a little bit of ground here and acknowledge the fact that Alex Collins can break the first tackle in open space. When things aren't blocked up correctly, Alex Collins can still go out there and make a play and get you some yards. Whereas Rashad Penny is more reliant, and it was a little more obvious, I think, in this game, is that a little more reliant on the run blocking being legit in front of him. There not being some free running guy getting into the backfield that he's got to juke. He wants to get up to speed. He wants to get that afterburner cooking. And so he's, we saw a couple times where they were getting penetration into the backfield, and he was having to kind of reset what he was doing from his picking of the hole. It didn't go so well. My thought on it really is at the end of the day is that they're, I don't mind holding on to both of them. There's many people out there that are going to advocate for trading one of the two of them. For whatever reason, in recent years, the running back position and the wide receiver position tends to be one that gets beat up on our team over the course of the years, and we get really, really light there. This may be the year where it's smart to hold 5 running backs, including Nick Ballore, who's a quasi-linebacker as well at this point. You might almost just call him a linebacker. But I think that you look at keeping at least the extra guy this year, understanding where the injury situations can kind of lie. I don't think there's a guy you're going to be able to put on the practice squad like DJ Dallas. No way he gets to the practice squad with his performance this preseason. I get where people are coming from with Collins. We're going to say this. I'm already anticipating seeing a bunch of it in the chat. I understand. He definitely had a little more juice. He was able to do a little bit more things. But again, he got a lot more touches too at the end of the day. He wasn't Rashad Penny wasn't targeted 7, 8, 9 times out of the backfield like Collins was. And, Rashad was targeted twice, made a catch, did all right with it. Again, he didn't show anything spectacular, but I don't know if, again, this narrative I see out there in some Seahawks fans of Alex Collins just looking so much better than Penny in this game. It's like, nobody was really run blocking all that well anyway up there. As far as the offensive line concerned, you saw Damian Lewis come in and right out the gate show you the road grader that he's going to be over there at that left guard, because while I do have some worries about him in pass protection at left guard, I don't have those same kind of worries as far as a run blocker goes. This is a guy who was road grading big one-tech defensive tackles over on the right side last year. Now he's going to get to go downhill one-on-one on some of these guys that are sub 300 pounds, and he's going to be able to push some guys up the field doing that, especially alongside Dwayne Brown. The left side should be a very good side for our Seattle Seahawks this season. So good to see him come out the gate through that. Fuller was okay, I guess, and it didn't do anything spectacular. Again, Stone Forsythe and Jake Curhan. These are two guys. We're going to talk a little bit about the underrated guys through this preseason who really have shown out. There's been a couple guys that just we hadn't really, I think, expected were going to do what they've been able to do here. And I'm really encouraged by the guys. Certainly, I saw with Stone Forsythe, this guy being a guy who could potentially be a swing tackle for us, maybe in the future in some best case scenario, a league average to above league average left tackle, especially as it concerns pass blocking. But he's been really, really good throughout this season, preseason. Every single one of these preseason games, he's held the water. He's held up. He's not looked horrific. There's been a sack here or there, but those were both. We can kind of talk about both of those two sacks that were given up. Were mainly on the quarterback, in my opinion. But when you see him back there, snap after snap, and as many snaps as he got, he looked very comfortable back there. He's a guy to me who should be making the roster at this point. No doubt about it. I'm really encouraged by his upside. Jake Curhan, on the other hand, the Golden California Bear, I did not see this one coming either. Both him and Stone, we might have ourselves two big 6'8" tackles moving into the future on either side of Little Russ. Poor guy already struggling to get himself passing lanes, but these guys might just force their way into that happening. I don't know what to think about Curhan, frankly. I liked what I saw out of him coming out of California. He was certainly athletically a little bit inept, let's just put it mildly, in saying that. Technically looked really good. A gamer, a guy that just gets the job done type offensive lineman, and that's what he's been doing throughout this whole preseason. You'll notice he's not on, as you can see my scroller here, one of the top-ranked offensive players by Pro Football Focus out of this game, but that's just merely because of the fact that they've moved him. They moved him about midway through this game, or in about the third quarter. They moved him from the right tackle position over to the left tackle position, and he looked far less comfortable over there, and I think that hindered his grade a little bit for this last game. D. Eskridge got out there, looked obviously very fast, a little flashes of almost a little bit of Percy Harvin there to his game, I think, a little bit, especially on that fly sweep, sort of vintage 2013 season going on there a little bit. Made a nice catch on a crosser from Geno later on, which was also nice. Not a lot else to talk about from the offense. Got a couple guys in there that were steady. Nobody really shined out. I feel like Cade Johnson has beaten out Penny Hart this preseason, if we're going to take their preseason performances all together. I know Penny Hart's been a little bit injured, but he had 3 targets in this game, made 1 catch. And on a couple of those targets, he wasn't getting any kind of separation. Cade, two targets, 2 catches. Every time they're throwing him the ball, he's open, he's making it. He's got that, I'm telling you guys, he's got that little bit of that, he's not Doug Baldwin, just a little bit of that Doug Baldwin feel to his game at times. I get I don't know what it is, little echoes of Baldwin, echoes of angry Doug. Defensively speaking, John Radigan is one of those guys who was the highest rated defender in this game. You see below me on the deal, and bear with me, chat. This is going to take me a little bit of time to get over to you guys, so just hang on in there. 283-128. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. He says almost to 5K. Yes, we are 9 short of 5,000 as we started up the stream. So we'll see if we hit 5,000 during the stream, and then we can all celebrate and have a merry old time. But Radigan with a 94.5 rating by Pro Football Focus in the linebacker position. Folks, that's not just a upper level rating, that's a magnificent rating. He was all over the football field. This coming on the heels of a practice week where he supposedly picked Russell Wilson off in practice. So light bulbs sometimes come on for certain guys. I went back and watched his Army tape after we signed him as an undrafted rookie free agent. I didn't like a lot of what I saw. There wasn't a ton of standout play in what I saw with him, and I'm looking at him going, man, he's from Army. How many guys do we really get from Army anyway? And it just didn't really sync up, but he's been a pleasant surprise. He's really flashing, and it's desperately needed right now because we've got some shallow shallow linebacker depth as it currently stands. Cody Barton, right along right there with him, is rated as being one of the higher rated players in this game. He certainly was a tackle machine there to start out the gate. Got another sack. We got to talk a little bit about Marquise Blair, of course, with this, but again, on all three of these sacks he's got to sort of benefit from just the pass protection, not having an extra guy to block the extra man coming in the blitz, and then the last sort of Alamo defender, right? The last guy that's there to pick up a blitzer has to pick between him and somebody else, and they always seem to pick somebody else this preseason, which has allowed him to get to the tune of 3 sacks. On this case, in this play, it was actually Marquise Blair, who the guard ends up going to Marquise, which opens it up for Cody. He gets the fumble, and Marquise goes in and scores, and how great was that to see for a kid coming off a torn ACL? You know, he's back now in action, getting his first start now in a very, very long time, and we're not talking slot corner here. He started out at safety. An interesting note of this game, they had Marquise lined up as actually a strong safety in this game, and then they had Ugo Amadi in the single high look most of the time. Thought that was very interesting. They played all of the Jamal Adams packages with Marquise Blair. He was doing a lot of up stuff at the line of scrimmage, doing a lot of blitz heavy stuff at the line of scrimmage. Interesting to see how they kind of went from that approach. And maybe I'm going to make a little bit of a guess on this, that maybe that's a little bit of an indicator that they expect Quandre Diggs to return at this point. That this is going to get settled one way or another. I have no new updates for that as far as as far as KJ Wright, Quandre Diggs, or Dwayne Brown. We're not going to have any updates at this moment right now for any of those situations. So if you're coming here for that, sorry, I don't. I've looked, I've scoured. We're going to have to wait a couple days, probably till final cuts, to get some kind of resolution, it seems, on all 3 of these matters. But I would expect all 3 of these matters, them to sort themselves out before the start of the season. As far as anybody else on defense that looked really good, corners were okay. Nobody was really spectacular in this game. We didn't get to see much of newcomer John Reed, who the Seahawks traded for this last week. Demarius Randall had a chance to finally go in there and show something, and as you can see on my lowlifes, he was one of the low-rated Pro Football Focus defenders in this game. I've got to wonder at this point if the Seattle Seahawks made the trade with Randall, and having already cut Pierre Desir, thinking that they are going to hold on to Reed and that he's going to take that spot over the top of Randall at this point. Again, I'm just trying to make some guesses onto what the roster is going to be and what's going to happen with it, but that's what I would read into. Aside from that, not a lot of other stuff super notable, aside from, of course, Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson we got to talk about really quickly. Darrell Taylor in this game, he was, it's an interesting game because he was actually had an 88 rating in coverage this game, so he cleaned up a lot of his coverage stuff, but then he just wasn't as good on some of the other elements. With that said, we finally got to see him get a sack. And not only did we get to see him get a sack, we got to see him get a sack in what is going to be a vintage way that you're going to see Darrell Taylor get sacks. And I've been calling this since the day he was drafted, since I scouted him. It showed up on his college tape over and over again. He has excellent first step quickness out of his stance. He pairs that then with continued quickness as he gets to the essentially to the arc. He then has awesome bend to then pair with that quickness. And a lot of times you see these offensive linemen stretching and their big, gargantuan, long 35-inch arms trying to get to him because he's so low coming off the ground, and you can't always tell the angle of it on the telecast because you're going topside down. But those guys are getting low as they're coming around that edge. And it's something he has. And as you saw in the sack that he got, he'll get around that thing so fast, there's nothing the lineman can do. It's quick pressure. And why quick pressure is so important is it's the type of pressure that not only will force a quarterback to throw fast, which will then cause interception where he's not seeing where he's throwing to, but you also are then able to actually garner the sacks. You're going to have a lot less of those times of you got to the quarterback, but you weren't able to bring him down because he's just going to be so surprised by how quickly you're on top of him and sacking him. But he did it. He parried it around, got right through like that. I swear you guys are going to see probably 5 or 6 of those sacks this year alone, and it might eventually make him what it can be one of the upper level pass rushers in this league if he can really understand how, especially once he gets to the top of the edge of that arc, how to get the momentum stopped, don't get rounded out, don't get thrown out the back door of the club like I like to say, but get back down on that quarterback and be able to get the sack like he did. He also came back for another half sack later on where he comes off the line of scrimmage. At this point, he's got the fear of God instilled in the heart of the Chargers' pass protection, and so they, of course, bring a running back over to try to chip him, but that's not enough to stop our man Taylor. Are you kidding me? This isn't child's play. Come on now, man. You guys better bring bigger, stronger, better than that. Taylor bounces off both blockers, spins back around, shows the high motor that he just sort of seemingly like a psychic senses quarterback stepping up in the pocket. quarterback stepping up in the pocket, and he moves right along with that quarterback, mirroring him, goes in there with a cleanup sack with him and Kerry Hyder Jr., who also got a half sack on the play. Again, nice little moments there where he shows you what he can do. All the more reason why at this point I would really like to relegate him on in to that Leo position, that backup pass rusher, or even the starting Leo position, but get him out of the Sam, which I think he's looked just a little bit uncomfortable in. There's some other options out there, be KJ Wright, maybe even a Bruce Irvin out there on the markets you could be taking a look at, who could be better than what he's going to give you this year. We can get a little bit more out of that position, that Sam position, maybe perhaps with somebody else. I think he's just going to be trying to kind of feel his way on it a little bit too much for my feeling this year, for my taste. Brian Monet was quietly solid throughout this preseason whenever he got snaps. Didn't get a lot of snaps, but whenever he was in, he did really well with it. Phil Haynes really shined in this game for us off the offensive lineman, and he needed to. We needed this performance out of Phil Haynes. We needed this, okay, this is what you can show us that you can do when you've got this rolling and going. So it's good to see with him, with Jordan Simmons having a real low game in this, in my opinion, Jordan Simmons being the guy who's really, he flashed at his best when he first got into the lineup a couple years ago and has been diminishing returns ever since then. So good chance, in my opinion, that you see Phil Haynes at this point kept over him. Shout out to Jared Hewitt as well. 76 score in this game. He's had a couple flash plays this preseason. He's definitely got himself onto the practice squad. With our kind of depth, I don't think he makes it. Also, Alton Robinson. Just a quiet preseason where he didn't just go out there and dominate play in and play out, but he showed that next level of progression we hoped we'd see this offseason. He's been in every game, giving pressures, good in the run game, had another sack in this game. 2-3 this preseason. He's a guy who, to me, you see him and Darrell Taylor and you go, I see 16 sacks in the combination of these two guys this year. That feels about right to me. 16 sacks just between these two guys. And that's pairing with what you get from everybody else along, maybe even more than that. But those guys really look good. They really look solid. And I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing out of Alton and Darrell. Unfortunately, Rasheem Green didn't give you a lot in this game. You kind of had that first game on the scene, the first preseason, and next game kind of a little bit downward, still a couple flashes, and then this game, not a lot. And there were a couple times they actually ran over his side there where I think he got kind of pushed up out the way in the run game a little bit. The other guy we got to talk about on the low life side of this is LJ Collier. The day has come. The hour is nigh. The time is here. LJ Collier, when he was drafted, I said was a bust. LJ Collier, throughout his time here playing in Seattle, I've continued to say is a bust, and his play has proven out to be so. There are many people that will apologize for him. There are many people that claim that he's going to have his best offseason ever this offseason. He's going to work out like Hercules, and he's going to come back. It's not the kid's fault. I don't doubt that he's a hard worker. This isn't a situation like Malik McDowell, where it's a matter of this kid isn't willing to do what he needs to do or whatever. He may be one of the harder workers in that facility. Sometimes there's a level of natural talent you need, a level of, okay, I'm taking the next step in my development you need to see. And we're not seeing that for a guy that's going to be pushing up into 26, 27, 28 years old here very, very soon. I think when you look at the numbers game on this roster right now, there's just very hard to see how you hold on to LJ Collier at this point. Really hard for me to see. They gave him a significant snaps in this game. They had him out there in the fourth quarter going against third stringers a significant portion of this game. And he still wasn't able to do anything. He wasn't able to generate any pressure. He wasn't able to be a force in the run game, which was supposed to be his claim to fame when he was drafted in the draft, was at least we got a run-stuffing defensive end, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, in the first round? Yeah, but he's definitely going to be like one of the best run-stuffing defensive ends like in the NFL. Okay. It seems like you can get that later on in the draft, but okay. And he hasn't even been that. That's why I reach again to him being a bust. If he had been a good run-stuffing defensive end who gave you nothing as a pass rusher, I could at least give him some value. I could say, okay, but it's just not been there. And we've got better guys, more active guys. There's better guys in free agency, better guys you can go trade for. We don't have to be going this route with it and do this much longer. And I'm probably expecting pretty soon you're going to see him cut here, any probably day now. Beyond that, we can discuss whatever you guys want to go. I'm very enthused by this. We got to acknowledge, of course, San Diego didn't play any of their starters, really. They rested everybody. There was no Herbert. You had none of their frontline receivers in there, none of their frontline offensive line. I didn't see a lot of their, no Derwin James. It was nice to watch a little bit of the rookie Asante Samuel Jr. out there kind of fighting and scrapping a little bit. We got the best of him here and there a bit. But nothing it wasn't as much of a challenge maybe as you would see in the third preseason game where the opposition's putting out all their starters for 3 quarters. It would seem that those days are done, and frankly, the NFL would be smart at this point by if not fully removing the preseason to add one extra more game to the NFL if that's what they're really intent on doing, but at least even shortening down further or forcing these teams to play some of their player highs, which I don't like that aspect of doing that either, but these teams are more and more the way this trend is going. They're going to be playing these guys less. All right, let's pop over here to you guys in the chat. I want to thank all of our new subscribers, as well as we've got some new members here. I want to definitely mention Thomas Cox, longtime member. Thank you very much for your membership. As well, Robert Hayhurst, Robert, my brother, Pennington, Leland Kimball. Leland, I hit you up on chat for if you want to DM me on Twitter over there. Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Roll, Phil Freeman, Ryan B, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, Barry Soy Toro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi. I hope I did that right, Tim. The T is silent, much like Django. The T is silent. Joey Mendez, thank you very much. And Preston Mora, he double dipped the chip. He's double dipping the chip, folks. He's a two-time member right now on the channel. So thank you, Preston. You get the double salute for the double membership. I do appreciate it. And of course, my Patreon members as well, Devin Martzall, Carmen DiConstanzo, and Emmanuel Mendehane. Thank you to all of you for your membership. Of course, you can join a member right now. Try to do a weekly. If I can do even more than the weekly article, I'm kind of pushing for it, but I do at least a weekly article over there for the members. So if you're interested, do pop on over there. 283-128, thank you again for that $5 donation. And we are on the road to 5,000. We're going to hit 5,000, I think, during this live stream, folks. We're going to get to celebrate. And I don't say I get to celebrate. We're going to get to celebrate because we did this. We did this. Us together, holding hands. Merc, yo, D-Mac, almost number 2 in, D-Mac. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Jay's just finished making a video on what my preseason thoughts. We're going to edit and post it later tonight or tomorrow. Sounds good, Jace. I will try to check it out. Maxwell's turn. What's up? What's up, Maxwell? Carl, yes. Yes, Carl. I've entered the dojo, and I am ready. GT, go Hawks, GT. Maxwell's turn. Alex Collins, running back 2, question mark. Well, that's a good question mark to ask. I don't have a really good answer for that. I think the competition is, in my opinion, probably really close. I don't know that Rashad's done a whole lot to necessarily lose it. But again, like I was saying earlier, I can acknowledge the fact that there's things Alex Collins can do that Rashad Penny can't do. I think there's things Rashad Penny can do that Alex Collins also can't do. But that he's got to have things blocked up to perform that. He's got to have things go right to make that happen. And right now, I don't know if our offensive line's in that play. Well, I think it will be when we get our frontline guys out there. But it's kind of like I'd almost like to see a few of these guys. I'd like to see both these guys getting carries behind offensive line 1. You know, I'd like to see that happen to really make a determination here. I'm happy with holding on to all 4 running backs. I don't really want to do this trade thing where you're going to flip one of them for a 7th round pick or a 6th round pick. To me, there's more value here with guys who know your system, who have a little bit of talent. You've got some depth now on the running back core. As I've said, go back the last couple of years, and you're looking at a lot of times where you're dealing with just the running backs getting beat to hell. You know, we had to call Marshawn Lynch up on the bat phone a couple years ago. Even last year, you had guys kind of getting beat up along through. Carson got beat up. Rashad couldn't come back around really. You know, Travis Homer got knocked out. DJ Dallas went down with the leg injury. That's just last year. That isn't a 5-year period. That's just one last year period. So I say we hold them all. I say, if you hold them all, you probably then have to decide who is running back 2, though, because you're not going to have them all active on game day. So I will say that. Then you're going to have to make a determination on game day, and I'd probably make that game by game maybe a little bit. GT, gotcha. Yeah, you going to say hi to everybody? Say hi to everybody. Ethan Deckworld, hey, what's up, Ethan? Ryan Ostison, yo. 2 weeks to go, man. Super excited. Let's go, Hawks. Ryan, 2 weeks, man. We're on the precipice. We're on a precipice of a Super Bowl run season. Get in on this magic now, folks. Get in on this excitement now. Throw your pessimism away. Let the optimism run free and wild, naked through the fields. Irina, let's go, Irina. Clara. How you doing, Clara? Says, hey there, handsome. Clara from New York. I know. I always remember you, Clara. So tell me, predict our season. We're playing pretty much everybody except the Buccaneers and the Chiefs. Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to go through more AFC teams, Claire, because I think the AFC is going to be where the strength is a little bit of this NFL season. There have been better teams over, I think, on the AFC side of things. I've got us still sitting at 13-4. I do say that still with my remaining caveat, Clara, being that I say you've got to give me at least also the assumption that we are going to still make an additional couple of moves. We're not pressed up against the cap. In recent years, we've made additional moves. I think whatever we do to throw cherries on top of this particular Sunday are going to be the type of cherries that can let you push towards that 13-4 season. Now, is that enough to get the number 1 seed? That's hard to say, man. Not man, but my lady. That is hard to say, my lady. Because I'm not sure. Tampa Bay's got a really stacked team. Green Bay's got a really stacked team. Green Bay does not have as tough a division to go through as we do. Tampa Bay does not also have as tough a division to go through as we do. That in itself might be the one preventative factor from getting to the first round bye. But I do think we're better than we've been in recent years. I think, Claire, this is the best team that we've seen in a half decade here in Seattle. That's my bold prediction. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you everybody for tuning in here on a Sunday. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. Good Sunday. Go Hawks 05. Eskridge, go fast. He does go fast. My man's got wheels. There's no doubt about it. It was nice to see them manufacture him some touches in there. The nice slow crosser over the top. It's a good little play there. Of course, the speed, the fly sweep's going to be always there for the guys with the type of speed who've got a little bit of running back in them. You've got that upper level speed and a little bit of running back to your ability in the open field. You have 8 yards sitting there for you it's almost like stealing, I've said in years past. The only reason we haven't been able to tap into it enough is because we haven't had the personnel type that could do it. Tyler Lockett's not going to get 8 yards like that because he doesn't run with a running back mentality with the ball in his hands. David Moore is the same way. That's not going to work, and you can't really do it. DK's too big. It's got to be a smaller, more of a jukier type guy there in the open field who can kind of pivot and change direction there on the fly as the play sort of develops out there in space. But I liked how they used him with it, and yeah, he's fast. He's good. He's definitely fast. He's legitimately, for an NFL football player, fast. I don't know if he's Tyreek level, like some folks try to throw out there. I think that's a little bit far, but he is good. Punk 5291. I don't care that it was the preseason. That game felt good to watch. I don't either, Punk. I just enjoyed it as well. This has been a tough preseason, mainly because of the fact we haven't played any of our people. We're just kind of sitting there watching a lot of drudgery, and then it seemed like the team had a little bit more life and energy to them yesterday. The crowd was into it. Felt like you had guys like, Blair, who was excited to get back out on the field and ready to roll. Obviously, Alex Collins is a man possessed right now. He wants to make this roster, and that guy's out there making sick moves out in the open field. It was nice. It was nice because there's, I think, some things you can really take away from Darrell Taylor getting his first sack and a half. I mean, these are things that aren't just positive results in the preseason, but are things that are items you should be able to build on to the regular season, in my opinion. I know that that's a little bit of a cliched thinking with things, but I think it's also true. I think it's something you build up to good and great performances. You don't just suddenly roll out the box with great performances most of the time, especially if you're a young player on the rise of your development. Maxwell Stern, Seahawks showed something last night without Russell in the starters. Kind of surprised Russell didn't play, though. Me too, Maxwell, but if Dwayne wasn't starting, that was probably all that Coach Carroll needed to hear. He said, we'll just wait till the regular year. Dwayne will be back week 1, right? Yeah. Okay. We'll just get Stone out there. We'll be fine. So I'm sure that at the end of the day probably drove most of that decision making. You're being real loud today. How are they going to hear this live stream if you're going to be yelling all the time? Merc, me too. Sorry, Merc, you were talking to Maxwell on that. Ethan, that preseason game. Now that's what we like to see. Yes. Yeah, it's nice, Ethan. It's good when you win, isn't it? Things come together. It's also odd when we're not resting half of our roster in a football game that we can come out and actually look kind of competitive. Isn't that a shocker? When we're not playing a third-string quarterback for the majority of our preseason snaps, our offense actually is moving the ball up the football field. Isn't that a surprise? Devin Martzall. Hey, man, how's it going? I'm doing awesome. Coming off a win. My team shut out the Chargers, an old AFC West foe. And now, granted, we didn't have the hatred in our heart that we had for the Raiders or the Broncos or the Chiefs. The Chargers were more of an annoyance through the 80s, but all the same, there's still a little bit of the vestiges of that hate lingering around somewhere in the bottom of my stomach. So it still feels good to go out there and shut them out all the same. Go Hawks 05, for real. The love what I saw from Taylor, and he finally learned how to tackle and slow down, and it paid off big time. And if you guys want a little interesting note, thank you for mentioning that Go Hawks 05. There's an interesting note on this with Taylor that you guys can watch for, which again goes back to his college tape. This is a little idiosyncrasy that nobody's going to tell you about. Okay, so I'm giving you guys something to watch on NFL Sundays with this kid. It's a little bit of annoyance when you watch him when you first see it, but then when you realize if he can ever figure out how to turn this little aspect around, which should be something that he can start to learn how to get better at. And that is that Daryl, while he is amazingly cat-like quick, well, my cat's on my lap here, cat-like quick in his ability to get out of his stance and get into his pass rush, he is unfortunately usually the slowest guy off the ball as the ball's being snapped. If that makes any sense. So if you go back and watch his sack from last night, you'll notice that on the snap, he's a good half step behind everybody else getting off the ball. But he still has such amazing quickness and bend that the offensive tackle can cheat out, and it still didn't matter. He still couldn't touch him. It's the one little attribute that he still sort of carries into his game right now. When he figures out snap counts, he's going to be deadly. He just has to figure out how to get a little bit better jump. But kid looked good last night. Randall, you think if Pete thought Russ in offense needs the reps, he'd play them in the preseason? As in, shouldn't we take it as a good sign they didn't play? I would think that if it was rough and rugged in the practice, Randall, to your point, if they weren't getting things done at that time, then you would probably see a little more of Russ in the preseason. I do think, though, that a big determinant factor on this is that you'd have Dwayne Brown with his little hold-in. I still don't understand what hold-in exactly means here, but you have Dwayne Brown with this hold-in. He doesn't want to play the preseason. He's not going to play the preseason, or at least that's the indication I get from what he's told Carroll here. And if that's the case, then are you going to want to trot Russ out there with Jamarco Jones or Stone Forsythe pass protecting him for him in the preseason when they might be going up against opposite a guy who's trying to make the roster or earn a starting job? I think that was probably as much as anything a recipe for Carroll to say, if Russ gets hurt in the year, if we're a little rough and rugged to start with our offense, those are acceptable conclusions for me. But to have Russell get injured in the preseason in a game I don't have to play him in is not an acceptable conclusion to this particular season. I think that probably drove more of it, Randall, than anything else. Ethan Deckworld says, I really wanted to see at least a bit of Eskridge most of this game. And woo, is he fast. And that was a really nice catch on not a great throw by Geno. Any thoughts on Eskridge? It was a good catch by Eskridge. That's good to see with him because I did have a few questions with him coming out as far as his hands go and what I saw with his hands. And Dakota Wolfrey, thank you for subscribing, Dakota. You might be the one pushing me up over 5,000. You might be the one, Dakota. You might become who wants to become that legend? Who wants to become that legend? Eskridge definitely showed me that the hands are the thing that showed up really well where Geno threw on the run and he put it up a little bit high on him. And that's a particularly tough catch because you're making the catch trying to run kind of opposite of the direction the way the ball's coming. Made a good catch on it. It's nice to see there. The fly sweep's not a surprise to me. You would anticipate he'd have that in his game because that showed up a ton in his college tape. And because he's so fast and because it's a type of play where the defense is so concentrated, especially with Seattle's scheme and the way that we've been so inside heavy in our recent past. Teams come to play us, they're going to get really locked into the A-B gap of things. So when you start to move this to a horizontal point, it's going to be all that much more open because of that. Those linebackers are keying in right there. They don't want to get wide. They already naturally don't want to, but you really would want to if you were scouting Seattle and thinking about what you're having to deal with that week and playing them. Especially got Carson coming downhill at you. You're going to want to get a head start on that big bowl and try to get yourself in position, right? So that's going to be their all game for him. We saw just a little bit of him, so I can't take a ton away from him. I don't have a lot to go off of with like route running. Release looked pretty good, though he didn't do, again, just not a lot of snaps in this game. He had like 11 or 12 snaps in total. I also don't think, though, he needs a lot of snaps because he's not going to be running the full route tree. He's going to be going out there with very set, specific things he's asked to do, like a fly sweep or a slow crosser or a bubble screen. That's going to be his game. So let me get to a couple donations. I know I have a few people donate here. I don't want to get too far behind on that. Mark Cook, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are starting this out very kind, and you'll light along with it. Mark, I do salute you, and I appreciate it. He says, I believe what you said the other night that Blair will have no problem starting if Diggs doesn't play. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me say that better, Mark, because I messed that up. He says, I believe what you said the other night that Blair will have no problem starting if Diggs doesn't play. I'm glad you're with me, Mark. This kid has got talent. And it's a kid. Look, I don't just always hold on to standpoints of players as prospects and what I see with them coming out of college and say this is all you are. Orson 40 You might have just been it. I'm gonna be checking in a second to see where we're at as far as I know we're close on this stuff. Thank you, Orson, for subscribing. You are awesome as well. But I started out really wondering at the pick of Blair initially going, okay, we've got a head-hunting safety, a guy whose greatest main attribute here coming out of college is his ability to level guys, but he's getting ejected in college. He's going to get fined to hell in the NFL. How do we utilize this guy in a modern NFL that's basically legislating hits out of the football game? But then as you watch more tape with him after he was drafted, as I've got to watch him in flashes like the game against Baltimore where he played single high free safety against them, and he was our highest rated defender in that Baltimore Raven game in 2019. Granted, this was a game where Lamar Jackson ran wild and that offense really had kind of a day on our defense. But with that said, he was the best part of that worst defense day. So he's got it in him, in my opinion, to play it. I don't know where they're at with Diggs. My instinct is a little bit here that there's been some deal that they've got working on in the background that's going to get done. I don't know, but the other thing you can see with the Mark is regardless of it being whether he's ready to take over for Diggs because Diggs wants to hold in, hold out, whatever we're calling this. If Diggs comes back and signs the contract extension, the same question remains to me that's one of the main questions sitting on this roster facing the Seattle Seahawks, being what are you going to do with Marquise Blair? What is this kid's future? He's good enough to get on that football field. He is one of your best 11 defenders, in my opinion. How can we get him on this football field? And that's where the coaching staff's going to have to get creative if they're going to double back down on DeQuandre Diggs and giving him an extension and saying the next couple of years are going to be Diggs and Adams back there, and Marquise has no chance to get back there unless there's an injury. And he really has an upward battle, really even just get to the slot corner position, in my opinion, because I think Ugo's going to have his hands kind of firmly wrapped around that role. So you just sort of sitting there with your second round pick and no place to kind of put him. So thank you for the $5 donation, Mark, though. I appreciate it. You are awesome. Devin Martzall says, do you think we paid Collins so much last night to, got stuck there. Says, do you think we played Collins so much last night to get some trade value for him? Makes me wonder. Well, let's face this. We know that certainly John Schneider wouldn't mind adding on more draft capital at this point. It's possible, Devin. And thank you for your $5 donation. Thank you for your longtime patronage as well, Devin. I appreciate it. And you are awesome and amazing for doing that. It's possible that they did something like that. Certainly. I mean, it was a little odd that they didn't, to me, try to feature a little more of Penny and give him kind of an equivalent amount of touches if they were trying to do a determination between the two. Let's see what both of them kind of can do because you haven't had a lot of action with Penny up until this point, really. You know, we had kind of a couple copy last week on a few carries where you just hammered him up in the middle. They ran a few more outside runs today with Penny in this last game, but then they didn't block it worth a damn. So I don't know what they're going to do there. But if somebody like you got a Raven team who has familiarity with Alex Collins, who's now lost their running back for the season, and they're looking at their running back room with while they do have a good number 2 there, they need another running back at this point. They've had Collins in there. He had a sub 1,000-yard year for the Ravens not like 3 years ago. Maybe the Ravens look at what he's doing here and they're going, we could use that back here on this team. We'll flip you a 5th-round pick for Alex Collins. I don't think it's likely to happen, but that would be probably what it would sort of take to. I don't know if Scheider would do it for a 7th rounder, just to flick him off like that, unless they're only looking at absolutely only carrying 3 running backs. Maybe that would be the caveat. Leland Kimball coming in with a $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are super kind today. I thank you. I appreciate all of you. You're awesome, man. Leland says, I just got here, so I'll catch up on the show later. I want to say first and foremost how sick it is to have a punter that can literally pin teams at the 1, even in garbage time. I think we're going to win in all 3 phases. Well, it's well put, Leland. Well put. Thank you for your $20 donation. Thank you for your membership. And by the way, I hit you up. Just hit me up on Twitter on DM, Leland. I'll respond right back to you. So you were asking about hitting me up on that. Hit me up over there, and we can chat. Thank you for the $20 donation. And yeah, I've said it during all of off season, and it's the one place I'll guarantee you in this respect. Fix my chair. Sorry. I'll guarantee you this in one respect. All these pundits out there telling you that the San Francisco 49ers are going to win this division. All the fans for those teams saying that my San Francisco 49ers are going to win this division. All the Ram pundits out there saying, oh, the Rams with Stafford alone, he changes everything. He changes the temperature of the room. I mean, if you looked at him, he's going to take over there. He's got such a good arm. All their fans also feeling equally so. All of these people, I guarantee you one thing with a lot of them. I'll guarantee you one thing with a lot of them. Not one of them is considering their special teams unit, be it pundits, be it those teams' fans, in their assessment of their teams, versus what we have with ours. We have, right now, probably the best punter in the entire NFL. He ringed off a 55-yarder in this game, hit the bottom half of the moon on its trajectory, right through the top end of the atmosphere. But he wasn't done there. To Leland's point, he comes back with 3 kicks inside the 20 in this game. Michael Dickinson signed a contract extension that was well earned this offseason, and he is going to be, if he is not already, which I maintained earlier on this offseason, saying, I believe right now already, Michael Dickinson is the best punter in Seahawks history, and he hasn't even gotten to his prime. We got a kicker in this game, 2 out of 2. Didn't miss it. Hit both of his PATs. A kick coverage unit, doesn't miss. Doesn't miss. And we know with DJ Dallas back there, I bet he runs off a couple of those where we start up at the 50-yard line, or maybe even bust even on 1 or 2 off. Maybe a block punt in there as well, because we're always good for that once a year. Special teams matters. It's always mattered to Coach Carroll. He's always tried to make it a point of emphasis. When it's not a point of emphasis on his particular team, when you have a Sebastian Janikowski out there or a Blair Walsh out there, you've paid the price for it. He learned his lesson. He drafted a punter in the 5th round. They paid him. They paid Jason Myers. They keep guys on this roster, on the active roster, who are good in the special teams game, because he turns it into a strength where so many of these other teams just sort of make do with that unit. They'll rely on the offense or defense, and then the special teams kind of comes around, as the third element when we get around to it. Let's see if it doesn't benefit us to a large degree this season. But thank you so much to Leland for your $20 donation. Devin Martzell, Mark Cook. You guys are awesome. And 283-128, of course, you're awesome as well. So thank you to all of you guys for the donation out the gate. Starting off strong today here. Let's do a tracker and see where we're at on the sub count real quick before I get back over the chat. 4,994. We are 6 away. I'm at 6 away. 6 away. GoHawks05 says Phil Haynes was graded 90 plus per PFF. Yeah, Phil Haynes had his best day as a guard, as a Seahawk. I mean, his best day. Granted, he didn't have another preseason last year, coming off of a rookie year where he had played in fits and starts throughout the year, including the playoff game against the Green Bay Packers that he started at left guard for us. And held up reasonably well in that game, frankly. But this was a game that was really nice to see with Phil. He's really struggled through injury, fought through it last year big time when you didn't have a preseason as well for him to build on. Him to go out there and do what he did in this game was really encouraging. It didn't to my eye. I wasn't really locked in on him, admittedly speaking. I was probably looking at other things with it. But I would take away from that game that, again, the guy's going to make the roster, and I like his upside so much more over what we've seen out of Jordan Simmons, who seems to carry all the same injury risk of Phil Haynes without any real upside anymore. Seahawks says, I don't think Penny or Collier should make this team. I can get where somebody would come from with that take on it, Seahawks. Like where I do want to hold on to Penny at this point, I'm a little more out on Collier. I would be a little bit more on holding the Penny, and some of that's as much just to having to do with the fact that I want to keep some depth on this football club with the running back position, with the receiver position, with positions that have been decimated by injuries in recent years. I can get why somebody would come from that standpoint of things. Penny's not showed a whole lot this preseason so far, and that's, I don't know, he's been used great this preseason. I don't know he's had the greatest blocking this preseason, but I get where people are coming from. They were watching Alex Collins out there breaking tackles off a guy in the backfield and Penny just getting dragged down. It's understandable when you're seeing that kind of difference. 2 weeks till we kick some Colt butt. That's right. Colts are in the crosshairs, folks. Like a Terminator, we're like, doot, 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 doot. We're ready to roll. By the way, T.Y. Hilton got a problem with the disc in his neck. That disc is bulging. He's going to miss a couple games. No T.Y. Hilton in this game. Peter Parker. Thank you for what you do as Spider-Man, and thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Peter Parker, we are now up to 995. We're 5 away. A mere 5 away from the 5,000 marks, folks. Thank you so much, Peter Parker. You are awesome. So many ways. You're saving cities, subscribing to my channel. I mean, my God. Is there nothing you don't do great? Randall, am I the only one who saw Nick Mullins get cut and immediately thought we should sign him? We should, Randall, just because he's untouchable when he's in Lumen Field. That's a magical place for him. He's called it his Shangri-La, his place of peace. And we know he just is unstoppable in that stadium. So why don't we embrace it? I don't know, though. I don't know if I could take his squishy face. He's got that, when he gets his helmet on, it squishes his face down. And he's like, I must throw a pass. You just wonder how he even sees out of his eyes because it like pushes his forehead down, his eyebrows below his eyeballs. It's a weird look. Yeah, I see you. You guys are going to get a puppy sighting here in a second. Animals are in lovey mode today. Merck says, I don't know. I just hate the Collier pick. Merck, I hated the Collier pick at the time. I've hated it throughout this time. It was a silly pick as much as anything. As much as it being just a miss on a prospect, it was just a silly pick. It was a pick where you go back and watch him and you look at his college tape and you could see all of this coming with what you've seen out of LJ Collier. None of this is surprising if you go back and watch his college tape. The same player you're seeing in college tape is the same player you're seeing now. You know, only he had a little bit more success, obviously, in college, but it wasn't that he was doing it with a variety of different moves. It wasn't that he was doing it with that remarkable first-step quickness that I talked about with Darrell Taylor or bend. It was that he was doing it with pure power. And power is the first attribute to go when you get to the NFL level because everybody is strong. Nobody's not strong. It's the thing that you can mainly control as a football player. You can't necessarily control how fast you are, but you can control how strong you are. So having that as your only attribute and being such an old prospect when he was coming out at 24 years old, really hard to justify at that time, and it's not getting any easier to justify that pick here in retrospect. Or, in the further along we go. Ethan Deckel says, Darrell Taylor, oh man, that entire sack from the snap to the finish on that play, just beautifully done. When he uses his bend and uses it precisely, that is one scary guy. A great preseason arc. He's been awesome. This would be nice. This is what we'd like to see from Darrell. Certainly there hasn't been as much maybe consistency as we'd like to see out of him. But look, the kid hasn't played in 2 years or whatever. So you've got to give him a little bit of time to get his bearings and figure things out. But that first step quickness with the bend, I hesitate to almost say it's a little bit like Von Miller-esque when it's going. He'll never be Von Miller. He'll never be that kind of player. I'm not saying that. Benelli, thank you for subscribing, Benelli. I believe we're now 3 away. So 3 away from 5,000. Woo! I'm getting goosebumps, people. So yeah, he's going to be a good player in this league. He's going to get you some easy sacks this year on the heels of this ability with the quickness and the bend. It really will, because it's just, there's nothing you can at times do about it as an offensive lineman. You're almost helpless, because if you get overset, he'll just run right across your face to get to the quarterback. So you have to stay a little bit in the pocket of your set, keeping a little bit of tightness between you and the left guard. And that point, that's where he gets you, because he's going to get out to that edge and he's operating off the Leo, which gives him a little bit of more space off that edge to get to the quarterback. Challenges you that much more on your outside shoulder. It's a beautiful pairing when he gets out over there. I think he's going to do really well this year. And look out for the future with him. We might have a real good player. Merck says Nick Mullins is bad. Nick Mullins isn't a great quarterback. Merck, he just always seems to take us out whenever he plays this the Niners. Whenever he comes in, he turns into an unstoppable rebel force, the likes of which we can not stop or deny. Irina says, I don't know about Penny Hart. I don't know. Penny Hart is pretty decent. Penny Hart's definitely flashed at certain times in practice. Had a couple of catches last year and end around, I think, on a play. He's got a little bit of that Eskridge-ness to his game. There's something about Cade Johnson, maybe it's just because I've watched so much tape on him going back to college, but there is just something with him and seeing him be so solid throughout this preseason on the limited action he's getting as far as the opportunities. It's not like he had great quarterback play throughout this preseason, or a lot of, reps that he got and just throwing out there, starting, playing game after game. He's kind of had to do what he had to make, make good while he could, and he did. And so I'm just leaning that way, and it is going to come down between those two, Irina. We're going to have to make a choice between those two, I think. YDY says, Brandon, I know it was only 2 touches, but let me preen a little bit about Eskridge. Showed good hands, as I talked about before, and had the other gear when that ball was in his hands. Hope it holds up. Preen away, why do I? It is just two touches, but I will give you some preening on this one. Let's keep an eye on him and see what he can do, but I will give you on the hands thing was the encouraging thing, because that was the questionable part I had with him going back. That's good to see. It wasn't an easy catch. It wasn't a body catch that he could make. He had to put the hands up over his face to make the catch, which is one of the points where it most usually gets dropped from these receivers. When it gets into the body, that's when they can usually brace and kind of find their way to make the catch one way or another, even if they bobble it a bit. But when it gets into the hands, there's no running from those hand catches. But we can talk about Blair. That boy is nasty. He is nasty, man. First snap of the game. He comes in there tuned up, right? He's got the adrenaline pumping. He says, the first play of this game, I'm coming downhill. I'm going to hit this running back right dead in the mouth. And he comes right up on the line of scrimmage, right over the top of a guard. And the guard's like, this strong safety's going to come up over the top of me, right up in the hole? And Marquise looking at him like, yeah, I am. And you're not going to be ready for it. So watch what happens next. The snap comes, blows the guard into the backfield, comes up and smacks the running back for nearly a tackle for loss right from the jump. Scores a touchdown a couple plays later. I like what I see out of this kid. I really do. I just hope we have a position for him moving into the future here. Maxwell Stern says, what are the biggest takeaways from last night? I think that Alden Robinson and Darrell Taylor can be elements into this pass rush. I think that you have some young developmental tackles with maybe some future here. Not necessarily, guys that maybe you can mix in this year a little bit, but long-term you're looking at them in Stone Forsythe and Jay Curhan. Alex Collins certainly has made the roster. No doubt about that. Geno Smith has certainly solidified the second backup quarterback role. I don't know about John Radigan might have made the team based on kind of how he played and what he's been doing recently as well. And I think beyond that, not a whole lot. I don't know if there was a whole lot we kind of pulled from that game beyond that. Phil Haynes, of course, blocked really well. It's good to see him take that step forward. That'd be about it, I think. Merck says if Diggs holds out, Blair will break out. It's the weird part of where this will go, Merck. I don't understand how that will go because he can't technically hold out. The people that talk about holding out's not a possibility. He can do this hold-in stuff where you can work off of a little bit of the goodwill of the team to say, I won't hold out. I'm going to show up here because I don't want to be fined, but I'm not going to be playing. And that stuff goes to a certain level, to a certain degree. But once you get to the regular season, you're getting fined at that point. You're getting fined. So when it comes to, him coming into this upcoming year right now and him wanting this contract and Seattle maybe being unwilling to give him that contract, you get to week one, Quandre Diggs holds out. I don't see it happening. I don't see how it happens at all. You're fined under the new collective bargaining agreement that was just recently signed between the owners and the players. The players are fined $60,000 a day that they hold out of practice. So that's saying nothing of game checks that are then now withheld as well in addition to that. I don't know how much longer he or Dwayne Brown can really push this. The players unfortunately lost this leverage, whatever leverage that gave you before where you could hold out. It no longer exists. So whatever they're doing and what Carroll's called it, making a statement, again, I don't understand exactly what it's all going to accomplish at the end of the day. But he can't hold out, Paul Third says Collins is the running back too. Penny is too weak now. He has cut too much weight. Maybe so. Maybe so, Paul. I mean, Collins didn't, look a little better. Again, though, too, like I said before, it is funny how Collins looks remarkably better, and he averages 0.4 more yards per carry than what Penny averaged yesterday. But it's like, I get it. He did look a little bit better. Maxwell says, give Penny some outside runs and block it up, Maxwell. That's the other thing I got to put on top of that now is they finally did outside runs, but they didn't block it worth anything. There was one that Penny Hart was supposed to be blocking on one side, just the weakest little block. As Rashad's coming over, his guy gets right into the backfield on Rashad. He can't even get up to speed. It's like, come on, just give him a chance, you guys, on the blocking. Let's something. Chase Stern says, how many defensive ends do we normally take into the season? I would say you probably normally take in 5 is what I would say would be your normal number, and I think this year you're probably keeping like 6. So you got Dunlap, Hyder, Mayoa, Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green would be your 5. And then Darrell Taylor, depending on whether or not he's counted as a linebacker or not, would be your de facto 6th. But I think L.J. Collier gets cut. And then you got your three defensive tackles. I think the team keeps. Hard to see him keeping Robert Condice at this point with his injury situation that he's been fighting through. You didn't see him at all in the preseason. So you're probably going with your 3 defensive tackles on top of that. Merck says if Diggs holds out, Blair will break out. He just might, Merck. It'd be nice to see what Blair maybe can do out there, and he might be a better player than what you have in Quandre. And I like Quandre, but to me, Blair is the future a little bit. I think Quandre is going into his 30s. I appreciate what he's done here as a football player. He really came on last year from the free safety position, including an interception in the playoff game. But at this point, I'm not really wanting to pay a player into his 30s as a football player top-end money, especially when I'm already paying the other safety position like – not only top of the line safety money, like, record breaking, set the market type money at the safety position at the other side. I can't really afford to do that at both positions. I love the safety position. I don't mind paying 1. I just can't pay 2. And if I'm paying 2, I need to have like all pro level of performance out of the second guy, like I'm kind of getting out of Jamal, and you're not quite getting that with Quandre. You get a better than average football player. You get a Pro Bowl level, potentially football player there, but again, too, that's the other question I have is Quandre still going to remain the same player he has been up until this point as he starts to get a little bit older over the next couple of years? I don't know. Rupi and Raggy says, I find the team name Chargers offensive. This is hurtful to electricity. And it sort of softens electricity, right, Rufy? It makes kids think that you can play with electricity because it's soft and malleable and it's it's still much fun when it's actually a deadly thing normally, but they're making them think that it's this like kid stuff that you can play with, like putty. It's very, very wrong, Rufy. I agree with you, man. I think we need to have a petition that we need to put together or something. Ryan Scarborough, hopefully Blair is safe now with KJ gone. Oh, Ryan, that took me a second to get, Ryan. I was slow on the uptake on that one. He doesn't have KJ and his baseball bat to go to his knees this year, Ryan. At least not yet. Though I can just see Blair sleeping at night, like he's sleeping tonight. And the Hawks do some 25th hour signing of a contract with KJ, and just a chill goes up his spine, and his eyes snap awake, and all he can say is KJ, KJ, KJ. Clara, thank you for reminding me, Clara. If you like what you're hearing right now, if you are either listening live or even if you're listening on replay, please do hit that like button. It does help this channel grow. It does help me show up on a lot of other Seahawks fans who are looking for these type of videos with the YouTube and all that stuff. So if you are, I appreciate it. Please do slam on that like button. It does help out a considerable amount, and I do appreciate it. Maxwell says 5,000 this stream. I think we might hit 5,000. We've got already a bunch out the gate. We're just getting warmed up here, so I think we're going to hit that 500. Feel like I need a birthday hat and a cake or something. I don't know. Maxwell says, didn't see that new cornerback at all. No, they didn't. You didn't see John Reed at all in this game. To me, I'm taking a little bit away from that they know what they have in Demarius Randall. He went out there and didn't play very good in this game, and they kind of maybe have an idea that they're going to lean to keeping Reed. That would be my guess on this a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Brian Roberts says, go subscribe and hit that like button. Oh, thank you guys for reminding me on that. I appreciate it. AI says, what running backs make the 53? As it stands right now, I'm going to make the bold prediction here that the Seattle Seahawks hold 4 or 5 running backs if you want to count Nick Bellore. They might just like have all these other players that play other positions that they count as linebacker, like Nick Bellore and Darrell Taylor. They might help at this rate. They might end up counting Marquise Blair as a linebacker. But I think they keep the other 4 on the roster, and specifically they do it with a nod towards recognizing that in recent years, your running back room has gotten really, really decimated to the point that you don't have the same kind of talent level that you can go to, and that you don't have a guy that can get much done back there when you start to give him carries. And I don't think Seattle wants to end up back in that same ballpark. And maybe they look past it, but they ran into this place even as early as the Dallas game last year, where in that game you had Chris Carson go out, Penny still wasn't back. You had, I believe, Deja Dallas by the end of that game had gone down, or Homer went down, another one. So you were down to like one running back by that early on in the year. Running back rooms can get taken down very quick, and have some good, talented guys there who aren't all that expensive is not the worst thing to have on your roster. It's not the worst way to take up a little bit of an extra roster spot. And Lord knows you're not going to be able to get any of those guys on the practice squad. So I see it's going to be the top 4 to me at this point. Brando2345 says Penny is better running back than Alex Collins, just 2 different skill sets. Don't know why Geno didn't keep hitting him when he was open in the backfield and overthrew him 10 yards down the field. Yeah, Penny my heart goes out to Penny a little bit in this game, Brando, because I knew at the end of the game, as soon as the game ended, without seeing chat or seeing any comments on him, I just knew that the people out there, and there is a good conglomerate of folks out there that just hate Rashad Penny. I get a little bit of it, but then some of it I don't quite understand, because like they're very ready with their hooks to drag him off the field and kick him down the road. And I've not been as ready. I've always thought that there's something he can provide this team, but I knew last night was going to give so much fuel to their fire as far as what they see with this kid and where they want to put him in this box and what he is. I think you're going to be very surprised. Those folks out there that look at Rashad Penny right now and they say, I'm done with him. He ain't nothing. He ain't. Well, don't be surprised in the least when you see him go to another football team and absolutely go out there and post monster type numbers. I'm not talking best running back in the league type numbers, but monster type numbers. And you'll be sitting there going, why couldn't we get that? Well, remember what I said in this. We didn't utilize him right. We didn't use him enough. We didn't put him enough in a position to succeed with his type of skill set. And that's why it's going to work out for him probably other place where it doesn't work out for him here. That's my bold prediction on the matter. Rando2345 says Justin Reed did play last 4 minutes of the game. Yeah, he played just a little bit by that point, but it was like you couldn't really take much of it. And the fact that they didn't play him much is, I think, kind of telling in some respect or another. Chad, so are all the people in an uproar previous games going to say it was just a preseason since they played well? That's why I was trying to qualify that a little bit, Chad. I'm happy and enthused by the way this game went. I'm not going to take it as that this is an indication we're going to go win a Super Bowl. I think more than anything with preseason performance, it's more individually what you're looking at than it is team-wide. I think when you get to more season games, it's more team-centric stuff and how it's all interlocking and working together. But here, to me, it's more of you're looking at how player by player is developing, who's going to make the roster, who isn't, and those are the things that you can take from what goes on in the game. But I don't think anybody's, we feel good. It feels good, Chad. It feels good not to lose. We're going to enjoy that. But I don't think anybody's taken just this game as some dead-on indication. But we'll see, Chad, if those people who were in an uproar previous do turn around. I haven't seen it yet. Maxwell says we're 10 away from 5,000. Maxwell, I think we're closer than that. Buddy. Let's do the tracker here. Let's see where we're at. Let's take a look. I'll keep this up. Ooh, we're 1 away. We're 1 away. 4,999. Here, let me take a screenshot here for you guys so you can see. There we go. I'll show you guys this. It's kind of cool. Here we go. Check it out. 4,999. Who is going to be the legend? Who will be the legend? Who will be the one? You will forever be the 5,000th subscriber, whoever you are. Whoever is the one. And I'm in favor of Cody Barton. Cody Barton did do well in this game. He did well. Even outside the sack, he was good as far as in the run game. A lot better. I think to my eyes, they're having to play a little bit more middle linebacker, which is, I think, a little bit of what's driving that. Is you get him out of the will, you get him out of the Sam, you put him in the middle. I think that's a little bit better place for him. He's a little more accustomed in that spot. Why do I? Oh my God, Blair just looked like a playmaker. Seattle can still be strong at the run and nickel with Blair at nickel cornerback. Blair, Adams, Bobby, and Brooks, people will be flying all over the field. Dead bodies dropping, right? Why? And there's always been a part of me that's been interested with that, where you put, you get Blair, Adams, Bobby, Brooks, even Quandre to a degree on the field. You've got a lot of guys that can hit. And when you have a defense that is a rally to the ball defense, a zone-based defense, that means that there is going to be some easy catches on this defense, right? We've seen it time and time again. This is nothing new to any of you guys under the sun. But what you do when they make the catches is you punish them for making those catches. every single time. And those punishments accumulate over the course of a football game to where that's where you get to alligator arms by the end of the game. That's where those receivers start to get a little more tentative in their route running by the end of the game. And you got to have a bunch of guys on the field to get it done. You can't just have one guy. Young Gersh, folks, let's celebrate Young Gersh. Young Gersh, you are awesome because you are the 5,000 subscriber. We are over it. We did it, folks. Thank you to all of you. We did it. Woo! All right. I love it. I'm going to revel in this just a little bit. That was awesome. Man, 2.5 years approximately, we got to 5,000 subscribers here on the channel. So thank you to all of you out there. Young Gersh, you are a legend. You're forever the 5K legend. That is how you will forever be known throughout here in the lowlands. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And this is awesome, guys. We pushed on through. Pushing on through. Jose, what are you doing, Jose? How you doing, buddy? Been killing the videos lately, I noticed. Hope you're doing well. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, and we got Seahawks Network. Jason's got a channel called Team 12s. Some of our mods and folks here in the channel, please do go check out their channels. They've got some great content over there as well for some if you're looking for some Seahawks stuff going on over there. Daniel, but why we got to get Blair on the field? One way or another, got to get Blair on the field. Jonathan Law, yo, what's going on? Just got here. Welcome on in, Jonathan. Thank you for your kind comments. I saw just before I went live, I saw you posted on the under the videos. Hope you're doing good, man. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Batman Fan 20 says, any receivers make the roster like K. Johnson and Connor Weddington? I don't think that Connor has done a considerable amount to really show you that he's going to make the roster. I think even he's kind of a little bit on the outside looking in. I'd say even on a little bit on the practice squad, probably to a degree. They'll look like they can keep like 16 guys on the practice squad now. So maybe you can still slide him on in there. Cade, on the other hand, I think he has earned his way into a starting role. He's had catches in every single one of these preseason games. He's not been targeted a tremendous amount, but when he's targeted, he's been steady. He looks good off the line of scrimmage, quick off the line of scrimmage, gets into his route, smart, sitting down in zones, just like you'd like to see out of a guy who's going to play mainly out of the slot. He's looked even a little bit bigger than I thought he would look, kind of coming out of college where he looked a little bit more slighter. So he looked like he's added even some good weight to him. But I would lean to Cade having a chance here. I've got DK, Tyler, Eskridge obviously making it, Freddie Swain making it, and then Cade would be my fifth. He's my fifth guy to make the roster at that point. Merck says Cade is definitely making the roster. I hope so, man. Batman Fan 20 says, and also Darius Roberson caught a touchdown pass from Sean Mannion. Yeah, that's actually one. Thank you for mentioning that, Batman Fan. That's actually one play I wanted to mention to you guys. If you want to look for a great indication from this game of what up-tempo can do to a defense, watch that play, and it's a two-play set. Okay, so it's the touchdown, but take the play before it. You do an outside run out to the edge. Move the running back to the outside the edge. Doesn't go for a lot. It's 3 or 4 yards, but then you come right back to the line of scrimmage. And on the early down, you have the tight ends in line. You have the receivers in on a little bit of a tighter set. Now everything goes into a wide. 5 wide. You basically, but the defense, you didn't go to substitution. You didn't move anybody out. You went hurry up tempo, got right back to the line of scrimmage, and just moved with the same personnel, went to the sort of the 4-5 wide at that point. At that point, the defense at the snap is sort of scrambling on responsibilities. You got this guy. I got who's I'm on this. You got that guy. Where we go? They're not able to make a defensive call. They're not able to change their defensive play. They're just trying to get it lined up. You hike it. You catch them off guard. Guys wide open in the back of the end zone. That is what up tempo can do. It doesn't let all of these schematic, intricate defenses do all of the intricate things they want to do pre-snap. They've got to get real simple, really quick, and it removes some of the effectiveness of the defense. Oh man, you guys are being super kind. Thank you to everybody today. You guys I really do appreciate it. So many people donating and just being so kind. Thank you. Larry Bird coming in with a $5 donation says, congrats on 5,000 subscribers. Thank you so much, Larry. You've been here for a very long time in here as well. I appreciate you. You've donated many times before. Every time I appreciate it, and you guys are very kind. Thank you so much. Western Corbett also comes in with a $5 donation. Thank you, Western. I salute you both. And Larry and Weston both, you guys are awesome. Says, congrats to my favorite Seahawks analyst on YouTube. Thank you, Weston. We just pushed past that 5,000. We're back now on the road to 10. It feels good, though. Something about the 5,000, just a good round number. You know what I mean? Just a good round number. You know what I mean? Good round number. Randall coming in with another donation. My goodness, folks. We got another donation from Randall with $20. Randall, my OGs in the chat. Randall is by far been our biggest donator in this chat from day one. One of my longtime people here on the chat. I really do appreciate it, Randall. Thank you so much. You've been one of the biggest supporters and one of the more encouraging folks on here. Always pushing along and keeping this thing growing and rolling and right where we've been. So thank you. I appreciate it, Randall. Not just the donation, but all of the background support you push through on the edges on this. Randall coming with a $20 donation says, "What do you think? What do you think Barton's role will be? Can we get him 10 to 15 snaps a game as the roster stands now?" The role would be, and it's not a magnificent one or one that's necessarily going to be super. There's two different roles potential here, Randall. The first role potentially is you have him as, usually Seattle's had this weird role of a linebacker that's a goal line linebacker, where they'll remove somebody else, let's say the Sam off the field at that point, then you would put him down as the Sam linebacker in goal line situations, and then have these packages that are just precise to that linebacker knowing at that end of the football field when the defense gets into those modes. They've done that at times with like backup linebackers to get him out on the field in those moments, because just to give him in a special way, especially with Barton, some of the coverage stuff he could do when you get close to the goal line. That's a likely place that they initially find for him, just to get him snaps, much like you'd find with Blair. You'd find him a dime cornerback role. He'd be your fourth cornerback in dime packages if he's not starting right now at the slot. Beyond that, though, an opening, Randall, could be for that is you move Cody into that coverage will. You have Jordan Brooks as your early down run stuffer, your hammer, and then when you go to the pass downs, much like you did with KJ Wright last year, instead of KJ Wright, you got Cody Barton. And Cody Barton's big claim to fame is supposedly, I know it hasn't shown up a ton for us yet, but his big claim to fame is his ability in coverage, supposedly. It flashes all the time in practice by what I've heard. So that's something that should fit well if Jordan Brooks can't take that step forward, especially Randall, in his coverage. So one of those two roles would be where I would see him. But the former, probably the most likely over the latter, because I think that they're going to just try to run with Brooks all three downs. That's my instinct on this, is that it'll be with all three downs with him. So Deanna Pennington, mom is in the house dropping $20 on her son. Thank you for the $20 donation, my mother. I appreciate you, chat. Everyone say hello to the mother of the Hawk's Nest, Mama Bird. Mama Bird is in the house. Thank you so much, Mom. I appreciate all of you guys on the donation. You guys are really kind. I really do appreciate it. And again, like I said, this 5,000 has been as much about what you guys have done to make this show, whatever it is, and the input we get from you guys. And now, do little tweak here, little tweak there that I'll get from you guys. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? So all you guys have helped this growth go to get to where it's at. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much. It feels like I'm a rebel here a little bit. I enjoy this. Washington Fizz Quest with a $5 donation. Man, I'm even behind on my donation game. I'm so far. Thank you, Washington Fizz Quest. I didn't forget you, my sir. I appreciate the $5 donation. It says, the first moon landing, the fall of the Berlin Wall. We're about to watch broadcasting history when Hawk's Nest reaches 5,000 subs. We're on our rise, right, Washington Fizz Quest? We're on our rise, but you're right. You're going to remember this moment. It's much like the Kennedy assassination. You're going to say, I remember where I was when the Hawk's Nest got to 5,000 subscribers. I'm going to remember what I was eating when I got to that 5,000 subscribers, right? You will remember that moment. Thank you so much, Washington Fizz Quest, for the $5 dono. I really do appreciate it. Man, you guys are so kind. Thank you to all of you guys. I don't even know what to say. I'm so happy. I'm like beaming. I'm like a woman 7 months pregnant, with the glow going right now. That's how I feel a little bit here. And just like, it's so awesome across this, man. And we've been watching the growth go up and up and up and up. And you guys just, so much support. And this community is awesome. Preston Morrow, thank you for the $20 donation. You remember 2 times over, which I appreciate. And you're dropping 20 bombs in the chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Oh my goodness. So kind. So kind. God, you guys are awesome. Oh my goodness, we're just rounding the mark here, folks. We're rounding the mark. Not only are we now at 5, let's get you guys an update here. So now we're not only at 5, we got 4 over the top of that. Look at that. 5,004 subscribers. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that round 500 number just look good? It look good. I like that. That feels good. Woo! Oh. It's going to be a good season, folks. Subscribers growing, on our way to a Super Bowl. It's going to be good. I know it's been a tough couple years for everybody out there, but it's about to turn around. About to turn around, I'm telling you. Oh, man. Big Mac says 5,000. Let's go, Hawks. Let's go. Let's go. Just my opinion. I like it when I watch your whole stream at 1 in the morning to feel included in the discussion. Hey, I like it too, just my opinion. The only part where I get a little bit of heart wrench is when we get folks who come in late. Got a guy, Yami comes in late and Flag coming late. I love having him in the chat. I know sometimes my stream goes in late, so it's great when some folks are able to catch it who sometimes aren't able to, but also part of the reason why I'm going to do some earlier morning streams too for those folks that can't always catch the late action, as we like to say. But glad you're here too, man. This is the best YouTube community I think on YouTube. I'm obviously biased. I don't mind saying it, but I also doesn't mean I'm not right. So you guys are just amazing. Weston Corbett says, can I subscribe twice just so we can get there? We got there, Weston. Seahawks fans got my back. My people's got me. You know what I mean? We got people that when they find this, they hit that subscribe button. They're like, I like this. I'm hitting this. I like this dude. Let's do this. So the thing I can never complain about is there's never been with this channel at any point in time stilted growth. You know, last year I couldn't put as many videos out, so the growth wasn't skyrocketing, but it's always been consistent. There's always been people, you know, more and more adding on top every day, every day, every week. It's never at a point where it just stops. So, you know, it's a testament to how, awesome Seahawks fans are, how awesome the 12s are, how much they support, local YouTubers like me, and I'm not the only one. I see them out there doing with other guys doing this stuff, and it's just awesome to see it. It is, it really is. I think we've got the best fans in the NFL because of that, and not just the NFL, but I think we got the best fans. Period. I mean, what fandom has had to have a whole penalty called on them because they're being too loud in the entire world? What fan has created a thing like the wave to include every fan in the stadium at once? In a synergistic action, 12th man. What fandom has been so loud and so included in their game that they've been required to retire their number up into the rafters? 12th man. We're the best. Randall McDaniel says penny to the Steelers for one of those running backs or wide receivers. Because of course you've got the Steelers are sitting on right now Deontay Johnson, Juju Smith-Schuster, and one Chase Claypool, so they're a little bit theoretically deep at the wide receiver position. I would be open to it maybe. Deion Johnson would be interesting, I guess, as your 4th, 5th guy, potentially. Mom says, congratulations. Thanks, Mom. Good to see you in here. So I'm glad you're able to take part in this, Mom, with 5,000. I'm glad you've been here to see it. Ryan Scarver says, congratulations, man. 5,000. Well deserved. Always a great show. Thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate it, man. I'm just going to be smiling the whole rest of the show, guys. So just going to have to deal with me being a little bit of a smiling idiot now. Young Gersh says, haha, congrats. Young Gersh, you're a legend. Legend, Young Gersh. Legend. JDM says, 5K pizza party. That's right. Jay says, just got you 5,001. Sub my dad your account. Thanks, Chase. Tell your dad I appreciate it. I won't fill up his notification stuff too much with any clickbait videos. Randall says, does it show what a number of subscriber we were? It doesn't, Randall, unfortunately not. You were probably like 79, 62. Somewhere in that, you were probably somewhere in that lane. Why do I says 5,000? Woo! Congrats. I swear I came on with less than 2,000 like 7 months ago. Way to build a channel. All right, thank you, man. Yeah, we had a huge bump at a weird time actually in this off season. In like June, I put out that funniest moments video, and I think I had like 500, 600 subs in like 28 days or some weird stuff like that. So it was like it pushed us up over that last little watermark, get us up into this 5,000 stratosphere. But yeah, it feels real good. It feels good. Feels good. Randall says up-tempo offense sure runs better when you can get first downs. Yeah, it's rough when it's not getting first downs, but when you are, it's looking real good. It also, I think, looks better, Randall, when you got a better quarterback running it. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm going to get a little bit of coffee here real quick, and I'll be right back. Oh, thank you for bearing with me, folks. We're back. Another $5 donation from my brother Robert. My mother and my brother in here. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. We did it, buddy. We did it. Rob's been one of the big drivers for us getting me over on Reddit when they allow us to post one of my videos, and we always get some good new action coming from him. Thank you too, bud. You were with me on this one, man. You were with me on this one. My blood. Ethan Techwell says, I'm calling it. Since it's 5,000 subscribers right before the season starts, how does 5,000 yards for Russ sound this year? A nice 5,000. It's a good, I can attest to it, Russell. It's a good round number. It feels a good round number to shoot for. 5,000, right? Like 5,000. You say I got $4,000. You go, 4,000 is pretty good. You say I got $5,000, right? I got 5. There's something about that. So 5,000, yeah, he could do it, especially with the extra game this year, especially if he can put together a performance where he is able to tap into that spirit of those first 8 games he had last year, get into that kind of zoned level. And not in the same way of hitting hole shots and moon balls every day, but as far as just being patient and being efficient, yet also effective in this new offense. And I think he very well will be able to. And a lot of the reasons that you saw yesterday with Geno is there were times where this offense was making it easier on Geno. That rollout on the crosser to Dwayne Eskridge. It's not a tough read for him. He's rolling out in space away from the pass rush. It's prescribed to get the ball out of his hands to a player who's going to be wide open because of the way that it's drawn up, and that's what it accomplished. That's going to happen a lot for Russell Wilson in this offense. It should make the game easier for him. And that should have a great effect as far as his production on the football field this year too. Preston Morrow says, dude, you're amazing. Thank you so much for your top-notch coverage of our Hawks and shooting straight. I listen to all the Seahawks media, and you take the cake. Preston, you're very kind. Thank you so much for saying so. I really do appreciate it. There are some great people who cover our Seahawks who do a really good job. So I try to just do as good as I can and always keep improving for you folks and make this as good as it possibly can be. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And thank you for your $20 donation as well on top of your membership. Like I said, membership twice over, $20 donation. Thank you just doesn't even seem enough, But I do appreciate it. I really do. And I can't wait for where this channel is going, folks. This is eventually going to be what I do full time. As quickly as I can get to doing this full time, I will put other things I do career-wise on the back burner to make this thing the full thing I do, because this is what I love to do and what I want to eventually do full time. We'll be doing it, when this all goes full run, and it'll be daily shows and all that type of stuff. So I've got a long-term thought process in play for this channel and where it's going and what it's going to be and where I see it going. And that's with you guys and what you guys as far as your support goes. So if we can get there, I'm going to get there as quickly as I possibly can. I'm going to cut every corner I can to get there as quick as I can, because I know once we get this going full bore all the time, just the better we'll get, the better the content we'll get, the more you guys will get to watch and just continue to keep pushing forward with this thing. Ryan Scarpa says, Preston, I 100% agree. No sugarcoating here, just great analysis. Thank you, Ryan. Yep, I keep that sugar up in the top cabinet before I go live. I keep it in the top cabinet, got it up in the Ziploc. We don't need no sugar in here, right? Just straight to the facts, right? Just the facts, man. Just the facts. But thank you. I appreciate it. Randall says, explain why Barton or Brooks wouldn't play Sam on rundowns. Get Bobby, Cody, and Brooks on the field as our 3 backers. The number one skill set for a Sam linebacker, and there's a couple things you got to do as a Sam linebacker. You got to be a good blitzer because you're at the line of scrimmage, and you got to be effective when you're going because you're going to go against a tight end a lot of the times. So you got to be effective. You should be able to beat a tight end at that point in pass pro. You've got to be good in coverage, especially on those flat routes, where you got to kind of drop back blind on what's happening behind you and fall to a space and feel the player coming into your zone while you're also watching the quarterback's eyes. That's also something that you need to have. But before these other traits come into play, there's one other thing that you need to do as a Sam linebacker, and that is to set the edge. One of the reasons that this really worked well with KJ Wright and his transition over there is he's a fairly strong linebacker, but he's a very long linebacker. So when he was getting matched up with tight ends and setting the edge with him, it's the old theory of why you have, for instance, offensive linemen that you want to have long arms or defenders with long arms is because if they can get their arms out onto an opposing player and that opposing player's got shorter arms, he can't even touch the guy. The guy can essentially just put his will on that player because it gets to a point when he locks him out where the guy can't do much against it. And so KJ gave you that with his gargantuan 35-inch long arms and 6'6" odd frame. He's 6'5", 6'6". He's just really tall. And it fit really well to him. Much as well, when you have a guy like Bruce Irvin or you have a guy like Darrell Taylor in that role, those are bigger defensive end types, so they can handle and sustain a little bit more of setting that edge. What happens, though, is when you get a linebacker over there who can't set the edge, now you've got problems, because an offense is more often than not going to want to run strong side, which is at that Sam linebacker. And so essentially you have them running into your kitchen, into the main spot. You don't want them running. They're running. They're now basically able to do everything else in their offense, because the first thing's working out the gate being strong side runs. Because now that linebacker is getting pushed off the ball. Now the running back's coming downhill and there's nothing setting him the edge, forcing him back inside. And that's where it kind of starts to all go to hell as far as holding up the running game. You know, you go from outside in on the running game, especially those outside runs that you deal with a lot with San Francisco and the Rams, for instance. So you put Cody out there. You tried that initially a couple years ago when Michael Kendricks got injured, and you put him out there. Kendricks wasn't doing it well either as a 5'11" guy. Cody's also not really got that size to hold up over there, nor the length to really set the edge over there. So it's going to be hard to put him necessarily in that role, and I think he's going to kind of fail if you do. Again, also keying into the fact that the success that Cody Barton's had this preseason, where he's looked as good as he has at any other time here in his Seahawks career, has been built on the back of him being moved to the middle linebacker position to this preseason. He's not playing Sam. He's not playing Will. He's playing the middle. And that's really what's, I think, driving a lot of his success here. Randall says, from here on out, I'm going to refer to number 54 as Bob Wagner. Sounds like I should go buy insurance from him, doesn't it? With a name like that. Carl says, hi, moms. Mom, you got a shout out from Carl. Lorraine Jensen says, John Radigan going to make the team? I've got to think so. When you look at, backup linebackers right now, I mean, if Lorraine, you had Ben Burke-Irvin, you'd say probably not. But Ben Burke-Irvin and him exiting opens to me the door to John making the team. I think he would probably still slide onto the practice squad if you had to try to move him over there. So it's a little bit of a fluid situation between one or the other. But when you go through it, Cody Barton, Brooks, Wagner, I mean, maybe you're counting Darrell Taylor and maybe you're counting Nick Ballura as linebackers at that point. That's 5. But I would still tend to think that you could still have room for one more extra guy on the roster at that point with Radigan. And I would think he'd be a pretty good special teams guy just by the nature of how he plays and the type of guy he seems like he is. So I think there's a really good chance. I put like 90% chance at this point that he makes the roster. He really shined in this last game. Highest rated player on the game, our highest rated defensive player in this game, Lorraine, by PFF. Brian, Weston says, do you feel any better about our scheme after seeing the game yesterday, even though it's preseason? Is biggest overall concern on the team? Yeah, I feel a little bit better. I anticipated feeling a little bit better when we would see a legitimate quarterback back there that can make the offense look functional. And when you had a guy like Alex Magoo, who was in over his head and who's not going to be on an NFL roster in the next couple of weeks, it's understandable why that doesn't look very good in live action at that point. So my anticipation was always that this was going to get better when you got the better quarterbacks back in there, along with some of the better personnel. Because in addition to this, Weston, you were sitting so many guys, 31 guys in the first game, something like 27 guys, I think, in the second game. It's a lot of people to sit for a preseason. That's hard to go out there and field a real competitive football team, especially if the opposition's not doing the same type of thing. If they're putting their frontline guys up against now, like it related to, your second stringers are going against their first stringers, and then by the time they get their second stringers, they're going against your third stringers. It's kind of no wonder that it doesn't look very good at that point. But that's also why, Weston, I think the step forward you saw with Geno commanding it, with a little Dwayne Eskridge in there, and a couple better receivers, a little bit better offensive line, a little Damian Lewis for 10 snaps. That's the same step you're going to see take forward when you get Russell in there, with all of the starters now in there. Now Dwayne, now Gabe Jackson, now Shell. Now it's going to look a lot different. Chris Carson back in there. Now it should be, humming pretty well. And it'll still take a little bit of time for this offense to get to the best place that it'll probably get to, which is by the end of the season. Weeks 0 to 8, this offense is not going to be as good as it's going to probably be weeks 8 to 16. I think it's going to go a little bit of an inverse from last year to a degree, but that doesn't mean that it still can't be effective here as it's going through the growing pains, because it's transitioning to such a new, different offense than what it's been. And there's a bit of this of catching the opponents off guard that it comes into play. They don't have any film to go off of. You've had 10 years of film to go off of with Seattle prior when you went up to play them on a given week. All this film, you go, well, how did we play them last time when they were playing the same defense and the same type of offense? We did this and we did that. Well, now they've got to throw that out. At least it's really kind of on both lanes, because we're not just playing the 90% of the time single high stuff anymore. And we're now not just doing the simplified, we're going to hammer the ball up in the A and B gaps and then take hole shots all game. Now we're getting a little bit more complex in both realms. Now we're a little more blitz heavy. Now we're a little more unpredictable. These are good turns of the key, and frankly, these are places where, for the folks that knock and really beat on the coaching staff a little bit, these are places where you should give the coaching staff a little bit of credit in making some of these transitions on both sides of the ball. It does show a willingness to move off of the old ways a little bit. Why? Waldron went deep into South America to create the most vanilla of offense last night with so many running back passes. I also saw a tweet that Everett and Disley were the highest rated Hawks this preseason. Yeah, you're not going to run still a lot of complicated stuff. The working it to the running backs is a good sign, though, because this is something that Seattle has ignored in recent years. How many times have we watched Russell Wilson step back in the pocket, hold the ball for 6 seconds, and he's got a running back leaking out of the backfield sitting there wide open in the flat, and he doesn't even take a look at him? You don't go from 0 to 100 and really implementing that into your offense unless you're concentrating on it and making it a point of emphasis. So that's why you do that in the preseason. This is a lot of the same way of why we've seen the up-tempo continually being used, even when it's not bringing great results, is because you don't just decide, oh, let's do up-tempo right now for this. We've got to know, you got to work this in. You got to have this a part of your DNA, not something that you just sort of do as sort of a little flourish here and there. And I think that they're understanding that. I think Waldron's understanding that and how he's calling that a little bit. I'll say this too. I think Geno was fairly happy to do some checking down, because it seemed like anytime he tried to push the ball down the football field, there wasn't a tremendous amount of accuracy from Geno in that realm of things. So he said, okay, I'm just going to stick with the nice short stuff to the running backs. So I think part of that was also Geno just a tiny bit. Ethan Techworld, thank you, Brandon. I've learned so much from you. I now love the analysis and general manager aspect of football, contracts, and everything in between. Football is now a lot more than just Sundays. Well, thank you, Ethan. I'm glad it opened you up to that part of it as being an awesome, another little aspect that can be interesting in football to track and monitor and be aware of and knowledgeable about. So thank you. I appreciate it. It just, to me, just as much with football, I always say football is a layered sport. And it's one of those sports that's really rare in that respect. You can be a casual fan who knows nothing about football and just watch the sport, and it's men crashing into other men and players making, spectacular moves out in the open field with a football in their hands. Then you can have a little bit of a deeper level where you can semi-understand, what a defense is going to do play to play. And then you have another level where you go, okay, I know coverages, and then you go another play, I know offenses, I know a difference between duo and zone, split duo and zone in the run game, and then you get even deeper level, and then you go to the general manager side and the contracts, and there's all these layers to the game of, as you understand and go through each of them. To me, all of them are interesting, and all of them, as they come together to draw out the full picture of what a team does in its team building and scope and methodology. To me, that's also I love watching game days, but I like that aspect of it too. I really do, because it's so much about a strategic stuff at that point, high level strategic stuff, and who goes at it from this route, who goes at it from that route. But glad you're with me on it, loving it. Preston Morrow says Super Bowl, I love it. Preston, I just got some kind of weird feeling. I know we don't have that spectacular drive like we had coming off of 0-12 to 13, right? Where you're bringing in Percy Harvin and Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill, and you're like, this young team's coming together. I know it's not the same. It ain't that same feeling, but that don't matter. It don't have to be that same feeling and same matter. You weren't sitting with a Hall of Fame quarterback at that time in the middle of his prime. You had a Hall of Fame quarterback, just not in the middle of his prime. You got that right now. You didn't have a DK Metcalf type. You got that right now. It's a different look of a team. It's a different assemblage, but it doesn't mean it can't get back up onto that same kind of mountaintop. Some things got to still go a little bit further in the other direction. Like I said, this is acknowledging, in my prediction for a potential of getting there, is that the Seahawks are going to make a couple of additional moves, a couple of additional trades. I am anticipating that. But in lieu of that, we might just have ourselves a magical carpet ride going on here. You know what I mean? Jem G says, very happy for my boy. Congrats on to 10K and then 100K. Oh, I love it, Jimmy. I love it, Jem G. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. 10K to 100K. That's gonna be the name of my album, by the way. 10K to 100K. My first album is gonna be called 10K to 100K. But appreciate it, Jimsy. Brandon Eichert, go Hawks, Brandon. Jace, I was eating pizza, watching on the phone and TV. Let's go, Brandon. Been here for a long time, and you've been working on this for a long time. You have earned it. Congrats. Thank you, Jace, and you've been a long time. Another one of my OGs here on the channel, man. I know it. You've been on here early on. You came aboard. I appreciate you, along with Brendan, all you on there. Appreciate you, and I don't forget you. Preston says, hey, man, Super Bowl win. Zips Burger is on me. Get whatever you want. I'm with it, Preston. I'm with it, man. I'm going double-decker action, though. I'm going to tell you that. Double-decker. I'm getting the fries with all the fixings. I'm going onion rings. It's going to be a 10,000 calorie meal. Because at that point, I will be also completely probably wasted in happiness. So, you get those hungers after that. Randall says Hawks fans were inclusive before it was trendy. Very true, Randall. Very true. Michael Bakimo says, congrats on your 5,000 subs. Yours is the only thing I ever subscribed to. Michael, that is, hey, that says as much as anything, Michael. You know what I mean? I know some folks, it's hard to earn a subscribe. So thank you for doing that, Michael. Every little bit has helped here. Every little person that's hit that subscribe button to build us to where we are, you've done your part. Every person that hit that like button, you've done your part. I can never ask for more than that from you folks. You guys donate and everything. I do appreciate that. Those donations are, well liked in that respect. But at the end of the day, all I ask is a subscription and a like from time to time if you can get to it, because you've helped it. This is why we've got this growth, and the sustained growth is because of what you guys have done in that respect. Because your subscription tells YouTube's algorithm, post this to other Seahawks fans. You hitting the like button, post this to other Seahawks fans. And we just keep rising, baby. We just keep rising. 10K to 100K. 0 from 100. Luke Sims says, Doge going to the moon. Great win last night. Woohoo. It was a great win last night. Feels good to finish out the preseason. We got 2 weeks to just sort of sit here and just sort of savor the flavor, savor the flavor and feel good about things. Deanna says, hi, Hawks Nesters. So much fun to see the support. My people got my back, Mom. My people got my back, I'm telling you. I got the best people. Randall McDaniel says, speaking of pizza, Hawks Nest, just go plain cheese. I will do just a cheese pizza, Randall. It's either cheese or pepperoni, and it can't be anything else. I'll eat no other pizza. Because then they put the bacon on, chewy bacon. When they put the sausage on, you're getting some, chewy part of an intestinal tract. No. No. But for some reason, bacon, especially when it's done crispy, I know there's sometimes chewy with that, but I don't know. With that stuff, it's just different. Ian Harper says, what are your thoughts on Dwayne Eskridge? We didn't see much out of him, but what we did see was very impressive. The best thing that jumped out to me, Ian, was the catch, because he's making a catch out away from his body, which was not something he necessarily showed a lot of in college. He'd do it here and there, but a lot of times he would try to body catch. There's one highlight in college in particular where he body catches up on his shoulder pad when he should turn his hands over for a very similar catch to what he made last night. Hits off the pad, goes for an interception. That was a part of his game that was encouraging to see. It is a little small sample size to your point. I mean, I think he had 12, 13 total snaps on the field. Good to see them generate a way to get him the ball in his hands. That's going to be the key with Eskridge, is that they don't sit there and they line him out as a wide receiver and say, okay, run these route trees and we'll have Russ go through his progression, and if he gets to his third route on the progression, he'll maybe get to you. That's not how you should be using this guy. Manufacture touches, a lot like what they used to do with Percy Harvin. I mean, go back to that first game of Percy Harvin in the Green Bay game the year after the Super Bowl, in that first game where it's probably his most productive overall game as a player, as a Seahawk, in that first Packer game where they were using him in every type of way, right? 4 or 5 fly sweeps, a couple bubble screens, and then maybe get a couple catches in the game in other places. He doesn't have to do all of the normal receiver stuff at that point to then still put up good production at the receiver position. And we've got the other guys who can do more of the traditional stuff. DK, Tyler, they can do all of the route tree stuff that you want to have done. He can be that gadgety guy, and every offense needs that type of guy in this modern day, especially alone for the fly sweeps. Say nothing for the bubble screens and just getting guys over on a short crossers, that type of thing. Very encouraged by what I saw, Ian. Very encouraged. But it is still just a sample size. We got to admit that too. So let's see some more out of him. Hopefully in this first game with the Colts, we'll get him with, like I said, give me opening week with Eskridge. I want to see 5 fly sweeps throughout the game. I want to see 2 bubble screens. and maybe a catch or two that you kind of like across or you did in this game above that. I'd love to see them kind of work all that into the first game to just kind of set the tone on how they're going to use this guy this year. And I bet it catches the Colts off guard if you did. Bet the Colts wouldn't be ready for it. Washington FizQuest says prediction on the starting quarterback week 1 opposite DJ Reed. I'm going to ride with Achilleo Witherspoon. He certainly has not, outpaced the competition in this preseason, especially during the games. He may be looking a lot better in practice, but he's looked okay in preseason. I guess that's the best way I can put it. There's had some times where he's looked good. There's also been some times where he hasn't looked good. I thought he was going to look a little better, frankly, than he has so far, FishQuest. But with that said, I don't think he's done enough to fully beat away Trey Flowers, and they are paying him $4.5 million, which I know all of us would like to think that it's a big, pure competition. But quite frankly, if it's really a competition, Flowers has probably beat him out this preseason as far as at least games are concerned. Not by a far margin. Flowers hasn't been playing out of his mind. But Achilleo's given up his share of completions this preseason. And I think even in this particular game, he was lower rated than what Trey Flowers has been rated at. And I think that's held true through most of this preseason. With that said, though, like we saw last year with Quentin Dunbar, you pay him $4 million. He's going to get the start ahead of Trey Flowers. It's not really much of a competition, despite the fact the guy may have committed armed robbery in the offseason and then admitted to not working out at all in the offseason to reporters in his first interviews after the whole situation was rang out. Yet you still gave him the starting job over Trey with that. Wasn't really a competition there. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm going to lean towards saying Achilleo Witherspoon and DJ Reed are your starters. And I do think that Ugo Amadi is still going to be your starting slot corner when the game gets to live action. Jarl says, Randall, what's up, Jarl? Jay says, I think I may have been here since around early 1K or 500-ish. I believe so too, Jace. I think you were under 500. You were like a 432er. I'm going to call you a 432er. I think you were at 432. 432 sounds about right. Jarl says, call it. Whoops. Randall says, I started listening April of 2020. We sold our house and had a month to burn before we got our new pad. Did a month at the in-laws. I love them, but the 6-hour plus shows sure help me out. I keep you out there, keep you from having to talk to the in-laws, man. That's what I'm doing here, man. Just keep you from having those conversations with the in-laws. Like you just say, I'm listening to something important. I'm listening to, I can't talk. I'm listening to the thing with the stream. Randall says, at this point, is Dickinson the best punter in football? Better weapon than Hecker? I guess that's going to be the open debate here as we go into this season, Randall, between everybody out there. Hecker has maybe historically been better, but I feel like Dickinson's really coming into his own and get ready to take it over. He's the full meal deal as far as a punter goes. Usually punters either have a big leg or they will be really adept at putting teams inside the 20. Jeff Beagles, for instance, was the guy who was just like magnificent at putting people inside the 20, but he just didn't have the biggest leg. Whereas Rick Tootin was a guy in the late 80s who had the biggest type of leg, but he couldn't do much to put you inside the 20. Whereas now you have it where this guy can do it all. There's nothing that Dickinson can't do as far as that punter goes. Directional kicking he's great at. You see him do that as well. Well, he'll even when he booms a kick that's on a low trajectory, he'll put it right near the sideline where he lands where the punt returner has no really place to go. I think he's going to have a good chance to nail that down, Randall, because of how good he is as a punter and because of how much Seattle puts behind in their onus of punt return, defending punt returns. Because, of course, that's what's really going to determine a great punter is what your net is. And sometimes some of that net is a little out of your control. Some of it you can control with hang time and directional punting and all that stuff. Some of it is also, though, you need your punt returning unit to get down there and make the play. So you look better because of it. But he's got a chance. Got a good chance. Jarl says, okay, since I accidentally spammed the chat, I guess I'll participate and ask another question. Any update on Ubuje? If he's going to miss time, does that mean that Curhan makes the 53? I've not heard any updates on Ubuje yet, so we'll have to wait. Carroll did talk about him in the press conference yesterday, but didn't really have much to say as far as any sort of answer to give as far as any updates. I think he said we're going to wait on still watching it, monitoring it, whatever words he uses with that. Yeah, you probably would see Curhan be the guy that then takes over at that point as the backup. And then eventually when Ubuje comes back, if Curhan, if they don't like Curhan as much as they like Cedric, he would then go to the practice squad at that point. But Curhan has to have at this point played his way onto the backup right tackle role if Cedric Ubuje is injured / can't go. No doubt about it. I mean, he's really, his performance has been kind of hard to miss. I mean, yes, last week he was the top-rated offensive player against the Broncos at 85. So he's doing it. Randall says, do what you love and you'll never work another day in your life. The money will follow. It's a phrase I'm finding more and more true, Randall. So, it's a phrase that I'm certainly letting guide me here. I'll tell you that. Herbicide, congrats, great show. Question. Thank you, Herbicide. Diggs for Gilmore. Would I do it? Oh, Herbicide. Oh, Herbicide, you dirty dog. Quandary Diggs for Stephon Gilmore straight up. Yes, I would do it. I think you could probably get Gilmore fitted into a new contract that would work. It wouldn't cost I don't think a tremendous amount, with him being a guy who's 30 years old at this point. I really do want to put Marquise Blair sooner than later into a starting spot somehow or another. CO Paulo, thank you for subscribing, CO. I appreciate it. I do. You're now like 5,005. So we're on the road to 10,000, folks. I got to say that. Ooh, sounds good. On the road to 10,000. But I would do it Herbicide because I think that when I look at it, I'd go long term. I don't have a pathway here for Diggs. And if he really does want a new contract, and if maybe the Patriots, who do I think still have a little more cap space left, they're willing to give him that money at that point, I would be willing to probably do it. And Diggs might be a guy they would look at too, frankly, because of the fact that they do like to run a lot of multitude of things defensively, and Diggs could kind of play everything, right? He could do free safety, strong safety, and a little bit of slot for you. I think he's played all those roles in his career, so that might appeal to a guy like Belichick, who likes those kind of football players. And then you'd be able to go after corner, which is definitely maybe even a little bit of a weakness at this point. So it would make sense to me on that side, Herbicide of it. I can see why that would make a lot of sense, and I guess I'd probably be open to pulling the trigger on something like that. That's a good question, though. It's not an easy call. Stop, puppy. Okay, go Ox. Congrats on 5K. Have to assume with the injuries to Wentz, Nelson, Hilton, and Fisher, the Colts' passing game will be limited. Stopping their three backs in Taylor, Hines, and Mack will be the main priority. Yeah, it does look to me like Wentz and Nelson are men on a mission to try to get back for that first game. That's the impression I've got. Medical people seem to be pretty insistent that they'd be surprised to see Wentz coming off that surgery able to... Stop messing with the cat. Stop. Wentz would have a hard time getting back to week one, but he's back practicing. He seems intent. I think Wentz and Nelson do get back. Fisher's not going to make it back. He's not back for at least 6 weeks into the year, in my opinion. And Hilton will be back. Will be out. That does limit their passing attack. They have Michael Pittman, a guy that they drafted high last year, who I liked a lot out of USC, who's going to get a lot of action there for them. They got a Pascal guy who's okay for them. And then they've got a couple other parts like Paris Campbell. He's not a bad receiver as well, and he's kind of coming along for them. So he hasn't necessarily earned his first round status, but as a recent former first round pick. So they still have a little bit offensively they can hit you with as far as the passing game goes. But with that said, to your point, whether or not Hilton was there or not, they're going to want to try to run the ball on you first and foremost, and that's where you've got to stop them out the gate to force them into more of a pass-happy approach, especially if we've got Eason at this point, because now Ellinger, it looks like, is out, so it would be Eason if not for Wentz, and if you got Eason in there at that point, you stack the box, close off the run, and force that guy to beat you. I mean, that is a no-brainer at that point. Randall says, do most 4-3 teams utilize their Sam as a pass rusher on third down? I just wonder if we're asking too much of Taylor, or would he not be the Leo on early downs so we get him on the field? What I would say on that would be this, a couple things in there, Randall. First is, no, not always do teams utilize their Sam as a pass rusher. And in fact, I would say it's probably pretty rare. But then the other thing to consider with that, Randall, is we run a 4-3 under defense. If you run, let's say, a traditional 4-3 scheme with your three linebackers, all three off the ball, you have a little more of similarity between, let's say, the Will and the Sam at that point versus what you do on this particular team. So no, it is unusual, and I think Seattle has been driven to try this have our defensive end be a pass rusher, mainly out of a couple of reasons. Number one, they had success with it with Bruce Irvin. Number two, it gives them a de facto fifth defensive lineman to cater to what Coach Carroll wants to do first and foremost defensively, and that is stop the run, right? It's a matter of almost base mathematical numbers at this point. If I'm putting 5 guys on my defensive line as opposed to 4 with 3 linebackers behind them, you're going to have a harder time running against me because I'm creating a bigger wall in front of the running backs to find holes. So there's a more of a benefit to stopping the run and doing that. You could say you're making a little bit of a sacrifice to now giving up easier passes in the pass game, which we see quite often. But that's the price that Coach Carroll's kind of willing to pay, I think, as far as how he looks at his defense. But yeah, I do think we're asking too much from a guy in Taylor who's coming into what's essentially his rookie year. And I think it's very hard as a pass rusher in the NFL to come out the gate and be effective anyway. It just is. We watch with pass rushers, it takes them some time to come along to become what they're going to be. You know, they don't usually just come right out the box as 10, 11, 12 sack type guys. So to then put an extra level of responsibility on his shoulders on top of having to learn that pass rush game seems like you might, to me, stilt a little bit of his pass rush ability this year by trying to make him into the Sam linebacker, which he might not even performative-wise give you very good production in that role. So I do all the math on that, and I say, go get KJ, go get Bruce, put him into the Leo and let it ride. As well as no Sam Randall, you wouldn't have him as your early down Leo. Much like you wouldn't have had Bruce Irvin as your early down Leo at any time. The reason being is that they're not really great run defenders necessarily. They're not going to be big enough, stout enough at the point of attack. So what you would want to do instead is you would have Carlos Dunlap and Kerry Hyder, who was the 3rd best edge defender against the run last year. Those would be your 2 early down guys. You would do a little bit at the defensive end like what you do at the defensive tackle, which is you get big and you get mean on early downs. So you remember back in 2012, you had big Red Bryan out there at one of the defensive ends on early downs. And think of it a little bit in that same realm of things where you're going to go really big out there, and then you'll get smaller as you get more into more of a chance of it being a pass than a run. And appreciate Go Hawks on the congrats. Thank you. YDY says, we'll love to see a pass rush package of Taylor, Hyder, Dunlap, Robinson, and other combos. Speed and length on down the line. A lot of mix and matching you can do here a little bit. You know, Hyder, Rasheem on the inside. They've seen Robinson move all over the place. None of these guys are really set to one spot or the other. You can definitely kind of rotate them around through what you want them to do. But I agree. There's some interesting combinations you have here. You can do. It's fun this preseason. I'll say, even on those games where we weren't getting some great results, it was fun watching defensively just to kind of key in on Darrell Taylor on one side or Rasheem or Alton Robinson and Darrell Taylor on the other end and just watch the 2 of them work this preseason. Watch the development take place on all 3 of those guys this preseason. Not as much, a little bit as we went along with Rasheem, really, but certainly with those other 2 guys. And very encouraging. I loved what I saw out of those guys. Sorry about that. Tim DB11 says, what I saw is that Rashad Penny's slow to get up on a lot of those runs. Damaged goods. Move on, save the $3 million in cap. Trade if you can, but cut. Johnson moving the pile if keeping running 5 running backs. Well, there is a thought process to that. I didn't know it was actually that significant. Let's take a look at that real quick. If it's $3 million, then you definitely have an argument to be made for moving off from him at that point. That is for sure. I didn't think it was that significant as far as the savings go. Let me double check this out. So Rashad Penny right now carries a cap hit of $3.4 million. He would carry a $2 million dead money hit if you moved off from him. So essentially, Rashad Penny, you would save $1.4 million by moving off from him in salary right now. So you would save a little bit, but you wouldn't save $3 million in cap space. Not that amount, Tim. But again, with that said, you have DJ Dallas, you got Alex Collins, you have Johnson at that point. You've got some very cheap guys. Johnson certainly looked good yesterday. In fact, he had the highest yard per average carry of any of the running backs in this particular game. Looked good out of the backfield as well. He's a guy whose college tape looked good in pass protection as a potential 3rd down back type guy. I could see where you're going with it a little bit on that, Tim. Well, it'll be interesting to see where the coaching staff leans on this. It will, to see where they want to go on this. Tim DB says, I agree on Cade Johnson. Move on from Penny Hart. yeah, I just feel like Cade's got that upside that I'm not sure Penny Hart has. And I'm not sure that Penny Hart has done enough, in my opinion, to really warrant earning it over Cade. And I'd wonder, my question would be, what more does Cade kind of have to show in a preseason to then make the roster if he hasn't on this one? Tim says Trey Lance can pass consistently. 2 good passes, 2 bad. This against preseason vanilla defenses. Yeah, Tim, it illustrates a little bit of what we thought we would see with Trey Lance, and frankly why I've been so hesitant on those 49er fans that just believe this season is going to be the great 49er season on Trey Lance's arm. No, the kid's very young. He didn't play a lot of college football. He needs a lot of maturation to get him to where he's going to get. He might eventually be a very special quarterback in this game, and he has special elements to his game, which you see in these flashes in the preseason. But the bad as well. I mean, I don't know how many passes I've seen of his that could have been picked off that just went through a defender's hands in this preseason alone. If you get him in there, Trey Lance, you're going to get just as much bad as you get good, and that basically equals out to a season where you're landing on about 9 and 7, maybe 10 wins, maybe, but that starts to get hard to even see from that angle of it, because he's going to have those turnover-worthy plays that are much higher than even what you get with a guy like Garoppolo, who is limited but will be safer with the football, and probably why at this point Garoppolo has been announced as the starter, quite frankly. Randall, bigger talent gap, second half of preseason game to regular season, or AAA baseball players to the Major League Baseball? That's a good question. You want to say hi to everybody? Okay, say hi. Say hi, puppy. No, you guys are getting some puppy love here. Hey, puppy. I'm dog sitting this weekend. I know. You're ready for the go. I don't know. That's a good question. Randall. Probably a bigger talent discrepancy on the second half of preseason games, because you're getting guys who don't belong in the sport or aren't going to be playing on Sundays versus, AAA guys that I think are probably pretty close to major league players. There's a little closer, I think, in overall that talent where it's at. But it's probably close. Randall says, could the 2020 Alabama team beat the squad San Diego had on the field in the fourth quarter? I get the 0-16 Browns would have smacked any college team, but how about a fourth quarter preseason game against first the NCAA champs? No, this has been a long sentiment that some people say, could this great college football team that was undefeated stack up against the worst NFL roster, or to your point, a backup roster? No, they would still lose. You may have a little bit of a closer game, but they would still lose by probably about 2 to 3 touchdowns. The talent level is that much different from the college game, where there's only a collection of a couple guys that really are going to make it to the NFL versus legitimate NFL talent across the board, even if it's just backup. Food Gamer says, I swear, bro, if Fuller is our starting center, I'm going to lose my shit. Please, Seattle, make a trade for a good center. Just please. I get where you're coming from, Food Gamer. It is brutal, too. You guys could go watch. There's this highlight that's swimming around Twitter right now. Patrick Mahomes throwing a sidearm Travis Kelce throw where it just goes past the defender's outstretched arm. It's a cool throw. It's Mahomes. It's what he does. I get it. But what's also interesting, what I was concentrating on that particular highlight, as I've had to watch it now about a half dozen times, is you get to watch Creed Humphrey lock down the one-tech defensive tackle on the play one-on-one, and basically just shut the one tech down right off the snap. It's aggravating me every time I watch a Chiefs highlight. Every single one I've watched of this preseason, I see Creed in there, and he's always doing his job. He's always holding up. No problems are being caused by what he's doing in his responsibility. It's going to be very annoying if we end up watching our center position end up in a place where it's a huge weakness of this team, and you could have had been a huge strength by adding Creed Humphrey, and not into the future, not into 3 years down the line, but into this year, into right now. Hopefully it doesn't end up in that place, Food Gamer, but I will be right with you as far as being just as frustrated if it does end up landing in that state of things. Merc, we get a penny for penny. It's about the value you're probably pulling right now for him. Food Gamer says the Ravens lost their running back 1. Potential Penny trade, get something out of nothing from Penny. They could do that. And like I said, there is a little bit of money that you can save. So there's a little bit more cap space that you could flex out. I do think a little bit of where people are selling low on Penny right now is a little bit of coming from other factors that are a little outside of his control, being utilized right and actually having decent run blocking. But again, like I said at the kind of the top of the cast with it, I do get those folks that are willing at this point to move on from Penny. We are in year 3, 4 here, and there's been enough like when are you going to show it to me type moments of waiting that I get where people's patience has run out on him. Larry Bird says Paul or Woodley. I'd go with Woodley, Larry, but I also think that if Paul wins, I could easily see the fix being in on that one, where they paid Woodley a little bit extra money to eventually take a dive on that one. I could see it being like that on that type of situation. I don't know. There's so much money at stake, not on this fight, but in future fights for Paul. If he wins this, it'd be worth it to pay your opponent a little bit more to make sure he goes down, in my opinion. Maybe that's just my little conspiratab brain working, but I don't know. Even Tech World, they're... Oh, hold on, guys. Cats are being weird. Okay. Animals are wild today. Ethan says there is, I believe, Larry Bird, Paul's girlfriend is one of those chicks who flash the camera behind the plate. Brian Kowski says, congratulations on 5,000 subscribers. I believe I was number 2,976. Oh, love it, Brian. Love it. Keep up the awesome commentary. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for being 2,976, Brian, and your long-time subscribership. I appreciate you, and feels good, man. Feels good. 5,000 feels real good. Jay says, only the OGs recognize the Seahawks hat next to the Sherm Madden. That's right. It's the Maui 12 hat right there. It's a Maui 12 hat. Got to represent when I'm around the Maui on the island. So... Randall says, I trade Diggs for Gilmore. What Diggs is going to want is in line with what Gilmore will cost. Very true. Very true. You could sign Gilmore on a 3-year, $30 million deal at $10 million a year, and that's actually probably going to be right along with what Diggs, if not, Diggs might even cost more than that for if he wants a new contract extension. So you technically could save money while taking a position of your greatest strength with the greatest depth on it, removing a little bit of that to turn another position that's a little bit of a weakness on a team into a better strength. To me, I can see the intelligence behind doing something like that. Merck says, why does everybody say Deshaun Watson is better than Russ? They're probably going a little bit off of the Pro Football Focus rankings last year, a little bit. The fact that he's a younger guy, that he had not as much to really work with in Texans, and he's been kind of playing, they're giving him a little bit more of the benefits of the doubt with what he's working with versus Wilson, whether that's fair or not. To me, Wilson is a better quarterback still at this point, though Deshaun played really lights out last year and really had to, carry the load for them last year. But we've seen Russ do that as well. So it's nothing that Russ hasn't had to do as well. Welcome to the waters, Deshaun. Are they warm? That's what Russ is asking. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just people that, like Deshaun or whatever, I guess. But I think the PFF score as much as anything they'll try to point to. Brian says, Randall McDaniel is very cool and way generous too. I agree on both accounts, Brian. 100% on both accounts. Randall says, both Gilmore and Diggs in the same boat with current deal. They are. Yeah, they are. You could bring Gilmore in, I think, on that 3-year, $10 million deal. You get a couple more years out of him at good cornerback level play. Diggs, a guy going into his 30s. You're not planning on keeping here long term. Certainly don't want to pay 2 safeties. It's a smart way of operating. I tend to lean in the direction that they're going to do something silly like give Diggs an extension, but that would be a smart way to go. Ethan says, I love when we face run-heavy teams. Me too, as long as they don't have a mobile quarterback. Because things get a little bit dicey when they got the mobile quarterback and the run-heavy. Hi there. P Money says, Merck, Deshaun Watson is a better athlete than Russ, but in my opinion, he's got a long ways to go before he proves he's a better quarterback than Russ. Yeah, Watson's definitely got better mobility at this point, a better escape ability at this point. Russ has got a bigger arm. Russ has got a better deep ball. Russ is, to me, maybe a little more consistent with his accuracy. But there's a lot of things that Deshaun can do in his game that Russ can do as well, and vice versa. So there are some certain similarities to them, but there's a couple places that Russ has got him kind of beat. Not to mention Russ, I think, is a little more clutch as well. Though Deshaun is one of the best quarterbacks in the league still. Take all of his legal stuff out of it for a second, just as a player as he is. He's definitely one of the best in the league. Jay says we should put Blair in at the linebacker position with the most coverage because he's good at run stuffing, then good in coverage, and he can rush the pass rusher. I agree. That was my solution a couple months ago when I did the Marquise Blair video that I did breakdown on him, and I said, here's what I think the coaching staff should do at that time. Move him into that coverage will role where you have Jordan as your early rundown defender, like we were talking a little bit about doing with Cody Barton. But instead of Cody Barton, you do it with Marquise Blair. When the offense goes to 3 wide receiver, 4 wide receiver, at that point then, or not 4 wide, I'd even consider do 4 wide where you take Bobby off and put Marquise at the middle linebacker at that point. Or put Jamal Adams at the middle linebacker and dime, and then put Marquise at the strong safety. Even something like that to me is a good way to utilize him, is a creative way to utilize him. Randall says the way we run our 4-3 is why Pete Carroll says we have 4-3-4 tendencies. Kind of. It's because you're doing a little bit less. Normally with a 4-3, you're doing a little more gap. You're doing a little more penetration. You're letting guys do a little bit more of pinning their ears back and just going hog wild to try to get in the backfield and disrupt the play. Whereas with our 4-3 scheme, it's a little more gap control centric and holding your gap, which is a little bit more going back to that's a little bit more of a 3-4 principle and what you ask 3-4 down linemen to do. So you ask your down linemen to do a lot of the stuff you do with 3-4 because 3-4 down linemen are the most, they're the most unheralded, unappreciated group on a 3-4 defense. And you have to do so much to be so impactful as a 3-4 down lineman because you're so often getting double teamed, whether you're the nose or whether you're a defensive end. And you've got to do so much of that gap control stuff. It's just a pain in the ass for those guys. It does suck for them as far as limiting their production. But that's how our defense kind of runs with it because Coach Carroll wants to first and foremost stop the run. So he's putting the extra down lineman down, but he keeps his gap control so that there's just never any holes for a running back to go through. You don't have a defensive tackle overrunning his gap because he's trying to get penetration, leaving a nice big old hole open there for the running back to run through. Instead, that guy's holding the line, controlling his gap, and not giving the running back a real good place to move through on. So that's kind of what Carroll means by that. Randall says, do you think teams looked at Taylor as an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme, like a Pat Swilling type? No, because he's not got enough of this. He's not got enough length or size to him. I mean, he's really a 6-foot guy, and he's got like 32 inches arms, I think, something like that. He doesn't have the longest of arms. So, you just wouldn't work as a pass rusher against other defensive ends. He did do a little bit of it in his junior year. He was an outside 3-4 linebacker, but I think there's a far difference between doing that in college against tackles that aren't going to be playing on NFL Sundays versus the guys he would be going up and trying to do that. But no, I don't think that he could. I don't think that he would be able to be much of a pass rusher as a 3-4 outside guy. Randall McDaniel says the player comp for KJ I've always thought of is Lance Briggs, Bears outside linebacker next to Urlacher, just from a career standpoint, not necessarily on the field. I think Briggs was a little more of a impactful player for me, Randall. I mean, KJ had a great year last year, but I've always felt like he's been a solid but unspectacular player, whereas Lance Briggs is a guy who was a little more, I think, accomplished. Lance even has a first-team All-Pro under his belt. Lance was like, I'm looking at his stats right now, he's like a 7-time Pro Bowler. KJ's been, maybe a 1-time Pro Bowler. Briggs was just a little more impactful from my standpoint of things. And Terry, thank you for the congrats on 5,000 subscribers. So I'm trying to think of KJ would be another good comp for KJ. It's hard. I'd have to try to find like a bit, I got to think about that. Would be a good KJ. I might pick as one of those guys, like a Mike Vrabel. Like a Mike Vrabel is like the KJ Wright career. That'd be more of a guy that I'd look at. It's one of those guys that's just been around, or even maybe a Teddy Bruschi. KJ's always got a little bit to me of an outside, not in his size and his build, but just in what he did for us on the football field and how useful he was across the board. A little bit of like a Patriot linebacker in that way to me, just a little bit. So I'd probably lean to more of like those type of guys. Bash M, last night was really good for us, and I see what the offense can really do. The only thing I saw that was a little iffy was a lot of the play action plays put the quarterback in a spot where he had to move a lot. That's what's going to ask him to do, frankly. I mean, this is what you're doing. When you go under center on a rollout with play action, you're going to have the quarterback roll all the way back out around and play action. And there's a downside to it in the respect of you're halving the field out, right? Because the quarterback's usually not going to roll out to that one side of the field and then throw back across the field all the way to the far end of the other field. So you are halving down the field of where you potentially attack. But it simplifies the reads for the quarterback first and foremost. It usually can neutralize the pass rush because first the pass rush has got to make sure that the run's not coming, so that slows him down a step. And now the quarterback's free and clear of them by about 7 or 8 yards, that he's got a head start on them, that they've got to cover that ground and then go and catch up to him. So there is some downsides to running the play action when you move like that, the quarterback, but there's some upsides too, not to mention of if the quarterback gets then out in space with the simplification at play being his reads are half field, he knows he's got to have a quick view of the guys that are open or not. He also now gets to make a real quick, easy decision about whether he wants to carry it for a couple of yards and get down, get something out of the play, or simply just throw it away. So you get less of those, Russ being stressed in the pocket, holding the ball too long and trying to haphazardly throw a ball away at the last second and throwing some wild interception. That should happen a little bit less with this type of offense, specifically the play action stuff under center. Bash M says, I like what I saw from the defense, especially the pass rushing corners. Me too. I think our corners got better with every game this preseason, and the young pass rushers are starting to come along. They're starting to come along, and it's good to see. We needed it. We needed a couple of these young guys to take a step forward. We've been waiting on it. Specifically 4 guys we've been waiting on to. One of these 4 guys has got to pop this offseason, I've said. Now, after getting rid of Alden Smith, you kind of need 2 of them. But one of the 4 of Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, and L.J. Collier. 2 of those 4 needed to take a step forward here to supply some additional reinforcements to the pass rush to make the pass rush lethal, because as I've said time and time again, this pass rush and this defense goes as far as the front 4 generating pressure goes. We'll still be blitz heavy, it looks like, based off this preseason, but at the end of the day, your defense ride and dies on the front 4 generating pressure. So those young guys taking that step forward is going to supply to that, which will make this defense into its greatest form. Randall says Trevor Lawrence is going to be a stud. I think he went to a great spot with the coach. It's possible there, Randall. I gravitate towards a little bit back and forth on that one when I look at Urban Meyer's career. Outside of Bowling Green, he went to some spots where it was a little bit more solidified, where he was already going to places that were, already doing all right, and then able to kind of build back up on top of that and take him to another level. And I say that from the standpoint of, is he a guy who relies on a little bit of a foundation already be at place for him to construct his statue? That's what I'm sort of contending with Urban Meyer. I don't know that's the case with him, but that's the thing that I wonder with him. They've made some head-scratching decisions personnel-wise since Urban Meyer's arrived there. Bringing in Bevel as your offensive coordinator and then bringing in Schottenheimer as your passing coordinator are not 2 moves that are going to endear you to me, especially when you're bringing in a new young quarterback like Lawrence. Maybe it does work with him. Maybe. We'll see on that. He does have some things to work with there. They've got the running back. They've got a little bit of an offensive line that's kind of coming around, like Lindor. A couple tackles there that are okay. Certainly would like to see the offensive line in a little bit better shape than where it is right now, Randall, for that. That's the thing with those young quarterbacks I want to see first and foremost, is get them the offensive line first and then get the quarterback. But we'll see where they're at. They're going to have a lot of cap space to work with. I'll say that too, Randall. Urban's going to get to do this exactly how he wants to do it. He's going to get to do this exactly like Coach Carroll got to do it with Seattle when he first came aboard. So, sink or swim, he's not going to have anybody to point the finger at and say, I didn't have this support, I couldn't get this done because they wouldn't give me this control. He's got the control, he's got the responsibility, he's got the say. It's going to be on his back to make good on it, especially having a generational potential quarterback in Lawrence this last draft. Merck says, why does everybody talk about DK's hands, but Hill and Hopkins had the same amount of drops? I don't know, Merck. I'm not one of those folks that beats on DK too much with the hand stuff. I think, no receiver is perfect with all the catches. And when you get a receiver that's going to get 120, 130 targets over the course of a season, there's going to be drops there, versus a receiver that's only getting 70 targets, let's say, I don't look at it as a problem from my standpoint. I'm not going to beat up on DK on that, Merck. He gives you so much production with the occasional drop here or there. It's a price worth doing business as far as I'm concerned. I pay that tax every time, and I do it with a smile on my face. So I don't know. It's a narrative. It's one of those narratives out there that does exist. You are right, Merck. You're not crazy for saying it does exist out there. But people don't that feel like he has questionable hands or just bad hands. It's not the case. It's not the case. Tim DB11 says, let's give Lundblade the starting job. Can't be much worse than Fuller or Posick. At least he has a cool name. Kidding, but not so scared about our center position. I understood where you're at, Tim, with it. And Lundblade is an awesome name for a center. I mean, that's a football name right there. That's like Max Strong to fullback, like Lundblade. He's our starting center, and he's called Lundblade. He will cut you in half. I love it. Yeah, and Lundblade's actually played fairly decently when he's been in there as well. It's certainly, those guys haven't separated themselves. We haven't seen Posick the preseason, but certainly they haven't separated themselves from Fuller. That's for sure. So Randall McDowell says, if Eskridge is a 4-time Pro Bowler in his first 6 years and Humphrey is an average to slightly above average center, will you still second guess it? No. If Eskridge is having that type of pro impact as a football player, over Eskridge being basically an average to slightly above league average player at that point, you've made the better selection. Receiver is a more important position by the modern analytic community for whatever that's worth. And you're getting a 4-time Pro Bowler. Mainly those 4 years will be ideally mostly on his rookie deal. So on the cheap as well over league average play at center, which you can get otherwise on the market without having to pay a second round pick for it. So no, I wouldn't if that's the case. And will be one thing that I monitor in this situation as we move forward with it, Randall, for sure. Carl says, roar, Mad Kitty. Yeah. she's had a little bit of an attitude today. She's in her feelings a bit. Food Gamer Blair balled out in the last preseason games. Diggs can bitch and cry all he wants. We drafted Blair high for a reason. And if Diggs wants to sit out, okay, good, simple. We will trade you or you can ride the bench. This is where I sit a little bit on this. I've frankly been a little bit frustrated with the hold-in situation and what it is. I don't understand what the point of it is. I think that it potentially could end up hurting those players in certain respects. I don't know as much with Brown, but a guy like Diggs, are you hurt? He's been practicing through most of the training camp, so I can't even say this with Diggs, but I just don't really get it. When you come into this next offseason, this is the first offseason that NFL teams have had to operate where there is a reduction of salary cap. It's going from $200 million down to $182 million. Now, in the future, it will go back up to 208, but teams are having to deal with that retraction of the cap. And it's a little bit tone deaf to say, you need to be paying me now, this year now. I'm not understanding that aspect of things. I can't begrudge them. Dwayne Brown's outperformed his deal. Quandre Diggs has outperformed his deal. Every player in the Seahawks organization up until this point in recent years that has been in that same place usually gets a contract extension. But with that said, we're dealing with the cap where it's at. $182 million, down $20 million approximately. That is what it is. And every team's having to deal with that. And I think that, you've got to kind of come to a stand here to a certain degree, because here's the other part of this. Signing Dwayne Brown to a contract extension now with the hold-in, signing Diggs to a contract extension now with this hold-in tells what to other players as you move forward. This is the way to get paid with Seattle. Versus setting the tone saying, this is not how you get paid with us by pulling these shenanigans. You will get paid in due time when it's your time to be paid, and we will pay you appropriately. But you got to do that by sometimes holding the line on certain players saying, it is what it is. You can decide to play or you can decide to sit. We've got a backup on point for it, and if you decide to sit, we're going to fine you $60,000 a day. I mean, it's kind of where you can kind of end up on this if you really want to, if you're Seattle's standpoint on it. I don't think they will. Like I said, my given instinct is they're probably going to eventually pay Diggs, despite that not really agreeing with that decision. Tim DB says 5,000 plus. Enjoy. Congrats. On to 10,000. Thank you, Tim. On to 10,000, my man. We're on. We're already rolling. Ball is rolling that direction already. Jay says, Jay says Penny skinned his knee. That's why he was slow to get up on the one play. If you rewatch, he had a Band-Aid on his knee. Yeah, he took a hit to the knee on that play. That's for sure, Jason. I think that was his surgically repaired knee. I kind of cringed a little bit when he took the shot, and it looked like he was kind of limping on it a bit after he took the hit to the knee there. But yeah, Jace, you're 100% right, and good catch on your part. Absolutely good catch on your part. Chase Stern says, do you still hate the Eskridge pick? I think, yes, I still am in a place right now, even seeing his performance in this preseason game, of if we're back on draft day and I am in general manager, if I've entered the body of general manager John Schneider, if I've my ghostly apparition, I've gone into ethereal form, and I'm traveling towards him, and then I take over his body for the moment to make the selection, and I'm like, Creed Humphrey. I still would do Creed Humphrey. I'd still go and take that position, and I'd make him make that pick. But with that said, I can have my mind changed on this, Chase. And if Eskridge, to Randall's point prior, if Eskridge is a remarkably better player than Creed Humphrey, if he is he doesn't have to be like heads and tails way above at Creed. If he's just a better player than Creed, I can understand the pick a little bit more. If he's just a gadget guy with limitations to his game as a wide receiver who has injury problems pop up all the time, well, those are things that you could kind of see coming. Whereas if Creed becomes basically a foundational piece for Mahomes for the next 10 years and takes away all the line call duties for Mahomes, so everything's now simplified for Mahomes, making him even a better quarterback, that's going to annoy me a little bit and frankly piss me off. But it would be a situation to monitor. I guess, Chase. Jay says, me, here's cats, must be your 4 checks time, 2 hours. Cats want all the attention. Yeah, they do. She was early today. She was pulling the plug on that one fast. Randall says, you think 3 years, $36 million and $15 million guaranteed gets Diggs signed? Yeah. I'm thinking right now, Randall. Yeah, that sounds about right. $12 million a year is what we're looking there. Not quite 12, maybe 11. Well, not 11, yeah, 12. So $12 million a year. Yep, $12 million on average would be about right. That's about the money spot, and you're pretty much right there on the guaranteed money. I mean, you're half the amount of the deal of Jamal Adams there, so you're going to be about half the amount on the guaranteed, maybe a little bit more guaranteed to try to make the numbers work a little bit better. But that would be about right. And Randall says, I think Diggs can get mouthy when he's upset. I think Diggs can get mouthy when he's happy. That guy is a live wire on Twitter. If you're looking for a good Twitter follow. GoOx05, definitely trust Russ off the field more than Watson. Yeah, I don't think Russ has got the penchant and fondness for needing a new masseuse every other day. Ethan, some Seahawks history question, if you remember. What was your reaction when we brought in Marshawn from Buffalo? What was your reaction to drafting Wilson considering the whole Flynn situation? All right, so the first one, Marshawn Lynch. I love the trade of Marshawn Lynch at the time. 2 fourth-round picks was excellent value for a guy that was taken in the top 15 in the first round when he was taking the same draft as Adrian Peterson. I knew a little bit about him coming out of California, just a tiny bit. I didn't know what type of runner he really was until he got to Buffalo. But there was a game that the Seahawks went into Buffalo with under Holmgren, and in that game, Marshawn really had his way against the Seahawks defense, and you got to see the elements of his running style that we really got to see a close view of here in Seattle. Just the physicality that he ran with, so hard to bring down, just the presence that you could feel as a running back goes. It stuck with me coming out of that game. It really did, where you went, man, that guy is a good running back up there in Buffalo. He is. And I was a little surprised to see Buffalo at that time as they move forward seemed to they got like Detroit did in the early 2000s with drafting receivers in like 3 straight years. They did the same thing with the running back position where they already had one running back, then they drafted Marshawn, and then they drafted C.J. Spiller. And so it was a little bit of like Marshawn hadn't failed there as much as they were trying to sort of make C.J. Spiller and that selection work. And so it wasn't a matter of Marshawn being short of, less talented or not as good a back as everyone thought, as much as just the Buffalo Bills poorly managed the situation and poorly allocated their resources as it concerned the running back position. So we were grabbing an asset that, as I always say, grab those depressed assets, don't have to pay as much for them, don't have a large amount of risk associated with them, and we were able to take advantage of it. So hard not to like that deal. We weren't giving up a lot, and it was truly a talented player that you were bringing in. My reaction on drafting Wilson, considering the whole Flynn situation, I didn't like the signing of Flynn when it was happening. The reason being is you signed him for one game. He had this one game he threw for six touchdown passes in Lambeau, taking over for Aaron Rodgers with one of the more talented offenses in the entire NFL. You don't ever like to pay for that type of performance, right? Like a guy shows you a one-off and you're going to pay for that. So I had a lot of hesitancy on thinking that Matt Flynn was going to do much for us as a quarterback. Wilson, I'll give you guys a funny insight on this one. When Wilson came out, I did not see Wilson becoming what he's been at all. Not at all. I did like him coming out. And the guy that I had as a comp for Wilson coming out was, see if you guys can remember this name, David Garrard, the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I saw in Russell Wilson a guy that looked similar to me of David Garrard, and I liked the potential of Wilson as David Garrard over anything that Matt Flynn was going to give you now. Wilson's been far and away above anything Garrard was. But I thought they had some similarities to their game. I thought the mechanics of the way they throw the football. Go watch how Garrard throws with that over-the-top delivery. Very similar, I thought, to Russell Wilson. Tim DB11 says, pound my man's like button. Yes, please do pound my like button. Pound that hard. Thank you for reminding me, Tim. You do like what you listen to. It doesn't matter if you're listening to it live. It doesn't matter if you listen to it on replay. If you like what you're listening to, do me that favor, sneak on up there and just slam on that like button for me. It helps this channel, helps us grow. And I'm not just saying now on the way to 5,000. We've already made it past 5,000. We've rounded that bend. We're far beyond that mark. In fact, we're at let's see here. Where are we at here? We're at 5,007 subscribers. We're just cooking along this stream. Cooking with oil. So thank you for mentioning that, Tim. Please do hit that if you are listening, and I do appreciate it. GoHawks05, did Ray Lewis have a running mate similar to KJ ever? Yes, he did. Jamie Sharper, who was with the Seahawks, I think, for a hot minute after he left the Ravens. But Jamie Sharper was a pretty good guy for them. Yeah, they had a couple guys through the years that were all right. Mainly outside guys. I'm trying to think of if there was a notable. The 3-4, you essentially have 2 middle linebackers in a 3-4. And I'm trying to think about if there was another notable 3-4 guy in there. Well, Bart Scott was there for a while with him, I think, as an inside guy. They always drafted really well. There weren't always a lot of star guys, but there were a lot of decent, good. The linebacker is one of those places with the Ravens. That's like the Steelers with wide receivers. That's a place that they just tend to always draft at least solidly, bare minimum, But he didn't have a KJ Wright like through his whole career. It was just they all had good guys just constantly rotating through. What would happen is he'd get a good guy playing next to him, and then he'd get signed somewhere else. Like Adalius Thomas got signed by the Patriots after being a good linebacker for them there. So it was as much as the victim of their own success, whereas KJ's just remained. Sack of Mucus, like your username. Says Rasheem Spring Green. Yeah, Rasheem's going to be, I'll tell you what, he's on bubble. Rasheem's on bubble patrol right now. He's bouncing up and down in that bubble, and I don't know if he's going to make his way through on this team. I think he's done enough to just slide his way onto the squad. Luckily, LJ Collier didn't do diddly squat this preseason, so he's probably forced his way on, but he didn't do it with authority, He didn't land that roster spot with authority. GoHawks05 says, I almost forgot to like the 5,000 subscriber stream. That was a close one. Whew. got it just in the nick of time. Go Hawks 05. I appreciate it. 5,000 subscribers. God, it feels good. Just feels good to say, you know. Randall McDaniel says variable's a good comp. I didn't realize Briggs made 7 Pro Bowls. Yeah, Briggs was a monster, man. Him and Urlacher there in the middle and what they did with that 4-3 squad and they did the cover 2 there with Lovie Smith. Fantastic. Those two guys and how they were paired up were just awesome. Awesome. But Briggs was an interesting story on Lance Briggs recently. I'm trying to think. There was a guy that was asked. I'm trying to think who was asked. A longtime offensive lineman. I can't remember who who the offensive lineman was, but he was asked of who was the toughest guy that you went against, who was the hardest guy, who was the roughest, and he said that Lance Briggs was the toughest guy that he went against. He said every time. Oh, it was listening to. I don't know why I was listening to. It was something I was listening to on something else, but the old fullback for us, Heath Evans, who went on to the Patriots, he was asked of who hit the hardest in his career. And he said of all the guys, he said it wasn't Ray Lewis. He said it was Lance Briggs. He said every time Briggs hit him, he hit him to hurt him. And he said Briggs dislocated like both of his 2 shoulders. He gave him a sore jaw. And he said he only played him like 3 times in his career. But he said it was just like hitting a cement wall, taking on Briggs in the hole. He was that kind of dude. He knocked around Matt a couple times too, I think. 12th man, RC and Hobbies. How about them Hawks? 12th man? I know it's preseason, but they still look damn good. They did indeed, man. We'll take it. You know, nobody's going over the moon on this victory. I mean, I'm predicting maybe a little Super Bowl run. That's neither here nor there. Nobody's getting too caught up in this just one win. This is going to be a long 3 weeks of waiting for more. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time now as we sit here and just try to patiently just hold on. That's okay. It just builds up the anticipation, man. Builds up that anticipation for an explosion of joy. This explosion of joy and celebration as we just start hammering folks week after week. The offense hits them surprised, not knowing how to deal with it, not knowing what way to adjust to it. All they can do is just sit there and watch as Russell Wilson and company roll over them on his way to an MVP season and a Super Bowl trophy in the beginning of a new dynastic run. How about that? Random McDaniel says maybe KJ is like Pepper Johnson. All right, let's see. Pepper Johnson. Pepper Johnson was more of a middle linebacker. He's more of a middle linebacker there. Yeah, this is fairly close. Fairly close. That's a little closer on that one. I thought he was a middle linebacker, though. I don't know. Well, let's see if somebody maybe corrects me in this chat if I'm wrong on this. But wasn't Pepper Johnson a middle linebacker? I thought he was a middle. I could be wrong on that, Randall. At least statistically in the kind of career they had, it's similar. Washington Vizquest says, think we'll get Atkins? I know you theorize KJ may be back at the start of the season, but doesn't want to do training camp. I could see Atkins being the same way. Yeah, I would think that Washington Fishquest in both of those two guys' cases, you should be seeing the signing coming down for both of those two guys within the next couple of days if that's going to be the case. Because you do need a couple of weeks to get through the protocols, right? Because there's all these protocols for NFL teams now, and that doesn't just happen over the course of a 48-hour period. You now need some time to let that work in and through. You'd want to learn the new scheme through, not in KJ's case, but of course in Geno's case. So I would expect the decisions to come down quickly on that. Do I think we'll get Atkins? Frankly, I would have been more positive if he hadn't have come here and then left town. When you have the guy coming in and then he's in town and you make him an offer, and he doesn't take the offer and then he leaves, it makes me wonder, I feel like that doesn't happen very often where that type of situation plays out like that, and then you get the guy to come back and sign him then a couple weeks later. If you were going to sign him, part of me feels like you would have signed him when he came into town. But Seattle's got the cap space. Nobody's going to be able to outbid us for his services, in my opinion. Being that there's not a lot of teams with the kind of cap space we're sitting on that we can work with. But hard to say where it sits on it, man. I tried to look around and do some searching internet-wise before the show to see if there's any news whatsoever, but everything has been very quiet on that front of things. 12th man, RC says, I feel like DK didn't really drop that many passes. Maybe some tough catches, but they were pretty much 50-50 balls. I feel the same way on this 12th man. I'm not one of those folks that is on the DK, has too many drop passes, or there's drop passes are a problem. I lived through the mid 2000s where you had the likes of Corn Robinson and Darrell Jackson here, who, though they were very talented, that is what drop passes in high volume looks like. That's where your offense comes to a complete standstill because your receivers no longer have the ability to catch a football. That is not what happens with DK. So I don't put the same kind of label on him that some do, but there are fans out there that do push that narrative out there of DK, that he doesn't have really good hands, or that he really needs to work on his hands, that it's some kind of problematic aspect of his game. It's maybe not a strength of his game. You maybe don't say necessarily like when you talk about DK's 5 top attributes, the first top 5 you're going to are his hands, but at that same point, it's also not necessarily a great drawback in his game either. Randall says, my handle on here, Randy McDaniel, is after our dog, a little white dog. We think he's a Maltese. Found him at the park. He's got mauled by a Great Dane 2 Thursdays ago. Going to make it, but, ooh, sorry to hear that. I've had Great Danes, man. They can be a little territorial when they want to be. They can be low-key territorial. Hope he makes it through, Randall. Randall says, I wonder if Lawrence was happy when Urban took the job. I think he's a prick. Hard to say and read into that one too much. I'm certain Lawrence wouldn't probably have been happier, maybe going to a little bit of a better program, especially coming on the heels of leaving Clemson, which is one of the better college programs in the nation. But he's going to have a little bit of a rough road there, I think, a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle there for Lawrence. I still think he can get through on it, but he's going to have a little bit of the echoes of things that we saw with Andrew Luck in the Indianapolis Colts, where you're almost kind of starting from scratch a little bit and having to kind of work it through from there. Randall says, Lundblade sounds like the villain in an 80s Sylvester Stallone movie. Cobra, over the top. And how about that? This summer, Sylvester Stallone, in an action epic the likes of which you have never seen, takes on the evilest man he has ever encountered. Throw away Rambo. Toss aside Rocky. This summer, Sylvester Stallone is going up against Lundblade. Big titles, Lundblade titles, shooting in from the darkness, smoke. I see something like that. Truth is, I know it. Eskridge has a grown man's body. If he can catch and run, his size and skill set remind me of Brown's Eric Metcalf in the slot. Good comparison. I like it. Good comparison. He might be a little thicker than old Eric was. But, yeah, he's a bigger guy. You could see that. There was even a shot at one point where you could see Freddie Swain moving at 6 foot next to Eskridge, kind of side by side each other. And you could just see how much more thinner and angular and long a little bit Swain was, as opposed to Eskridge, just a little bit more, stockier frame a little bit, in a good way, not a bad way, not like an out of shape way, but in a thicker kind of cat. You're going to need that with a guy that you're going to want to run, like I've said, like a running back. That fly sweep, which is becoming more and more in vogue throughout the NFL, more and more a mainstay throughout the NFL, is relying on a guy who can have receiver speed, but running back vision, running back ability. That's what you need there, as well as a little bit of a running back body. Because if the guy weighs 175 pounds, you can only run a couple of those end arounds a game without having him get the hell beat out of him. You're not going to have Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers run a lot of end arounds. But you get a guy with a little bit more of a thicker frame, he can handle a little bit more of that punishment and make it and work with it a little bit more. That's what made Percy Harvin really good, was that he's a little bit more had some running back to his body style, right? It wasn't just a pure receiver body style. Eskridge is very similar in that vein. Ethan Deckworld says, what's up with Urban Meyer? He's coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's basically doing the Coach Carroll, I'm going to come into Jacksonville, cherry pick my NFL job that I've been waiting to grab for years, knowing I'm going to get Trevor Lawrence, knowing I'm going to have say over the personnel, and we'll see if he can sink or swim like Carroll did. I don't think he can have the same kind of success that Carroll did, because I think Carroll had more of a baseline with USC and what he did of bringing it from the ashes, taking it from no success at the dregs of where that institution had been in probably the last 100 years to the height of heights, to the biggest of successes. I don't think that Urban did the same thing when you look at going to Florida, which was already established with Steve Spurrier, or Ohio State with Jim Tressel before him and what he had established there. So I just am not as much a believer in Urban. Washington FistQuest, I have a gross feeling KJ will be a Jet. Robert Saleh connection plus KJ opposite CJ Mosley would give them a decent position group, and Jets have like 30 plus million in cap space. They could do it. They could do it, Washington FistQuest, and they're one of the probably competitors out there, though I will say this. He went to the Giants. He went to the Raiders. I've heard no interest yet from the Jets in regards to KJ. So they would be coming in sort of at the late hour at this process if they were looking to do that. But the connection is there, and they've got the money to do it. You're not wrong there. Randall says Eric Metcalf was a fantastic player, would be even better in today's game. Yeah. He'd be a lot like elements of his game are a little bit of what you get in like Alvin Kamara. I feel like he's not as big as Alvin. He probably wouldn't be able to take as many touches as Kamara takes, but I think those guys are really similar in what they would be doing. And it was a different era at that time where the third down backs were specialized as third down backs. You didn't use them on first and second down, so their touches were always a little bit limited. They were very specialized in that aspect of things. But maybe in his case, short-sold a little bit. ZXN Goat says, who is the one Seahawk you wouldn't mind us trading? Quandre Diggs is the guy that jumps out to me right now at ZXN, and that's being driven by him wanting to be paid right now a little bit. I don't want to pay him. I don't want to pay two safeties top-end money. I don't think that's a smart roster construction at that point. So he'd be the first guy that I would put on the trading block right now. Unfortunately or unfortunately. Mark says trade Penny or Diggs or both for a great center, then bring in KJ and Sherman. I wouldn't be opposed to doing any of those moves, Mark. The question I always ask when it comes to center, and this is the conundrum for me, is who is the center you're trading for? Who is the guy available out there that a team is willing to give up on? We've talked a lot about Jason Kelce of the Eagles, but the Eagles don't seem to be in a position of wait and see. They seem to be going for it now. They seem to be all in on this season. They just made a Gardner Minshew trade and making sure that their quarterback position is going to at least remain functional if Jalen Hurts falls on his face. So, where's the center to trade for? I don't have a good answer on that. I'd love to see it. I wish there was one right now, but I don't see a center out there on a given team that's willing to move their center, a good top-end center at that, at this moment. One might eventually show itself, just not at this time do we see it. I'd be all on board on with KJ and Sherman, though. Right with you on that one, Mark. Randall says, what's better? 2 above-average corners with an average safety play or 2 stud safeties and average corners? I think that the answer depends upon the type of defensive scheme that you're running, Randall. And then within that defensive scheme depends upon what players you have as far as beyond just studs, what is their skill set then within that scheme specifically. Let's just take it within the Seahawks scheme for an example of this. I would say within the Seattle Seahawks scheme, you could make the argument that you would have 2 stud safeties with 2 average corners would have more impact than if you had 2 above average corners with average safety play. That would be my opinion, is the latter would be the way that I would lean. That still wouldn't have me, though, on board with signing two safeties top market money, because it wouldn't necessarily be me of one or the other, being that I've got to make one of those 2 choices. It would be more of 1 stud safety, 2 average corners, and then taking an average safety or above average. And then there's the other thing with it too, of course, is you've got a guy in Marquise Blair who's at the very least looks to have above average safety traits to his game. So you're flipping out a stud for an above average safety at that point. But all that being said, I'm utilizing those resources in some other place. So it's more like 1 stud safety, 2 average corners, and then a excellent third wide receiver, or, Geno Atkins at defensive tackle. That's more of the options in the way we're looking at it right now, Randall, in my opinion. Adrian D, are the Ring of Honors put as a banner at the top of the stadium, or how does that work to memorize them? Yes, I believe their name is added just into the banner along with their number, even though their number is not retired. This has been a little bit of a confusing thing for me, Adrian, and I don't quite understand it as I try to. But yes, you'll see both of In Holmgren's case and in Hasselbeck's case, you'll see their name listed up there now on the banner at the top of the stadium that is circles through the whole stadium. Tim DB says, I would definitely take Creed before Eskridge, but no doubt Rams would have picked Eskridge next. Time will tell. Agreed all the way around, Tim. Agreed all the way around. Rams were definitely targeting Eskridge, going for the man who I call Poo-Poo Atwell, because that's about as much as he weighs as a as a bowel movement. I think they definitely reached for Poo-Poo Atwell, missing out on Eskridge like the Seahawks reached for LJ Collier after they missed out on Brian Burns and Montez Sweat. It's the same situation with the Rams in that respect. So I agree with you there. Absolutely. It sounds like you agree with me too. So made a blackberry cobbler. Sounds good, Jace. Tasty's tasty. Randall says, don't we kind of have to pay Diggs from a standpoint of he came here and outperformed the deal? It's good for the locker room, I think. I get it's a biz, but we set the precedent. I mean, theoretically, if it's really simplified down to that level of things, Randall, player A outperforms his contract, moving into the final year of his deal. He then equals an extension because it is good to show players that that's what you do. It's an understandable thought process. It's an understandable process that drove us through a lot of the Legion of Boom era. I can make the argument, though, that driving force also drove you to give third contracts out at a premature point and land you into a state where for years afterwards you were dealing with a lot of dead money rolling off the books that was just languishing there because you kept feeling so generous to your other players and kept feeling the need to have to reward everybody. While Diggs has outperformed his deal, he's been here for a year and a half. This has not been a guy here for 4 years who's been just a good arsehole. You've been here a year and a half. You've also had some injuries during that time period. And while you have picked up a lot of passes and played the free safety position really well, at the end of the day, I don't think that's enough in itself to just say we can't have to have this precedent where we pay all of our players no matter what. Every situation's a little bit different. And if I have a guy I've drafted who's outperformed his deal, if I have a guy who's been here for 3 years and outperformed his deal, maybe I'm a little bit more on board with thinking I could do it. But considering we're already paying one safety top of the market, considering he's really only been here about a year and a half, I don't think that forces the Seahawks' hand. Jay says Deshaun Watson has the hormones of a 15-year-old boy. Yes, a very passionate 15-year-old boy. Tim DB says, I'd take 2 fourth-round picks for a penny in a heartbeat. Well, I'd take that as well. I don't think you're getting that for him. I think you're getting maybe a 6th or 7th-round pick. Best case scenario right now for him. Randall McDaniel says, worst decision maker, Deshaun Watson or Jameis Winston? Oof. Well, you got one guy. I think you got an equivalent sign pretty close on both of those ones. You know, pretty close on both of those ones. You know, I don't know if you could. I don't know if I could. That's both. It's all bad on both of those accounts. Randall says, I think when Marshawn ran over the pedestrian in Buffalo, it was the beginning of the end. Yeah, he did have some off-the-field concerns with him that Buffalo was enough to push him out there. But again, all the more reason why I was interested in him at the time, Randall, it wasn't a matter of a lack of talent. It wasn't a matter of a lack of ability. It was a matter of we fell in love with this other guy we drafted, and he's got this off-field stuff, and we're not sure with his personality. Okay, I'll jump on a guy like that. I'll grab a depressed asset like that. ZXN Goat says, I really want us to keep Curhan. I just see something in him. Understandable, ZXN. He was excellent in this game. I know on my score ratings that I've got flashed below the screen here that are rolling through as a scroll that he wasn't listed as one of the higher performing defenders in this game, but that's just because offensive players in this game. But that's just because ZXN, they flipped him over to left tackle later on in the game, which isn't his natural position. When he's at right tackle, he's been so solid out there, especially in pass protection. He's a big 6'8" dude out there. It looks just like almost a traditional right tackle would normally look, it seems like. But I can't deny it, man. He performed excellent. He's played a lot of snaps this preseason. It's worth noting on him, Goat. It's worth being impressed by him because he's put a lot of good tape out there. Randall says, Curhan, the next Breno Giacomini. Not going to spell that last name. All you need is Breno, man. All you need is Breno. Kind of different players a little bit, though they have the same kind of size to them. Curhan, to me, is going to be a better pass protector. Breno was a better run blocker. But Size-wise, similar. Seahawks Network says Breno Giacomini. Always remembered announcers totally butchering his name. Oh, yeah, Breno Giacomini. Giancomani. Breno Giacomini. Yeah, I'd be good. There's a couple of announcers who just couldn't get their mouth wrapped around that one. Randall McDaniel says, will we practice during the 2 weeks between preseason and when games count? I asked earlier, but I maybe missed your answer. Does the CBA let us practice, or is it like a bye? No, you can practice. They'll practice. They'll get a couple extra days off in that span than they normally would if it was a normal week, but you will still get practice in both 2 weeks. So, no, that's the CBA doesn't determine on that in the bye, coaches have full autonomy to decide how much practice they do or don't. Most coaches give their teams a bone and say, all right, we'll let you have a week off, we'll let you have 4 days off, but they don't have to. They're not impelled to do that necessarily. Randall says, when we beat the Green Bay Packers at home in the championship game, I fell on the floor and cried like a baby. Wifey still brings it up. I understand, man. That was because you were at the lowest of lows in that game. You know, you're seeing a game where it's like we're on this dynasty rise, and Russell's throwing interceptions everywhere. Curse can't catch anymore. Defense is getting the hell beat out of him. Everything's looking bad as hell. There's no game in Seahawks history that was more assured of a loss at the point in time. It seemed like it was a loss late in that third quarter. There were so many outrageous, crazy things that had to happen for us to win that football game and for it to go in the right direction for us. That's the beauty to me, Randall, of football, is when you have those kind of games like that. That is where you, as a fan, celebrate it more than any other else, because there's no movie, there's no show that captures that kind of emotion or brings that type of emotion out in you and watching it. You know, you can be invested in characters and you can get caught up in emotionality of stuff, but the intensity, the adrenaline, the on the edge of the seat, there's no way we're going to come back in this game. We're actually going to potentially win this game. We were out of this. We had no chance, and then we win it. And you're on this magical rise of the Legion of Boom and all the potential that team had. I get it, man. You have every right to cry in that moment. You know, I was so shell-shocked I couldn't cry. I was just stupefied because I was certain that was going to be a loss as we got through that game. And I was in a bar at the time in Mill Creek, and everybody was everybody's got just drunk as hell by the second quarter because everybody's like, man, this thing's over with. Well, might as well just get plowed, me included. And then by the third quarter, you're in this just blurry haze watching what's unfolding, going, my God, give me another Jell-O shot, and I think we're going to win. Tim DB says, week 1 against the Colts, not a gimme, but they're banged up. Should be a win. Week 2 against the Titans and Derrick Henry. Ouchie mama. Yeah, the only nice thing with that Titans game is that we get it at least at home, right, Tim? So it's the home opener. Maybe that can help us out with a little bit of juice for the team, but that's going to be a tough matchup. Julio Jones, Henry, Brown, good offensive line. Going to be rough. But the Colts game does look a little bit better than we did maybe at the beginning of the offseason when you saw Wentz and all what they're bringing. And you're right, a little banged up. They're a little bit banged up coming into this game. So still going to be a tough matchup. Colts had a good, strong team from end to end, so to speak. They're not a top-heavy team. They're a team relying on stars. And they can definitely run the ball against us. Taylor's a good back up the middle. So we're going to have to stop that run, force them to pass. Defensively, we're going to have to be patient against that defense. It's not going to give up a lot of big plays. We're going to have to work our way up the football field. It's going to be good matchups on both those. Even the week 3 is going to be a good matchup against the Vikings too. We started off this year with some tough polls. Go Hawks 05 says, who you taking as your punter? Miko Dicko Mo Dixon or the legend himself, Pat McAfee? Definitely my favorite punters. Well, McAfee, if I need to do a stand-up back, if I want to go partying, McAfee's my guy. If I need to lay down a punt, if the game's on the line and I need to put him down inside the 5, I'm going with that Big Dixon energy. You know what I mean? I'm going Big Dixon energy all the way. So I like me McAfee. He's a funny guy. I love his show. But I got to go Big Dixon energy with the game on the line. You know what I mean? Jesse Lund says, I absolutely love your community on this channel. One of the most accepting, fun places to be. Thanks for your work, sir. I appreciate it, Jesse, and I agree. It's something these folks do on their own. I encourage it, obviously, but these guys we've drawn in a good a nature of human being into this chat. We don't get a lot of toxic individuals. We get folks, and we get a lot of disagreement in this chat between people. It's not a matter of everybody just agrees on everything. Quite the opposite. We get a lot of disagreement, but even in disagreement, you see people being kind to one another. You see people listening to where other people's perspective is coming from. It is over and over why I say, Jesse, with this channel, the growth is driven as much by the community, by what this chat talks about, by what we're thinking about and what we're turning over in our mind. And I agree with you, man. This is the best YouTube spot, best community of anybody else. I'll take pound for pound over anybody else. I may not have the subscriber base, but for what I make up for in subscriber count, I make up for in quality count of subscribers. And Jesse coming in with a $5 donation on top of that, Jesse. Thank you so much, Jesse. Man, everyone's so kind here on the 5,000 subscriber live stream show. It says, am I crazy for wanting Jamal to play outside linebacker and Blair to play strong safety? I don't think you're crazy for wanting it, Jesse. I don't know if I would do it just 24/7. Where I like the thought process of maybe doing it a little bit is you mix it in. You know, you have your normal stuff and then you mix that in and you make yourself that much more unpredictable. I mean, that's kind of a little bit of the message of the day with this offensive and defensively, us moving this team forward and this ball forward through these next couple of years is moving out of what you were 9 years ago, which was a simplified defense playing a lot of cover three. Or offensively hammering the ball, trying to tire defenses out, wear them down, shorten football games, and occasionally hit a deep shot. We're moving away from that now. And part of it is moving away schematically, being more blitz-heavy defensively and offensively now working into more of a West Coast-based offense. But you can do that from a personnel standpoint as well. And Jamal Adams is a chess piece. He's a chess piece. He's not a position. He's not a box safety. He's not a linebacker. He's a chess piece to move across the board, and he's a damn good football player. And if they're smart, they find ways to use him in that methodology of moving him around a little bit. Yeah, you could do something like that for sure, and I'd be interested to see it from time to time, Jesse. I think it could even work against certain personnel groupings. But this is the part we'd have to see a little bit more of the coaching staff having a willingness to do, because what the coaching staff tends to do, Jesse, is you're the starting linebackers, so you're in there on 3 downs. Last year was a real unusual thing for them to have KJ at the Sam and then move KJ over to the Will on passing downs and then move Jordan Brooks off the field. They don't usually do that with their personnel. If you're the starter, you're the starter. If you're this, you're that. So it's usually very simplified in how they run it. But I like where your head's at. And you could be very creative in how you want to use these guys and mix and matching them to get the best groupings on the field. I think in the same way that they have embraced blitzing, they should embrace doing this a little bit just to get the best talent out there. GoHawks05 says Woodley lost. GoHawks05 says Woodley lost. No effing way. Totally paid him off to lose. Yeah, I mean, and I admittedly, when it comes to this, folks, I'm a little bit of the conspiratorial mindset on most things anyway, naturally. I'm always just lean that way. But you got a guy in Paul right now who's making a killing with every one of these fights that he's doing. Every single one of these pay-per-view fights, he's absolutely just making a ton of money. If he loses to one of these guys, he loses to Woodley in this fight, all that's done with. All that's over with. No more. Nobody's going to be as interested anymore. You lost to this washed-up UFC fighter at that point. Nobody cares. But you keep winning. You keep the intrigue. You keep the money rolling. Again, that does kind of open up a little bit of motivation to maybe give the guy like Woodley a little bit extra money to have him, take his dive and call it a day. Seahawks Network just laughed my ass off. So easy to rig boxing. I feel bad for the people who actually paid to watch a rigged fight. Yeah, me too. I don't feel bad for him. You should know better at this point if you're watching that Paul fight and you're thinking you're going to watch like a legitimate fight. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, Randall McDaniel says Eric Metcalf on par with Christian McCaffrey. Eric went high in the legendary 89 draft, I think, over Dion. Oh, that's a bold statement. That is a bold statement. I need to look this up, Randall, as I'm intrigued now by this question. I'm looking it up here. Was he taking that high? Yeah, you're right. He's picking in the first round at the 13th overall selection. I think McCaffrey was taken 8 overall. Well, I'm kind of looking at his stats here. He wasn't, not necessarily as a running back, Randall. I mean, for his career, at Metcalf averaged 3.8 yards per carry, and he only ran for 2,392 yards. He was really more of a guy that was out of the backfield, more of the weapon, whereas McCaffrey's a better running back who also can give you all the things that Metcalf could give as a pass catcher. But I guess they're close as far as the way they look, the type of players there, and how they like, break tackles and stuff. They've got that same type of way that they do that jump cut move to break tackles, where you stop on a dime and just, I'll hit the brakes and he's going to blow right past me kind of move. They both have that to their game, so it's similar there. But I think McCaffrey's got him beat as an overall player. Truth is, I know it. In the slot with Eskridge's strength and size, hopefully he can break tackles, because if he can, his 4.39 40 will allow him to have an incredibly high yard per catch average. Yeah, he should be. It's going to be hard for him to have the high yard per carry catch average, truth as I know it, because he's going to run a lot of bubble screens. He's your main bubble screen guy, where you could have an 8-9 yard bubble screen game, and it's going to lower down your yard per catch down a little bit, because it's not 14, 15, 16 yard catch down the field. But he's going to break some tackles in open field. He's going to be hard to bring down. He's going to get his hands on the ball in space. No doubt about it in that respect. So he's gonna be a weapon out there, man. He showed in this game he could be that. I even if you're just using him as a gadget guy this first year, he can be a good gadget guy for you. You can get some production out of that. That's okay. He doesn't have to be a Mr. Do-It-All. He doesn't have to be a number 2. He doesn't have to be the best slot in the game. Just fit into your role with the generated touches, and that'll be just fine. Truth is, I know it says Atwell had 8 catches yesterday. Oh, did Poo-Poo make some catches? Okay. Not bad for excrement. No, I kid. Atwell may be okay. I just never will trust a guy who weighed in 148 pounds on his pro day. 148 pounds on his pro day. But we'll see if they can get it out of him, man. We'll see how he can do. Seahawks Network says Lockett had a higher speed rating than Eskridge in the newest Madden. The ratings are absolute dog crap. Yeah, Madden still is showing every year how little they really care for the process. And it's a lot of hype on what they're going to do and little on what they actually do deliver. And it's sad to see, because if you actually create a really great and quality football game, which you could do because you don't have to reinvent it every year, you're just building off the back of what you did the prior year, that'd be awesome. But instead, that's not the way they do those games. And it's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant right now to even buy Madden this year. Is just every year it seems like it gets worse somehow. I don't know how that's possible, but it seems like it. Ethan Tex World says, let's say we traded Diggs and Blair went to safety. If Blair went to ball out, do you think he would deserve to ask for a big contract considering how much time he did miss? Well, as I always say with this type of stuff, Ethan, contracts are driven by what first and foremost? Leverage. So while Blair is in his 3rd year eligible to be paid for a contract extension if he goes and balls out this year, he's not going to be eligible for the same type of top-end deal that Quandre Diggs is angling for, or the same type of top-end deal that DK Metcalf's going to get after this year. He's not had that same type of production, longevity, lack of injury, that type of thing that you point to in your post there. So what you're really going to come out to with it is that, yeah, he would be eligible for a contract extension, but Seattle also will have the right at that point to put a restricted tag on him in that 4th year, which would be essentially you could put a 2nd-round restricted tag on him. If somebody wants to sign him, you get a 2nd-round pick back for him at that point, or you could match the deal that somebody else potentially signs him for. I don't think there would be any team that would be willing to do that off of just 1 year. But if you wanted to sign a deal that was far below the top end of safeties, yet gave him some protection, gave him some insurance as far as he didn't have to go through that 4th year of his career then on the restricted tag, that's the way you could find a happy medium on that to then drive towards a deal where now you're paying, let's say, Jamal Adams at 17.5, and rather than paying Quandre Diggs at 12, you're paying Blair on a 3-year extension at, let's say, $8 million per year, right? So that would be maybe a little bit of that's what I would anticipate you'd be running into on it. Something like that. Truth is, I know it. Lockett falls down as soon as he catches the ball. How does anyone know how fast he is? It is a question. It's a valid question, man. It's a valid question. Truth Truth is, I know it says, let me DM 48 women for messages. What could go wrong? Deshaun Watson. Truth is, I know it says Dixon was thugging with the full sleeve last night. Well, you didn't know it too. He had the gold chain beneath his jersey. And I'm talking the Rum DMC gold chain. If you look closely on the telecast, you can see the impression of it beneath his jersey. But that's how dripping and ice cold Dixon was last night. Next up, we're going to get pinky rings with them, diamond and bezels. You know what I mean? We're going to get grills. The swag's going to just keep coming. He's just going to keep feeling himself. Seahawks Network says, I would be sad if Collier got cut. Something showed nothing against the absolute bottom of the barrel of the preseason rosters. Just remember him getting stood up by the Chargers' right tackle. It's sad to see with him, Seahawks Network, because it's not a guy that, again, I think is a matter of, doesn't have the work ethic. I just don't think he's got it. I just don't think he's got the talent level to be a guy at the NFL level. It's unfortunate that he was drafted as highly as he was taken, but the Seahawks should probably just at this point make their bed with it. If he's taking up a roster spot and he's getting a guy like Rasheem Green cut at this point, that's silly. Rasheem's shown you way more than Collier has ever shown you, and that's beyond just this preseason. Collier's at least Rasheem's given you a year of 4 sacks, and he's led your team in sacks that year. As small as that is, as low water mark as that may be, that's still far above what Collier's given you. There's nothing he's provided. This whole 3 tech was a Hail Mary to try to get some kind of value out of him. It's not done it. At this point, you just got to make your peace with it, I think, and call it a day with him and move on. It sucks. It was a bad pick. It's remained a bad pick, but this is absolutely the epitome of sunk cost fallacy. Continuing to hold on to him just because he's a first-round pick is not going to give you any returns. Jesse Lund says, y'all should wait to see if Watson is guilty to shame the man. There's an FBI investigation into whether or not the women colluded against him. Jesse, very true. Very true. It's allegedly the case. I was just trying to have a little fun, I think, and joke around a little bit. I will say this, as far as this goes, Jesse, whether or not he's guilty, he did put himself in this situation, in some tough situations, as far as not protecting himself as much as he probably could have to avoid this type of situation. But with that said, that doesn't equal guilt, and we'll wait for it to play out as far as this process goes to a degree. Though I will say the second that you start paying the women off, the second that you're in negotiations to pay the women off, I get a little bit hesitant to believe that you've done nothing wrong. I think that the second you start paying people off, and I know about the expediency and it costs more to defend yourself, but you start paying them off and there's a lot of damage done. You've essentially said, whether you want to have people believe it or not, you've tacitly sort of said, there may be a little bit of something to this. So I'll wait to see how it goes. If he pays them off, then I don't do the whole you pay him off and you were actually innocent, you just didn't want to have the PR hit or pay the lawyer fees. No, I don't buy into that. Random McDaniel says the Hawks ended up getting both Lynch and Spiller. Yeah, we eventually did get CJ Spiller eventually. True, he was here for a hot minute. Truth is, I know it. When we were down to Tampa Bay, 14-0, I knew we were winning the game, and when we did win, I knew we were winning the Super Bowl. So I had no doubt we were winning the Green Bay game. It was still a crazy thriller. Well, for you to have the faith at that point in that game, Truth, is huge, man. Because my faith was lost midway through that game. Somewhere about interception 4 with Russell Wilson, somewhere in the neighborhood of Richard Sherman having his ligament torn in his arm on a Cam Chancellor hit. Right in there, I was getting a little bit dark. I was getting a little depressed. I ain't gonna lie in that moment. My faith was a little shaken. But props to you for keeping it there, man. Jesse says he basically never was in jeopardy because nobody under the age of 75 is. Hey, Randall, I'd get your boy into jiu-jitsu. That seems to be the stuff that seems to be the most effective fighting style of the Full House. 302 says Jake Paul is a better boxer than Muhammad Ali. Don't get me wrong. Ali had a better career and is one of the greatest of all time, but in terms of individual quality, Jake is better. Also just better human being, right through and through. I can sense your sarcasm, buddy. I can sense it. Even Tech World, the downfall of the Packers in that game started when Russ threw his final interception. Whoever intercepted it just slid to finish the play with the mentality as if it was all over. Just the start. Yeah, it was Julius Peppers that signaled, I think Dix, who intercepted the ball, and he signaled him to get down. That's what caused him to slide, was the guy told him to do it. But yeah, that definitely was if he keeps going on that, he might take that up the field, get them in field goal range, they kick one extra field goal, and that's just enough to win the game. But yep, you're right. That was a key moment there. Randall, I think he's joking about, 312's totally joking about Jake Paul being better than Ali. I think he's kidding, 100%. Coming in strong with the troll game. Yep, he's starting out hot with the troll game. Jay says with the channels, with most channels, you will have 10,000 subs, but 2,500 level-headed people that make sense. Here we have 5,000 subs with 500 level-headed people that debate and listen and giving their side. Agreed, Jace. Agreed. We've truly got a remarkable stack of folks here that, they're just interested in understanding football, understanding what's going on, watching our team and celebrating our team, but getting in depth with it, thinking deeper on this type of stuff. We all geek out about it in our own kind of individual way. But I feel like a lot of the people in this channel, we're all very simpatico in our thought process with that we don't look at this as just the surface level of football or just to sit back and, shove hot dogs in our mouth and drink beer on Sundays, but love watching this tactical aspect of it, being what happens on the field, being what happens between the coordinators, being what happens between general managers, being what happens between how one team runs itself differently from another team. There's so much to me that there's so intriguing and interesting about that, and I think a lot of the people on this channel feel the same way in how they look at it. The King says, just kidding. Randall says, Jeff Ryan's coming in with a $5 donation. Jeff, thank you so much. So many good big-time donations coming in today, man. Jeff says, I know I came in the stream late, but congratulations on the 5,000 subscribers, Brandon. Oh, thank you, Jeff. I've been smiling like an idiot ear to ear since we hit the mark today. It feels good, man. I'm not going to lie. It feels really good. You deserve it. Cheers from the Flathead area. I hope that smoke is settling down. It is smoking. It is settling down here, man. We finally able to breathe, clear skies. We're all good here. And I think we're getting some rain showers here soon. So I can breathe again. I can breathe again. But thank you, Jeff. You've been here a long time donator, long time subscriber here. You've always supported the channel. Thank you so much, man. It feels good. We're on the road now to 10,000, but I think we're going to be I think the growth's going to keep just going up and up and up here. Seems the way it goes with YouTube is the more you kind of grow, the more you get, and the bigger you get, the more it just kind of adds on. So I'm stoked for the future and what this channel is going to become. And guys, it's all because of you, guys and girls. Jonathan Bratt, what aspect of the team were you most encouraged about in the final preseason game? It's a good question, Jonathan. I'm giving your question a little bit of thought here because I don't think there's a necessarily 100% straightforward answer to it. I'm going to lean towards saying it's a little combination here, but it's a bit of the offense working as a chain moving offense, which we haven't seen up until this point in the preseason. Even the touchdown with DJ Dallas was on a score where you hit Dallas in the flat and he runs it for 40 yards. But in this one, you actually got to see sustained drives working off of up-tempo. You got to see up-tempo work and actually be the causer of the touchdown to Reese Roberson in the back of the end zone in the second half. So I felt like the offense finally starting to show what it can kind of be was a big part of that, because I think it was going to show itself when Russell got in there and the starters got in there anyway, but at least this showed the fans more of what it can be, which is a little different than what we've seen prior with the offenses of the former teams. But on the other side of that, with the defensive side of the ball, really where the pass rush has been, Jonathan, throughout the preseason has been nice. Specifically, the young rushers moving forward, taking steps forward. Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor, These are guys that have shown something this preseason to me, and we needed that. We really needed that, especially coming on the heels of letting go Alden Smith. Alden Smith was going to be kind of a bedrock in there with Dunlap and Hyder and Mayoa. He's gone. Now you need one more of those young guys to come forward. I think that's happened now. So those would be the two aspects that I think I'm most encouraged coming away on this, final preseason game. Randall McDaniel says Metcalf was a fantastic punt returner. He was. I can't undersell him there, man. He definitely housed a few. He housed a few punt returns. That is absolutely true. I guess that is no. Truth as I know it. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. Truth as I know it. Please slam on that like button if you happen to like what you're hearing right now or listening even on replay. You do help the channel out quite a bit. Randall says, I believe Eric Metcalf went to some high school in Seattle. His dad, Terry, was a Seahawk. Really? I didn't know that. I did not know that, Randall. Oh, nice little tidbit there. Interesting. I thought he was from the South for some reason. Maybe it's because I think DK's from the South and all that with the stuff. Ethan Deckworld says, don't buy Madden. What EA is doing is completely infuriating and unacceptable. We deserve a good simulation sports game. We need to riot. I'm with you on it. I'm not buying the game this year. Video game industry is in shambles as it is kind of right now for new games, but I'm tired of what Madden's done. They, essentially buying the exclusive rights of the players' likenesses so that you can't get the 2K franchise can't even compete with it. And then they just make a crap game, which they know nobody's got any control over not buying it. No, don't you come down here, cat. I know what you're getting ready to do. Don't you do it. It's infuriating. I'm over it. And they're going to need to start to prove and earn my business. I'm not just giving them my $1 every year. You got to start showing me you guys are in on this. And that means commitment to actually making a quality game. No reason that they don't. Nerd Word. Just started watching. We'll have to go back to the start. Appreciate your thoughtful takes from up here in Vancouver and hope to hear the rest of what you think. Go Hawks. Well, thank you. Welcome on in Nerd World and Nerd Word. I want to say Nerd World. Welcome on in Nerd Word and appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest here. We just rounding 5,000 subscribers here today, so we're all kind of riding high. I think everybody's with me on this one. We're all feeling pretty good here. Hawks coming off a dominating win. What more could I ask for? Round the 5,000 subscribers, shut out the Chargers, an old AFC West rival. Pretty good. Pretty good. Thomas Cox says, do you think there will be a trade for Collier or Penny Tuesday? I don't think God himself would trade for LJ Collier at this point. Rashad Penny, there is a possibility. There is a team out there that, in my opinion, could be smart from an organizational standpoint and looking at the Seattle Seahawks and saying they've not used Rashad Penny correctly. Yes, he's had the injury situation, but when he's been in there, they've not really committed to giving him a lot of carries. And when they've given him carries, they've had him run inside, which is really not his game. We'll bring him in here. We'll run him to the outside. We'll utilize him properly. That alone can generate, Thomas, a little bit of trade value for a player or trade interest for a player. Collier has no value. He's not shown anything as far as a 3-tech. He's not shown anything as an edge rusher. He's not showing an ability to stop the run as an edge. These are things that just don't bring you much value as a football player at the end of the day. I don't care if he's got heavy hands or not. So unfortunately, he's just going to be a guy that's going to be cut. And quite frankly, I'd be somewhat surprised if Collier is still in the NFL throughout this season. Truth as I know, it says we shouldn't have traded down and instead taken Montez Sweat. We pooped the bed. Truth as I know, we did poop the bed. We did poop the bed. That's undoubted. Montez Sweat would be a way better player at this point in time than what we went with LJ Collier. Imagine this team with Sweat here. Sweat and Dunlap as your frontline guys. Not to mention now you don't maybe have to take Darrell Taylor. You go a different direction in last year's draft. There's a lot of domino fallout from going in that direction instead, which would have been a way better spot for the Seattle to go at. And someday we're going to do a retrospective on looking at these recent drafts of Seattle to see where they've gone wrong, to see what lessons should be learned, and hopefully to see that those lessons have been corrected as we now drive forward, as we now push forward. They've sort of learned, hopefully, from their mistakes. I'm hoping, but we'll see. Nerd Word, thank you for the $5 donation, Nerd Word. I really do appreciate it. And again, welcome aboard to you from Vancouver. I hope you guys are doing all good up there in Canada. Canada, eh? But thank you for the $5 donation. My goodness, we've had more donations, I think, today than we've ever had here on the Hawk's Nest as we round the 5,000 subscribers. So thank you to all of you for that. I really appreciate it, Nerd Word. Hope you're enjoying on listening to the replay on the telecast. Either Deck World, Tuesday is final roster cuts. Yep, final roster cuts will come down, and I think we're going to get a little bit more action this week as far as signings, trades, something going on with our Seahawks. I do not imagine it's going to be all quiet on the Western Front this week. With the Seahawks sitting on $13 million of cap space, with the hold-ins, with a couple of guys asset-wise that you could maybe be utilizing in a trade, potentially Marquise Blair, potentially Rashad Penny, I think that that's going to open the door to a little bit of mobility here from our Seattle Seahawks. Randall says, what's crazy to me is Watson had the 32 girls who filed complaints. He then had an additional 20 who wrote a letter on his behalf. How many masseuses does he have? The man likes to get rubbed, man. It's not a matter of whether or not he likes to get rubbed. We know he likes to get rubbed. The question at play is, does he like to get tugged? Yes, he's a rub man. There's undoubted. And who doesn't like themselves a nice massage, right? Good, sweetest massage. But does he like to get tugged? That is the question. Thomas, I knew that 2013 Seahawks would win the Super Bowl before the season. I was sitting pretty confident myself, Thomas. I mean, I'm confident right now, but there was nothing compared to how confident I was in 2013. That was a rarefied air team that you assembled, and really only us in Seattle kind of knew fully what it was and what it was going to be. I feel like it kind of caught a lot of people nationally off guard, but we knew what was coming up. We knew what this team had in them, and they took advantage of it, man. Maybe it'll only be one Super Bowl, maybe only 2 Super Bowls they went to, but they did win a Super Bowl. They did get to 2 of them. They are affixed, at least defensively speaking, as one of the great all-time defenses. Jay says, if I was to party with a player on the Seahawks, it would 100% be Dixon. Yeah, I'd go with Dixon. I could see Dixon being the guy. I know Nick Bloor seems like he might be fun. Who else could be kind of fun on this team? I don't know. I bet Jamal Adams and Diggs would be fun. Get both of them out. It might be interesting. Ethan Tech World, what happened to the people following last season who kept saying trade Wilson for Watson? Well, then the masseuses started coming out in droves, and everybody went, no, never mind. No, we're good. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Watson, too, because there was reportedly the Dolphins were very interested. He was back on the trade market earlier this week. It was almost seeming like we were going to get an impending news headline coming out that the Dolphins were going to trade for him, and then they suddenly balked, as the Texans are still requiring 3 first-round picks for a guy who still is under federal investigation at this point, still may not play even this season, which is a little bit of a high cost to probably ask for a guy that's in that kind of predicament, whether he is guilty or innocent, quite frankly. So I think he probably does get moved eventually here, but I don't think you're going to see too many people clamoring for him to be brought to Seattle. Jason says, who is better, DJ Reed or Ahkello Witherspoon? Jason, DJ Reed's a better player in my opinion. Ahkello Witherspoon has potentially better upside because of his size and length and speed combination, but he's yet to fully really tap into that. Now, he had a good year last year, but he's got to kind of put more of it together in my opinion, where even last year he only played in 11 games, still had some of the injury concerns. But I think DJ, with what he showed you last year, this is just a little bit of a better player than Witherspoon. They're probably kind of close in certain respects, but DJ's got him clipped by just a little bit. Standard Champion, who is the dark horse player that no one has brought up the Seahawks bring in to shore up the roster? Congrats on 5,000 subscribers. On to 10,000 subscribers. On our way, man. On the way to 10,000. Who is the guy that nobody is talking about who the Seahawks bring onto the roster? Great question. Great question in that respect. Let me think this through just a little bit. So I've definitely said a lot of names. So I've said a lot of guys that everybody's sort of keying in on, but I haven't necessarily spoken about, haven't necessarily touched on one that people aren't thinking about. Let me think on that question for a second, Standard Champion. That's a good question. So I haven't had a lot of obvious stuff I've been able to gravitate towards. Every receiver probably. How about a guy like standard champion Michael Gallup? You know, and try to think if there's a better one. Gallup going into the final year of his deal. Seattle maybe looking to shore up a wide receiver, get an extra position in there. He's not going to cost a lot of money. Dallas could be in a position, especially if Dak's arm continues to be a problem. I know he's supposed to be coming back and able to throw, and everything's supposed to be all good. We'll continue to monitor the situation and see where it's at. I still don't think Dallas is a real contending team this year. That would be one guy off the top of my head, a guy that we haven't talked about necessarily. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else out there, but there's just I've really looked through these lists so thoroughly and not found anybody yet that I've been able to say, yeah. Another guy's injured right now, T.Y. Hilton for the Colts. Down along the trade deadline would be a guy that you'd look at maybe as well on a 1-year deal. Juju Smith-Schuster with the Steelers, also on a 1-year deal, would be another guy down the line you might look at, especially if the Steelers are not able to be in that. They start out slow. If Roethlisberger's, got the fork in his back that he's been carrying for the last 3 years, that's a potential that you're able to get one of those type of guys. I'll try to think if there's somebody else standard off the top of my head that makes a little more sense in addition to that. Hard to say because I'm kind of trying to anticipate a team that starts off slow and, they're basically bailing on this year once they realize they're not in a contending mode, which they think they're in right now. So it's almost about predicting a team that's not going to be a contender that you currently have slotted as a contender at the moment. Ravens might be another one of those teams where there's just a general feeling I'm getting from the Ravens right now that they might not be as good as they've been over the last couple of years. In which case, they'd be another team you could target with a few other players that they might have who could be interesting. A guy like, let's say, a Calais Campbell, for instance. Mark Haberkorn says, rumor has it that Watson will be traded in the next few days. The question will be, will he be a starter or a backup? Brian Blackwell, thank you for subscribing, Brian. I appreciate it. Helping me round my way past 5,000, and we're on our way, Brian, to 10,000. You're helping us grow on that, so thank you so much. I would imagine that he would be a starter, but he's going to be eventually suspended, I would think, by the NFL. At some point or another before the start of the season, he will be suspended. If he went to the Dolphins, he wouldn't be starting immediately because they have a guy, I think, depends on, I guess, if they move Tua in the deal. But if Tua still is remaining there, which I think he would probably be included, wouldn't you, on that deal with Watson? But I would imagine they would have him starting very quickly if he is moved in a trade and he's not suspended. I would anticipate he would be suspended, but if that's not the case, then you're giving up all those assets, Mark, and you've got him available to play. You're not giving that stuff up for someday long down the line. You're going to want to start to get some returns on that as quickly as you can, especially if the league's not going to come in and do something, do something to stop you. Randall McDaniel says Rodgers was peak salty after that championship game. Some say that is where this hate that he seems to have for Russell Wilson was so thoroughly born, and that it was already a little bit of annoyance at Russell and the Fail Mary game and all that, and it became full-on hatred towards Russell Wilson supposedly after that game, Randall. I don't know if that's the case or the truth, but I like the sound of it. I just like him hating Russell Wilson. Makes the rivalry all that much better. Jay says Mount Rainier looks like a big rock and not a mountain with snow on it right now. It's crazy seeing it every day with so little snow. Yeah, it's been warm there, that's for sure. Usually it always has got a little bit on it. Truth as I know it says no smoke in Portland like last year. Oh, you're buttressed up against a couple of smoke zones in Washington and Northern California. Truth as I know it, so you guys lucked out not getting smoke this year. We had our most brutal year here. You could barely breathe through a lot of this summer, but finally through the other end of it now. I can breathe again. Jonathan Bratt says I thoroughly agree about the offense looking better. Alex Collins looked incredible. Do you think there's a chance we trade him or cut him? I'm hoping not. He was electric. I'm trying to read kind of deeply into this, Jonathan, so I'm definitely making a guess here that I don't have any some inside source background onto this. I think the Seattle Seahawks are going to look at their recent running back depth situation. You go back from 2015 onwards, it seems like every year our running back crew gets decimated by injury, and that you end up having to sign guys off the street or calling Marshawn Lynch up on the bat phone. And so that I think there's going to be an adjustment this year where you go, okay, instead of just holding 3 running backs and a fullback, let's hold 4 running backs and a fullback. Let's keep one extra guy on who's got some talent to him. I think they go that route this year, especially because I don't know that outside of Johnson will probably make it to the practice squad. So I can't say that you got Johnson at least on the practice squad as well to give you a 5th guy. But I would say that they hold on to 4 guys rather than trying to trade a guy. It's not out of the realm of contention. There are some teams like the Ravens who lost their frontline guy this year right now that are looking for some running back help. So you may be able to get a 5th, 6th, 7th round guy, pick for a guy like Collins. But I'd prefer we hold on to these guys. I'd prefer we keep our running back room talented. We don't have any top level guy like a Dalvin Cook, McCaffrey type. We got a lot of good guys at that point. We don't have to have a drop off now if we get an injury or two. I like that thought process a little bit better and go in that realm of things. And Collins has looked good. He's looked his best that he's looked at any time that he's been here. He was breaking tackles out there. There was times things weren't getting blocked up well for him. He'd still break that first tackle and get beyond it. Tough to bring down. Pulling tacklers. Hard not to be kind of impressed by what we're seeing in Alex. Standard Champion coming in with a $5 donation. Standard Champion, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. This is a little late. I was busy working, but enjoying your analysis and wisdom in the background. Thank you, Standard. I really appreciate it. And you're always very kind coming in. Always very kind on the donation game. God, more donations tonight than ever. You guys are super awesome in that realm. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for all your support and all this growth that we've been able to get. I do appreciate it. Go Hawks, yo, I think there's some alien spaceship outside my house. Weird ass flashing lights. Don't go towards the light, Go Hawks. Shut the blinds, shut the shutters. Don't look at them in the eye. That's the key with them. When they enter the house, don't look them in the eye and they'll let you be. You look them in the eye, it's your ass. I can't save you. Randall McDaniel says, I got to go to bed. Great show, great chat. Go Hawks. Al Randall, thank you for your donation. Thank you for, again, everything you've done on the support of the show. We crossed 5,000, buddy. We did it. All you do in the background as far as just encouragement, man, I really do appreciate it. You have yourself a great night, and you better believe it. Go Hawks. Thomas Cox, but if we get Sweat, would Seattle trade for Dunlap? It's like, what if Seattle grabbed Chubb over Penny or McDowell over Baker? I think it's more of a good domino downward spiral, because whereas maybe you don't get Dunlap, which I don't think it necessarily keeps you from getting Dunlap, because you still have Sweat then on the same type of contract that you've got Collier on, and you were able to add Dunlap with Collier's contract. So that wouldn't prevent you from doing that. As well as you need some help. You've needed some help on your pass rush front of things. And adding an extra guy in there, if you had Sweat kind of coming along as your one guy and then not a lot else around him, Dunlap would still be a good addition, especially considering Dunlap only cost you a 7th round pick to bring him in. It's a good question, but I think you could afford to do it, and you would do it, Thomas, because of the fact that you need another pass rusher, number one. Sweat would be your Leo. Dunlap would be your 4-5 technique. But then as well, you would still have Sweat on that rookie deal. You're not paying him yet. So you could afford to have a pass rusher that you're paying a little bit of money to on the other side at that point. Jeff Ryan says, Go Hawks. The other week I went out around 1 a.m. to let the dogs outside, and there was something like a fully blacked out Black Hawk helicopter flying above our property, probably 50 feet off the ground. That would have been crazy, because in Montana you got that big sky, and at night it's clear, and you start seeing stuff at night in that sky, that will freak you out. Freak you out. What are you doing? What are you doing back there? What are you doing back there? Nope. Go lay down. Are you going to come up here? You want to say hi to everybody? Come on. Say hi to everybody. You can be, what you doing? What you doing? What you doing, puppy? What you doing? What you doing? Oh, I'm getting attacked. Truth as I know it, we took Malik McDowell, who had lots of question marks, and passed on Dalvin Cook, who was a can't-miss running back. His college tape was incredible. Dalvin looked great coming out. He really did. His explosive scores 40 times, those type of things, would have, I think, made Seattle be hesitant to draft Dalvin where he did. Seattle likes a little bit of their measurable action in some of their prospects, and when you're missing that, they'll pick you, but they're going to pick you later on. I don't know if Dalvin would have been the backup guy there. Maybe a Budda Baker would have been. That's the guy that I always gravitate towards with that pick. Truth is I know it would have been. The Budda Baker was who you could have selected there, and that was who a lot of us were clamoring for at the time. But Dalvin Cook did have great tape in college. He did. Ethan Tech World, if Michael Dixon makes a beautiful punt and it lands inside the 5-yard line, do you think everyone in the stadium should shout out at the top of their lungs, Michael Big Dixon? That's a great nickname. It's gonna be hard with the fans. Usually, when you're talking about them saying out the name, it's usually they can handle about one word. So it's it's like Luke or Beast, right? So it gets hard when you're asking them to do like 3 different words and all do it in harmony. It's good in theory if you can pull it off, but I just don't think you're going to be able to pull that one off with the folks in that respect. Truth is, I know it says Watson's attorney has text messages showing one of his accusers apologizing for overstepping her boundaries. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, like I said, he said it's nothing's been settled with him yet. I'm not gonna. I'll try to add in more of a accused of with him. GoOx05 says, don't think Watson would be happy as a backup if you said back rub, on the other hand. I love it, GoOx. Yes. Very true. Very true. Spencer Smith, I'm very late, but still happy to catch you live, brother. The Hawks Nest Fantasy Draft is Tuesday, the 31st at 9 p.m. Pacific time. I'm super stoked. Thanks again for letting me take the lead on this. Well, I appreciate it, Spencer. Thanks for taking the lead. And sorry I was able to necessarily join this year on the deal. I'll try to do next year. I'll definitely try to join. I know this year I'm going to be so deep on the channel and channel business and putting videos out that you got to be committed on that stuff, man. You got to be on the waiver wire. You got to be making moves, dodging and weaving, shake and bake. You gotta be on it with that fantasy stuff. So thanks for taking the lead on that, Spencer. And I'm gonna try to get off to whoever wins it. I'm gonna try to get off a like a Hawks Nest, if not a shirt, like a parka, something like that. We'll try to think of something good that we can get off to the winner of the fantasy league this year. Jonathan Brad, have you heard when the 49ers are anticipating doing at quarterback? They supposedly are going to alternate back and forth between plays and series. Please do that, 49ers. Please do that. Please do that. Please do that. What do you think about that approach? It seems foolish. I do think it's foolish, Jonathan, and the proof of it being foolish is you've seen about a handful of times coaches in NFL history being willing to go back and forth between quarterbacks like that, between series or plays or whatnot. It doesn't work because no quarterback is able to get in a rhythm. Not saying nothing of the quarterback getting in the rhythm, the offense can get in the rhythm. When you get new quarterbacks in there, you get a different cadence. It throws a lot of things off. I don't think that's going to work. I would reckon to believe that rather than it being alternating series, Jonathan, I think they're going to put Garoppolo as the starter to start things off with the ideal hope that eventually down the line this season at some point Trey Lance can take over for him. In between that time, they're going to do a lot of those read option things with Trey Lance in between. So here and there, they'll work him in with the read option game, simplified reads, especially when they get down near the goal line. They'll use Trey Lance on those read option plays, and they'll probably be very difficult to defend in those moments. But I can't see them doing the alternate plays, alternate series thing. That has just, even in college football when they've done that, it has just not worked. It's always failed. And I think that it's been pretty well understood. That's why even recently you've seen no one even try to do something like that. You have your starter, you have your backup. And if you want your backup playing, put him in as a starter, Ian Harper says, what do you think about our corner situation? If it's really bad, how should we address it? Well, I think the two number one ways to me, they're the straightforward ways, are Stephon Gilmore, who's sitting there, who you could probably trade for depending on what the draft assets are going to be to pick him up. Richard Sherman is also there, who I think, even though, yes, I know he's not peak Richard Sherman anymore, but I think he can give you league average play out of the cornerback room, which at this point is really what I'm gravitating towards, trying to see it above all else. It'd be great to get a star over there, but I think in the zone-centric way you play and how much you ask them to play cover 3, it's literally just about finding a guy who can be at least decent over there and maybe even occasionally give you an interception when the moment presents itself. Especially with what I'm expecting from the pass rush, I don't think it's going to be as reliant as it's been the last couple of years for our corners to hold up as long as they've been asked to hold up recently out there on the outside. So I'm not as down on our cornerback situation. I think there's a couple ways you can address it from that realm of things, as well as there'll be a couple names that probably come up later on the trade deadline as well that you could jump on if you wanted to go that route instead too. They don't tend to add a lot of corners from the outside, though. That's the one thing we got to acknowledge about this, Ian. You basically signed 2 free agent corners. I think you traded for Dunbar, technically speaking, but you've basically brought in 2 corners from the outside in the 10-year period here as veterans rather than draft them and mold them from the start. One was Kerry Williams from the Eagles. The other was Quentin Dunbar. Neither of those two guys have been a success story. So already being that you don't normally go from the outside to go find guys, already understanding that the 2 times you've done it, it's been basically a failure in both accounts, probably going to make them hesitant to go far outside what they've done normally, which again just gravitates me back towards probably it's going to be Richard Sherman at the end of the day. That's the option to upgrade the corner room if it's going to be upgraded at this point in time. Matthias 23451 says 5,000 subscribers, man. Congrats. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. I'm loving life right now, man. It's an awesome day. It's a good day today. It's a good day. Ethan Tech World. Since Travis Homer is like really bulking up, could we move him to fullback? Maybe use him like the 49ers use their fullback? No, because him bulking up is not him bulking up to 235, 240, which is where you need the fullback to be. It's him bulking up from like 195 to like 210, maybe 215. That's probably a little bit too slight to make do there as far as a fullback goes. He also doesn't have really the pedigree of being a hammer in the hole that we know if he can do that, what you need a fullback to do. And then the other thing, too, is that Seattle's probably not going to run very much fullback-centric offensive formations. We're probably going to be single back, more 2 tight end than we're going to be with a fullback and like I formation type looks. So just not a big need for fullback, and he just probably couldn't do it. Michael Bakimo says, are you going to stream during the games? Great question, Michael. I might do on some games. The tough part for this is going to be this, Michael, is that we tend to go 4 to 5 hours after a game ends. And with that being the case, if you're talking about needing to do a 3.5 hour game, and then you're doing a 4-hour stream on top of that, that's 7.5 hours of me talking on a given Sunday, which I'm probably going to be, that's going to be hard for me to pull off week in and week out, especially when we're doing 2 streams a week minimum already. So it'll be tough to pull doing the whole game. But with that said, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. If there's a hankering and you guys want to see me do it and we'd like to do it, I can maybe be open to it. Some of it, though, too, Michael, is that when I'm watching the games, I'm so trying to concentrate locked in on it. It's hard to interact with the chat and then be watching the games as closely as I want to be watching these games, because I really want to be in on the details of what I'm seeing, so that I can speak to it later on when we're doing the post-game stuff. But I'm open to it. Jonathan Bratt says, laughing out loud, agreed. When you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have any. That's that old famous Bill Parcells quote, and it is absolutely true. A guy who tried at one point in time a little bit of that back and forth, specifically I think when the Jets for a little bit of time there. But yeah, you don't have any at that point, in my opinion. And I will be laughing my ass off if the 49ers are going to truly try and employ this strategy. It will not bring them out the best type of season this year, I can guarantee you that. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Come on, touch me, baby. Can you see that I'm not afraid? Jonathan Bratt, I see Radigan had a good PFF grade. Do you see him as a legitimate contributor or just a preseason stud? He's more of probably a preseason stud at this point, Jonathan. I'll need to see a little bit more from him to try to, prophesize this guy could be a starter down the road. I see a guy that, your ideal of him is probably more fitting into that Ben Burke-Irvin role. Special teams extraordinaire type guy who maybe occasionally can give you some snaps if you need in a bind at the linebacker spot, but don't see necessarily the upside to project yet at this point. Emmett says, who do you hold responsible for the improper usage of Penny? Well, I'm going to put it to Coach Carroll at the end of the day. The buck stops with him in the way that he used this because, he had to be one of the drivers of wanting that selection as well, Emmett. He had to be one of the drivers, and I think he was. And I think it was done on the back of him looking at Todd Gurley and getting just gouged by Gurley right and left by the Rams at that point over a couple of games, and he got tired of it, and so he went for more of a Gurley back. But it was almost a hormonal decision a little bit in the respect of he made the choice of wanting to do that, but he still had this love affair for the Marshawn Lynch type back and that mold of running back and wanting to run his running back system around a back like that in those type of running plays. He's got to be the guy that understands when you take a player like that, when you get a guy like Percy Harvin, you get a guy like Rashad Penny, or you get a guy like Jamal Adams, you got to utilize him correctly. If you're going to bring him in, utilize him correctly. And if you don't, then you're wasting the player, and you really shouldn't. Excuse me. You shouldn't have gone after the player if you weren't willing to utilize him in the correct fashion. And that does go back to Coach Carroll at the day, and it stops at him first and foremost. It's not a coordinator situation at that point. It's a Carroll situation at that point. You wanted this guy. It's a first-round pick. You basically hammering up in the middle all the time, having him run read option up the middle every time. Kind of silly. It's just silly to use him that way. It's one of the more worst misuses of a player that we've drafted in recent memory. Usually when they draft a guy, they will try to give him every place and every point that they can find a way to let him succeed. A guy like LJ Collier, we'll use you as an early down run defender at defensive end, and that should fit well to your skill set, and you should work well with that. Oh, that didn't fail. Okay, we'll try you with some pass rushing on the outside. Okay, that failed. Let's try you on the inside as an inside pass rusher, and let's see if that works from the 3-tech and the cheetah package. Oh, that failed. Look at how versatile and flexible they're being with LJ Collier to just try to squeeze some value out of him as a first-round pick. And then now go look over at Rashad Penny, who they're hesitant to give any touches to. And then when they do give touches to, it's just a hammer up in the middle on inside runs mainly. I don't know, man. I don't know, Emmett. I don't get it. I don't understand, but that is where the blame goes with it. Michael Bakimo says, I would count Coleman as a success at defensive back. That's a good point, Michael. We did bring Justin Coleman in from the outside from the New England Patriots for a 7th-round pick at that. That's great value for that kid. I think eventually, too, you even got some compensatory value for him when he was signed by the Detroit Lions. But good point. Good point. I might counter you got him a little bit younger. And really my point on bringing outside guys is just that once the die is cast and it started to filter through the water there, it's hard to teach those old dogs new tricks. Where if you get a relatively young guy in here, maybe you can mold him a little bit more. But that is a good point. That is the one outside guy you have brought in that has been a success. Micah YT says, what do you think of Harrison Smith's contract extension? Seems overpaid for a safety that's 32 years old. Yeah, I agree. You summed it up in a nutshell of what I think of the deal. It's a lot of money to be paying a safety that is that old. We're paying Jamal Adams right now as he's 26 years old. You're getting a guy that you're paying into his prime. Harrison Smith is kind of gone through the end of his prime. And quite frankly, in watching Harrison Smith's game recently, I think he was better in 2018 than he was in 2020. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a decline in his play. It's not been drastic. It's not been Harrison Smith's fallen off. It's just been that little slow thing you'd expect to get as a guy goes through the back end of his prime. And, defensive backs, safeties, as we saw with Cam Chancellor or Earl Thomas or any number of safeties across the board, it's hard to play to be in 32, 33, 34, 35 years old. When the Vikings, they just probably didn't have a lot of other guys they had to pay, and it was probably due to pay him or move on from him, and he was probably going to do a hold-in or whatever if he didn't get paid, so they got their hand forced maybe a bit. Maybe it's a legacy contract that he's just been such a good soldier for them that they're paying him for that is to show the locker room that's what they'll do for guys like that. But definitely not a deal that I would have done, Micah. Not a deal I would like to have seen my team pull for a guy that age. Rather go a different direction. GoHawks 05 says, wonder why quarterbacks limited teams don't run more wing T concepts. I've been playing in that system for years, and it's really fun. Breaks a lot of good runs. You get a little bit of some of that a little bit with Lamar Jackson at times. I mean, they'll stack some guys behind him at times and run a little bit of that. Not to what you're talking about, though, where they're really owning it. There's probably a reason a defensive coordinator would give you for why it just doesn't work. Team speed in the NFL and just, You don't have as many wrinkles you can run off of it to stretch the defense out maybe laterally. But I don't know. I'm guessing on that, so I don't. That's a guess. Definitely don't know that for sure. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Kitty, I know that you want to be loved right now. You'll get loved here in a bit. Yes, you will. Go Oxo 5. At least John Radican has a better haircut than Barton. Yeah, Barton definitely he's just motoring that thing through. There's no fade. It's just I'm going straight grind to the cube on that one. Brandon, if nothing really changes with the current corner play, would it be fair to say that when we actually are playing our starting line and pass rushers, it may help us a little bit there? Yeah, I long maintained, Jeff, that a good pass rush can cover up corner play. I think recently, for instance, the Kansas City Chiefs have been able to do a very simplistic approach to their defense, and what they've done is they've got Frank Clark and Chris Jones as your guys to generate the pass rush, and then Honey Badger to basically keep things cleaned up on the back end with less than stellar corner play. And they've actually been able to put a pretty good functional defense together by kind of operating off of that. I think you can do something similar. I don't think that it's as much a requirement for the corners to be as good when they're playing so much zones, Jeff. We have our corners play off coverage, and then they drop back into their cover three still a large amount of the time. If you got that, then you're just going to waste a guy by having a guy who's good man-on-man or, who's going to be sticky in coverage. You don't have it. It's not as required. But if you got a guy that plays a little off and he can play off of a quarterback who's had his clock sped up, it's going to make his job easier, in my opinion. He's got to cover for less time. I think this defensive line is going to cover up a lot of our corner play right now. I do believe that. Go Hawks 05 says, God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jonathan Brett, with all that you just said about the misuse of Penny by running him up the middle, do you think that Waldron will unlock the potential with the outside zone scheme? If Seattle's committed to it, Jonathan, the key with this and the thing I've maintained for a while is that I've not yet seen the coaching staff or even Waldron at this point really commit to utilizing Penny in that way. Obviously, he's only been in the first 2 preseason games, so there's not a lot of tape to go off of here. With that said, in the first preseason game you played with Penny in the second preseason game, every run was up the middle. Every single run was up the middle. And then in this preseason game, I feel like he had 2 runs on the outside, but both of them there was penetration by the defense in the backfield before he even got to the line of scrimmage. So the plays were almost killed before he even got a step forward. Theoretically, though, Jonathan, this should be a scheme that fits really well with Rashad Penny, where the Rams made their hay, where they were at their best in 2018, when the Rams was at its most potent offensively speaking. You were getting Todd Gurley out on the edges in space. You were essentially down blocking. So what you would do is, let's say you had a run to the left. You would down block offensive linemen. So you would leave a defender here on the backside opened up in order to get an extra pulling offensive lineman into that gap you were trying to create. You're trying to essentially create a nice pathway, a nice corridor for Gurley to run through, where he's not getting his first contact hitting him until he's 6, 7, 8 yards down the football field. That's ideally what you'd like to do here with Penny as well. Let him get up to speed, let him get out into space, and then let him get going. But they just haven't shown a willingness to do that with him, Jonathan, and it's been a long time frustrating thing for me to watch with him. The stat that I go back to time and time again is go back to 2019. In fact, I'm going to bring it up right now because I got it saved. This is the stat that I just go to over and over again with Rashad Penny. Hopefully I can still find it here somewhere. So first, let's take this with Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny has seen 10-plus carries in 5 career games. In those games, he has averaged 6.61 yards per carry. Pretty good. When you actually give him some substantial carries, he does pretty good with it. But that wasn't the stat that I was looking for with him. Yeah, I hear you. Everyone hears you right now. The stream hears you. I hear you. Loud and clear. Oh, man, hold on. Sorry, folks. I'm having some issues here. Yikes. Well, I can't find the stat, but the stat was essentially as follows. in 2019, when Rashad Penny was really rolling, was really going, was really cooking, he was averaging 8 yards a carry on basically pitch plays outside the tackle's left shoulder, and he was averaging 7 yards a carry on basically outside zone runs, which is exactly what Waldron's scheme is really built upon, mainly within the run game. If we utilize him again like that, I've maintained over and over again that he can be successful utilized like that. If you keep hammering up in the middle, he'll always fail. He's never going to be the best. He's never going to fit that first-round draft status that he was picked at. Everyone will call him a bust. No one will ever be on board with him, but that's because he's continually just being misused, in my opinion. I could be made wrong on this, but again, I think the proof on this is going to be if you watch him move on to a team that's smarter in how they utilize him, watch him be a real big-time success for them. I'm not saying top 5 back, not top 10 back, but a guy that could be a guy who averages 5 yards a carry for you and nearly pushes 1,000 yards on very limited touches. GoHawks05 says Barton needs a beard and a nice fade, and he's a lady killer. I'm sure he probably still does okay as an NFL linebacker. He probably does all right. Spencer Smith says Barton needs a beard or something bad, bro. He looks like Ed Norton in American History X. Oh, my God. I think if Barton saw that comment, he'd literally grow his hair on the spot by a couple inches. Michael says, I cannot wait to see the first team offense. Me neither, Michael. It's going to look nice. It's going to look real nice, I think, once we see all these guys out there, the frontline guys out there running this offense up tempo. Russell just free-flowing out there. Just feeling the force, free-flowing out there. You know, he's even closing his eyes as he's throwing and snapping back because he's just feeling the flow. He's in his flow state. It's going to look awesome. Michael says, a plan to adjust to the opponent. Crazy talk. I know, Michael. We've never seen it before here in about 10 years. It's going to be odd to see. Wait, we adjusted to what they were doing against us defensively? They're blitzing heavy, and now we're attacking them with hot routes? My God, what are we watching? Emmett Brown says, Pete's culture should lead to crazy close squad early in his Hawks run as a head coach. Is it possible to have a close-knit team that also has high-priced players? Seems tougher. I don't know. It's a good question, Emmett. I'd have to think about, historically speaking, how many high-priced teams we have historically and if that's been the case. I will say, like, you look at the Chiefs team last year, that's a pretty high-priced team with their front-line guys, and they all seem to be pretty, tight-knit. Buccaneers were probably a little more of a young team in how they were built and what they were coming together on. Maybe. Emmett, I'd have to think about that a little bit. I'd have to think about that. I'm not sure. I would tend to think that Coach Carroll can bring a close-knit team together because of the fact that he is a player's coach first and foremost, and that he's going to create an environment in the locker room which is going to be more advantageous to people getting along and less tension and more. I know there was tension in the Legion of Boom era days to a degree between like offense and defense, but in just general terms, that's going to endear itself, I would feel like, to players being more simpatico, more getting along and stuff, as opposed to it being more of a cutthroat environment, But I'd have to think about that a little bit. Roxanne Roll. Roxanne coming in with a $20 donation. Roxanne, we've had so many folks hop in with donation. I thank you so much. You're so very kind. You always come in with a big-time dono, and I really do appreciate it, as well as you being one of my members. So thank you, Roxanne. She says, I'm late, but it was nice to see the defensive line and Cody Barton have a good time in the first half. I know nothing that has not already been stated. I know nothing that has not already been stated. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Roxanne. And yeah, Cody was out there balling out again. He stacked up a best game of his career in that Broncos game, in my opinion. And then he went right on the back end of that, right on the back end of that with another solid effort here. And he was taken out of about, I think after about like just into the second quarter, he was basically out of the game. But, he plays that whole game. He probably racks up 13 tackles, a sack, maybe a couple plays in coverage. Really great to see Roxanne, and necessary too, right? You lose Ben McCurvin, no KJ Wright still here back. We need one of these backup linebackers to step forward because they're going to play some snaps this season. You're probably going to see Cody Barton play some snaps here at some point this year due to injury or something. So good to see it from him. He can play every linebacker position. He provides you. Cat's just kicking down stuff, trying to bring the house down. She is in a mood. Will you stop? Will you stop? Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. So it's good to see Cody Barton's developed there, Roxanne, and we're going to need him. We're going to need him. He's going to get some snaps this year at some point. I just have a feeling on it. So thank you so much, though, for that $20 donation. And, yeah, you better believe. You better believe, Roxanne. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. I got to do my next great moment video as well, Roxanne. So I think I might finally do the I'm thinking about doing the first Bronco playoff game in '83. I don't know, though. I'm still deliberating. So I'm thinking about my next great Seahawks moment video now that I did the last video. So I might lean towards doing that one, but I'm still thinking about it. Spencer Smith says, I really enjoyed watching Shaq Griffin get cooked by Marquise Callaway. Famous Jameis connection last week. He won't stand a chance against Metcalf Wilson. Glad we didn't overpay to keep him. Yeah, Spencer, he continued to get picked on against the Cowboys here this last week as well. So he got beat up on in the Saints game and this game against the Cowboys too. I saw him give up a couple completions in that game as well. I was very glad we didn't spend the money to pay for that guy. I'm glad he's not even on the Seahawks at $10 million a year. That would have been a miserable overpayment. Seahawks fans would have been pissed with that contract if they saw his play this year. It was smart by Seattle to let him walk. Jaguars completely overpaid in that situation. Just not a smart deal, in my opinion, on their part. But they're trying to build a culture and bring a guy in from a winning franchise, and they've got a lot of other reasons for, I think, making that payday to Shaq that went a little bit beyond just his usefulness on the field, let's say. Jonathan Brad says, very valid. Penny did have one fly sweep for like 8 yards in this last game. Yeah, he did look good on that fly sweep. It's you get him in space, Jonathan, he's going to look like a lot different player than he looks between the tackles. You know, I think he can do some inside running. I think he can be okay in that realm of it, but you've really got to use him on the outside mainly to get the best effectiveness to his game. And again, this is what this offense should do for him. This is the bread and butter of this offense in the run game is outside zone. So all these things, these elements should fit really well together between him as a player and the system he's now in versus what he's been in up until this point. Emmett Brown says culture leads to. Did I miss some on that, Emmett? Culture leads to winning. Good culture leads to winning. Is that what you're trying to say? Go Hawks 05. How well does Damian Lewis pull? To be honest with you, Go Hawks, I don't know. Seahawks in their last scheme didn't do a lot of pulling with their guards. And they tended to lean towards bigger linemen that were more just people movers than guys that could move in space. The new scheme should start to evolve to more of the mobile linemen a little bit, but that's going to take some time to bring in those type of linemen. But I don't have a good answer for you. I just don't think I've seen it a whole lot. I can't remember the last time I saw Damian Lewis actually pulling. Michael Bakimo, I really think Eskridge becomes the chess piece to attack whatever the defense is allowing. He's going to give you some easy, cheap yards at times when things are hard. You know, a fly sweep, bubble screen, a slow crosser, a drag route. You know, something that's not going to require you to be very intricate from a X's and O's standpoint. Just essentially get him the ball in space and let him work. And yeah, he should be that guy that allows you that. You've not really had a guy like this on your roster recently, a receiver like this. You know, and it's born out of the fact when you look at our yak recently, our yards after the catch from our receivers. It's been pretty kind of outside of even, you know, DK's been pretty good at it, but outside of him, it's been pretty pitiful recently. This guy's going to be a lot of the opposite of that. He's going to give you a lot of good production, I think, in the yak game. But yeah, Michael, I agree. He's going to help as far as in attacking the defense. And specifically, I would say, Michael, he's the piece you go to now, I think, when you get the blitz game going. Like his bread and butter route that he runs is the slant route, which is basically the blitz beater. You're gonna run a blitz. I'll run the slant over here, and it's gonna be wide open because all you've brought the blitzers, which means you vacated the area that's gonna come underneath there, where normally you'd have a linebacker buzzing. So that linebacker is no longer there now because you're blitzing through. So he should be the guy to be able to take advantage when they do those type of situations. It's a good point. Truth is, I know it says, stay healthy, brother. This COVID is knocking people out in the box. I am, man. I'm segmented away. I'm trying to exercise and do all those things. So I get allergies at this time of year as it goes from summer into the beginning of fall. Ethan Tech World says, got to head to sleep, but thanks as always, and make sure you fall asleep saying 5,000. Oh, I'll be clutching 5,000 in my heart and saying, feels good. I'm a 5,000 YouTube subscriber. It feels real good. C. Knox says, what do we give up for Kelsey if the Eagles bomb? Can't see him costing more than a 4th round to 5th round pick at that point. C. Knox, he does carry a little bit of a contract on a base salary, which is, you know, not cheap. He is a guy that's 33 years old as a center, so there's not a lot that he should be. You're not getting prime Kelsey at that point, so you're not going to have to pay prime costs. Probably a fifth rounder gets it done right around the trade deadline. My guess. Go Hawks is the vid is raging back down here in Oregon. Mask mandate back. Actually kept the number one team in our classification from coming to our jamboree. Oh, brutal. Yeah, we might be heading back down for lockdown city here at this point. It certainly looks like it might be going in this direction. And they did the same thing in Washington. The mandates are back for us as well. So looks like it's going to be a long winter. But it'll be all that much more better because it'll be a long winter in the background, but we got our Seahawks dominating. So it'll be like all that stuff will be just background noise to our Seahawks on their Super Bowl run. You know what I mean? So it sucks, but hopefully we get through it. Michael says, I vote for streams during the games. I live in San Francisco and getting someplace to show games is tough. So commiserating with someone would be nice. All right. Well, I might post on it there, Michael. I'll consider doing it. I just might, if I do the live stream during the games, I might not talk a ton because if I blow my voice out during the 3.5 hours of the stream, you're going to have people coming in for 4 hours after the game, and I'm just going to be, there'll be dust coming out my mouth by hour 6 or 7 of those streams. Go Hawks 05. Who's everybody's favorite all-time Hawk? Mine is Bobby Wagner. Well, Go Hawks. Mine's Steve Largent. Or that's just the where the era for which I grew up in. But mine's Mr. Steve. He's going to be my all-time one. But Bobby's a good one. Michael says, we saw Damian Lewis move out in space on the screen in the Atlanta game. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Chris Carson screen that he scored on. So there you go. There's a little bit of him in space. He's not, if I remember everything from his combine scores and stuff, he moves fairly averagely. So he's not just a slow plodding guy, but he's a guy that, was relatively good as far as his short shuttle stuff and all that goes. So he's at least got that to his game. Jeff says, good night all. Got an early start tomorrow. I'm looking forward to this Tuesday and following a couple days. There could be some steals after the final roster cutdowns. Keep killing it, Brandon. You're absolutely right, Jeff. Great point. We've got the roster cutdowns coming up here in the next couple days, and there should be a few names out there that will be intriguing that could help this football club that you can get for pennies on the dollar. That's encouraging to see. So I'm with you. I think we've got some guys coming down the pike here who might surprise us on these cutdown days. There's always a couple of surprise cuts. So it'll be interesting to monitor, Jeff. Not to mention we got guys on the open market like KJ Wright, Sherman's, some guys that are maybe on the trade market who Seattle might take a look at. I have a feeling Schneider's going to be active in some way or another. Emmett says, I mistyped something on my question about high-priced players. That's why I typed culture leads to. Oh, okay, Emmett. I think I know what you meant on that, though. And I do think there's a potential where high-priced players can do it. I think what you're intimating a little bit, where they can be a little bit of it's a locker problem because it's not as much of, young guys working together. We're all in this together as you start to get to separate personalities and separate egos going. And, certainly that was a little bit of what was driving, I think, a little bit of the end of the Legion of Boom era, for sure. That was absolutely a problem with that. Jonathan Bratt says, I'm headed to bed, but one final question. What are your official projections for the year? Record, playoff expectations, division leader, Russ touchdown yards, etc. I've got us winning the division at 13-4. I do think the two playoff teams come out of the NFC West, being San Francisco and the Rams. I think that the Packers win, the Buccaneers win. Probably the Washington football team wins in the other conference. The other playoff team is probably going to be something like, I think it's either going to be like a Minnesota Viking, Carolina type thing. I think Carolina could maybe shock some folks. Wow, we get some trolls here right at the end. That's awesome. So that'd be probably where I would project for the division in the NFC. AFC's a little tougher. I got the Browns. I got the Chiefs. I then got the Buffalo Bills, and then probably the Colts. Though that's the weakest division probably in football over there. And then you got the Chargers going to the playoffs. I've got the Ravens getting the playoffs. There's one other team I got to think of who would make the playoffs. Let's say the Patriots get in, and then I'll have I think it's going to be tough. It's going to come all the way down, Jonathan, between us, the backers, and the Buccaneers. I think a lot of it's going to be driven by who gets home field advantage. If you got to go through Lambeau, hard to see you get into the Super Bowl. If they come through Seattle, we're getting to the Super Bowl. I think it comes down to being that simple, and I'm not sure where those final records lie, because the Buccaneers didn't lose one single starter off of a Super Bowl winning team. That's the first time in modern NFL history that has occurred. The Packers really pretty similarly. They didn't lose a lot of guys either. So they're stacked, tough teams that we're going up against there, and it's hard to say that we're far and away above them. But I think it comes down to us three teams at the end of the day in the NFC. Probably the Chiefs get back to the Super Bowl again, though I think the Buffalo Bills got a good chance. They're looking like they're on that track. Buffalo, I think, is going to give the Chiefs all they can take this year in the AFC. Not to mention the Browns could be a dark horse team coming out of that crew. Russell, I've got Russell at 45 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I think he's got the highest completion percentage of his career this year. He sets high water marks for that. I've got him throwing for 4,600 yards. Part of that's just having an extra game at play here. I think he'll be more efficient than he's ever been. Still really good on the ground. Still don't think that he's going to get an MVP vote, but that's just because you got a lot of East Coast voters who don't know what's going on. I think the DK continues his rise and pushing up into like 1,500 yards as far as just building on his production of the first 2 years, 15 touchdown catches. I just think he's going to be an unstoppable force this year. Running game will be good enough. I think the offense will be a lot more efficient and effective, which will help take this team as a whole to a better place. And then I think the defense is going to generate the best pass rush we've seen in 5 or 6 years, which will bring about the best defense we've seen in the last 5 or 6 years. Is this enough to equivalent to a Super Bowl winning team? I hope it is. I'm making a soft prediction it is. But again, it comes down to those final 3 teams in the NFC, and if you can get through those other two real strong dogs, Jonathan. So I hope I covered that for the most part. But I got us winning the division at 13-4, and I think that both San Francisco and LA are right around that 10-win mark. Truth is, I know it. It says the Jaguars are trash. We need to offer them Collier. Well, they've tried to be Seattle East out there, right, with the coaching staff and some of the players that they brought on, like Shaquille Griffin. Maybe we can talk them into flipping us for a 7th round pick right now. I would take to get Collier out of here. I'd be over the moon if we could. Michael says Walter Jones is his favorite all-time Hawk. It's another great Hawk, man. And you can make the argument that if you're talking about best player all time, right, just the best all-time Seattle Seahawk, there's an argument to be made that Walter Jones is just the best all-time player, that he was the most dominant at his position of anybody else. It's an argument you can make. I don't agree with it because I'm still a Largent guy, and I think Largent was more dominant as a wide receiver when he retired than necessarily Walter Jones was as a left tackle, though it is close. But I can get where you're coming from with Walter, man. He's a phenomenal left tackle and one of the best all-time. Has an argument to be made that maybe he's the best all-time left tackle, though there's a lot of competition on that one. Emmett says, if you think I'm negative during a post-game, Jesus, you don't want to see me in-game. Well, I'm negative in-game too, Emmett, so I got to own that right along with you. Like, that's one of the reasons somebody asked me, Michael, you're asking about wanting to watch during the games. Like, I get real, it just becomes me swearing and punching things and cussing everybody out. It's not a good look. That's why a lot of friends can't watch games with me, because I'm not a fun person to watch a football game with at times, surprisingly so. Sometimes I get real dark. I go real dark, you know what I mean, Emmett? I'm sure you get in the same place. You get, eyes go black. Spencer Smith says Collier and Petty and a 3rd for C.J. Henderson. I'd do it, Spencer. I'd do it. Probably wouldn't have to give up a 3rd at that point, because you're giving up some players, so probably less than a 3rd. But man, you'd save like $4 million off the cap on that deal, I think. Mark says, find a poster or statue or something that says 5,000 to put on a desk or background. I will keep my eyes open. I find one, I get your address, I'll email. But good night. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'll be on the lookout for it. I got to get an address like a P.O. box I put for the channel. I know if folks want to send stuff out, so I will definitely, I'll definitely do it. But yeah, if you see a 5,000, please do, man. I gotta find something, right? Pretty soon here we'll get up and YouTube will send me one of those little plaque things you see people have on the background of their YouTube channel. Spencer says, Laquifa, chill. Michael says, I really think Russ can break 60 touchdowns and 4,700 yards. Woo! That'd be cooking, man. 55 touchdowns is, of course, the record, but he was on pace to break the record 7-8 games into the season last year, Michael. So he has been on that pace before, and Russell is a red zone, good in the red zone, and he can throw those deep shots that you need. You need both of those things to get the touchdown record. he's got it in his skill set to do it. And he's got more playmakers than he's had in any time in his career at this time. And he's got, you could make the argument too, Michael, the best offensive line that Russell's had during out his whole time here in Seattle is this year. He's never had as good an offensive line. And that's even with the questions at the center position. And those questions exist. But the rest of the offensive line is pretty solid versus what he's had in recent years, which is there's usually like two places on our offensive line that's horrific rather than just one, if not more than that. GoHawks05 says, "Welp, banner time." Yeah, got a little troll love at the end here, I guess. GoHawks. Seahawks 82. If we trade Collins, what do we get in return? I don't think outside of making a move to the Ravens do you get much in return for Collins. Like a 6th, 7th round pick is the best you can probably hope to return back from him. Maybe you can get up to a 5th round point if you can get the Ravens to pull him back. And the reason the Ravens would give a little bit more is that he's got a sub 1,000-yard year for the Ravens. They know what they're getting from him when they get the best version of Alex Collins. And the Ravens have a little bit more of a need having their number one running back having dropped to injury. So there's a possibility you could maybe get a little bit more from them, but probably nothing more than really a 6th or 7th round pick. GoHawks05 says, "Why do people got to be spamming, man? We're just trying to talk about our Hawks." We always get a few of them, GoHawks. Wait till the season comes. There are going to be quite a few of them. I know they're going to put our mods to work when that day comes. No doubt about it. E. Gibson says, "Ravens losing Dobbins is tough. Very tough, because they moved on from one of their other running backs that was their solid number 2 back for them. I forget what his name. I can never remember his name. The kid out of Alabama was their other guy there that they lost, Ingram. So they lost Ingram there as well. So Dobbins and you lose Dobbins, you lose Ingram. You're now down. You're kind of your 1 and 2 from the previous seasons. Gus Edwards does give them a reasonable guy there, but you want to probably limit a little of his touches. I don't know if he's a guy you want to have up at 300 touches for the year. They're going to make some move, though, but that hurts the Ravens, man. They are a team that requires their running game to be strong as much as any team in the league so that you protect their quarterback and don't put the quarterback in a position of having to throw 30, 35, 40 times in a football game. It may not be as strong this year. They've taken some hits to the offensive line over recent years. Guys like Marshall Yanda's moved on, Orlando Brown. They haven't necessarily been able to replace those guys. I think that it's going to be a little bit tougher for them this year, for the Ravens. Roxanne Rell says, Coltons over Titans. As far as like that, I think that we're going to win the Colts game, but not the Titans one, Roxanne. I got more confidence in the Colts game than the Titans game right now. I do. Even though the Colts game's on the road. But I do, just because where the Colts are at injury-wise and team-wise and where the Titans kind of are at. Emmett says, I'm torn between Chancellor, Hasselbeck, and Kennedy. All good players, man. All good players. I can see why. Just my opinion. It's a shame that people think like that. We'll no longer have people answering 9/11. Oh, because some people are just being trolls. Just my opinion. People just come in to say crazy stuff. I've seen it before. It's just people want to say nutty stuff and get reactions. Michael Bakimo says, I meant 50 touchdowns, like 54 to 55. Oh, okay. There we go, Mike. Well, even that would be said, tying the record. But again, Michael, he's got it in him. He was right on pace last year through those first 8 games. So he has it in him. If he can maintain a performative level throughout a whole season at that pace, he could get there. And he does have the extra game this season too, Michael. I was a guy last year predicting that it was going to be the first time Russell last year hit 40 touchdowns in a season, and he hit it. I think he surpasses his mark last year of 43 touchdowns and gets beyond it this year. GoHawks05 says, all right, well, I'm going to hop out. Congrats on 5,000 subscribers. Hope I can be here for 10,000. Me too, GoHawks, and thank you so much. I do appreciate it. That's we're on the road, man. We're on the road. We got we not only did we pass 5,000, we shot past 5,000 on this stream alone. We're already at 5,010 subscribers here. So a nice show, good show today. Had new subs. Thank you for you folks helping me round this edge, get us over the top of this mountain. It's all downhill now. The winds at our back, our hair's flowing in the breeze. We're rolling. Spencer Smith says, Emmett Brown, has anyone ever told you look like Eugene Levy? That's brutal. That's brutal on Emmett. That's brutal on Emmett. That's brutal. He's got Emmett. He's got Levy beat. I mean, he's got Levy at least beat. Yami says, here we go. Congrats on hitting 5,000 subscribers. My man finally caught up with you on live again. Yami, I'm glad you could catch in on live right now, man. I'm sorry we've Been missing you going late. And I am committing Yami at some point here. I'm going to get some early morning streams here to catch a few of you folks that are more on the different time zones and might be across the world or have a different schedule. So we'll try to mix this up a little bit here as we go forward. Do a couple of surprise early morning streams maybe for you folks. But good to see you on in here, Yami. Hope you're doing good. Everett Brown says, what a week I'm having. Eugene Levy, splash. Roxanne says, my favorite ball player all time is number 80, with Kenny Easley close behind. Yeah, Largen's my number 1. I don't know who my number 2 would be. I'd have to think about who my number 2 would be. I don't have a good answer for that one. So many players. Largen's my far and away my number 1, though. So we're simpatico on that one, Roxanne. John S. says, congratulations on 5,000 subscribers. Well deserved. Thank you so much, John. I really do appreciate it. It's been a nice run here, man. I'm overwhelmed by the support I get on this channel. I really am. In a good way. Seahawks Gaming says, imagine if we average 4 sacks a game. So that would be 60 sacks, right? Yeah, you're over 60 sacks. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. Pretty good if you could get up that mark of things, Seahawks Gaming. You got the team, you can do it. You got the bodies to do it. We're going to be sending waves of pass rushers at opposition. We're going to be sending fresh pass rushers. Guys that don't have to get wore down because they're playing too many snaps. And they've got the talent is there to put those kind of marks up. And you just got to go out there and do it. E. Gibson says, Largen had a lot of records when he retired. Walt, Tez, Kenny Easley, all. That's the argument I make for Largen as my all-time Seahawk, being that he's a guy that when he retired, he had all the assemblage of receiver records all under his banner. Most games in a row with a catch, most touchdown catches, most all-time receptions, most yards. He had all of these records basically in hand. And then Jerry Rice came along and blew all those records out of the water. But Largen was very unique in bringing all those records together, and it showed just how much his greatness was separated over all the other prior receivers, in my opinion, that came before him, and why he deserves to be an all-timer at the wide receiver position, no matter the era, no matter how many years have gone by since he played. E. Gibson says, I grew up on the Hawks in the 80s, loved Kurt Warner too. Kurt Warner was fantastic. Kurt Warner, before his knee injury too, was a legitimate talent of any era type guy. He had a legitimate talent skill set that he could have played in today's game pre-tearing shredding his knee in half on the Kingdome turf. The guy was absolutely just so sudden. So he just almost before there was the Barry Sanders juke, he was doing that old school Gale Sayers-like juke, but he had it down pat. And he could just always just kind of shake guys out of their shoes and create a couple extra yards with that shake. Truth as I know it, San Francisco doesn't have a quarterback. Garoppolo is still far less than 100%, and Trey Lemon isn't ready yet. Trey Lemon, I see what you did there, truth as I know it. The defensive run game might be a monster, though. I think the run game is going to be tough to deal with, truth as I know it. I do think that's a place where they've proven to be very consistent over recent years, and it's always been hard to stop. Defensively, I'm not as sold on them yet. They may get there, but I think they're being given a little bit riding on the reputation of 2018, and this is a much different defense than the 2018 team. No DeForest Buckner, no Eric Armstead having a career type year, no Solomon Bates, just not quite there. No, you don't have the corners on the outside. You did that. You're playing at the level they were playing at. I don't know. I just don't quite see him defensively as being there. But yeah, I think they're going to be able to run the ball. I do think that. E. Gibson says, I liked Freddie Young a lot when I was there too. Solid player, Freddie Young. Solid player, Freddie Young. 312 says, Matt Stafford getting an offensive line and a defense isn't going to make him significantly better. He is what he is. A top 10 to 13 quarterback. Yep, that's where I got him to 312. And I don't think he's got a top end offensive line right now. I think he's got an okay offensive line. It's probably middle of the road, but it's not upper level. That's for sure. Danny McCormick. It was nice to see Darrell Taylor get low on that dip on that sack. He's learning his speed. Also, D. Eskridge looked like he can run that motion jet sweep. He looks promising. I'm more optimistic now. It's good to hear, Danny. You should be optimistic on that. And Darrell, yeah, but on that sack, he gave you what's going to be that quintessential sack that you get from Darrell Taylor, when most of his sacks are going to come just looking like that. Quick off the snap, gets to his bend, runs the arc, gets low off the ground, gets to the quarterback before the quarterback's barely even got to the end of his drop. that is going to be a quintessential Darrell Taylor type sack. And the one fun part that I've been mentioning on it, Danny, to folks is we'll go back and watch that sack again. And what's most interesting about that sack, beyond him getting it, of course, is the fact that he's the last defensive lineman off of the line of scrimmage out of his stance. He is the slowest out of his stance versus the ball being hiked. But then he's so quick and converts to quickness so fast that it doesn't matter. He still beats the tackle to the edge. Just shows you what a unique initial gear he has off that line of scrimmage. It's almost like he gets from his first to third gear instantaneously. GoHawks05 says, had to come back in to say Hall of Fame Bobby is better than All-Pro Fred. Oh, bold take. Better than Fred Warner. Okay. I mean, I could be talked into it. Fred's a monster, though, man. I mean, there's an argument to be made right now that Fred Warner's the best linebacker right now in the sport, at least a middle linebacker goes. But look, Bobby was the most highest rated by Pro Football Focus last year. He had Fred beat. So just because Fred's younger, he's got to show it, in consistency. So Bobby might have him just nipped by a bit on that. Roxanne says, no, you're picking the Colts to make the playoffs for the Titans. I keep doing this, Roxanne. I keep forgetting about the Titans being in that division. No, I have the Titans winning that division. So sorry, I forgot about them. I constantly forget about the Titans in that division for some reason. No, the Titans will take that division. And they're going to win that division probably pretty handily, in my opinion. Like, they're going to win that by like 2 to 3 games. Jay says, I'm ready for the challenge that is the regular season chat. I'm ready for that is the regular season chat. It's been boring monitoring chat lately. Those trolls are going to have you guys on your toes, Jace. We are going to get an influx of trolls, especially with the growth of this channel. It's going to be double to triple the size of what we got last year. So brace yourself. The trolls are coming. Larry Bird says, chances John Schneider makes a big move before the season starts. A good chance, Larry. Look at the last few years, right? Sheldon Richardson before the start of the year a couple years ago, Jadeveon Clowney before the start of the year, Jamal Adams before the start of the year. There always seems to be some last move that he's going to make before the start of the season where he feels he's going to jump in and be able to get a depressed asset at bottom end prices. So I think that he continues to do that same thing here. I think he's seen some kind of value in making those moves at this point in time. And it's proven out to be pretty accurate, in my opinion. Jamal was a little bit of a high cost maneuver, but that's a Hall of Fame type player you're bringing in, as opposed to the Jadeveons and the Sheldon Richardsons that were just solid, were upper level. But good chance. I think there is a good chance. E. Gibson says, I think the Titans win the division myself. I agree with E. Gibson. I totally spaced out on them, but they're going to win that division. Michael says, I just think that the new offense is perfect for him. A lethal mobile quarterback has never run this offense other than Elway? ? A little bit. Steve Young ran it a little bit, as there's a little bit of this West Coast and going back to that. So you've got a little bit of Young running it. Michael Vick ran it with Andy Reid there for a little bit of time. But yeah, you've not had it with this type of quarterback who pairs both aspects together like Russell does, I think, who's got as good arm as he does and is as mobile as he is. Because I do think he has a better arm than Steve Young, and I think he's more mobile than Steve Young was. So yeah, I think you've never seen a guy with this kind of talent inside of this offense, especially the mobility side of it. And you should see the benefit of that, I think. That's, again, just one of the reasons I'm so high on Russ in this offense and so high on him taking another step forward in his game, operating within this new offense, within this new modernized offense. Go Hawks 2021, thank you for your membership, but then also thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it. He says, been listening tonight and have enjoyed the show. Go Hawks and hi. Well, Go Hawks 2021, man. We went over 5,000 today on the stream. As you've probably been hearing, I've been just beaming over here, smiling like a fool. I'm so happy, man. We've been just moving and moving and moving here, just growing and growing and growing, and nothing but good, man. Nothing but good. Roxanne Roll says, Eugene Levy, check the eyebrows. No way. That's what I'm saying. No way. Emmett doesn't got the eyebrows. He's got a different. No, I can't see it. I can't see it there on Emmett. That's Emmett's Emmett's doing probably way better with the ladies than the Eugene Levy. Seahawks, Knox 82. Did I see Diggs suit up for the game, even with his hold-in? I don't know. I didn't see. I didn't notice. He might have. So not sure on that one. Seahawks gaming. I like blitzing, but what if they adjust and start using screens? I don't know why the Chargers didn't do that. I don't know if we're going to be as blitz heavy as we were early on in the year last year, Seahawks gaming. I just think that they're going to be more willing to work it into the defense. When you look at the Seahawks historically under Coach Carroll, for most of his career here, when you look at the end of the year, we're the least blitzing team in the entire NFL, like 31-32. Let's just get up into more of a middle of the road place where you have to have offenses now work to being more honest in their approach. They've got to think a little bit more about the blitz as opposed to they just get to go up to the line of scrimmage every time and operate from the assumption that they're only going to have to deal with the front four. That's not what you want them to have to be able to do every time, is be predictable in that respect. It's moving to a place of unpredictability. And that's what I think that allows you to do by being a little bit more blitz heavy, especially when you have those defenders like Jamal Adams that can do it well, or Bobby Wagner that can do it well. But I don't think they're going to lean on it like they did in the early part of last season where they were blitzing at a high water mark for Coach Carroll era. Find the happy medium place. Find that happy medium where you're not leaning on it from one way to the other. Just nice, right in that happy zone. And Go Hawks Wage 1-1, thank you again for that $10 donation. Thank you so much for your membership. I really do appreciate all your support on the channel. Dream Big Hawk, are you still doing live? I am still doing live right now, Dream Big Hawk. We're going to probably wrap it up here pretty soon here. The voice is starting to go a little bit. The stomach's starting to rumble just a tiny bit, so we'll wrap it up here. 312 says, thoughts on Deontay Johnson as a player? And you can probably speak to this better than I can, 312, because I'm speaking on this out of school as far as his development as a player goes. It feels like the Steelers are waiting for him to take a step forward in his game. He's a guy that's flashed. He's a guy that's got next level speed. He made a great play in preseason here a couple nights ago where he caught the ball and spun out and got a couple extra yards off the catch off a deep ball. He is a deep play threat, a big time deep play threat. But I think they're looking for him to round out now as more of a well-rounded receiver overall. And this is my impression from afar, is that he has not yet kind of taken that step to really be the more full-rounded receiver, a little bit like we were hoping with Juju Smith-Schuster, or be more than just a possession guy, be the dangerous guy you were in that 1 year where you really lit the world on fire. But you could probably speak to better than I could on that 312, because admittedly I haven't watched every game of Deontay Johnson, and this is just my from afar thought. Emma Brown says, I think the Saints are going to be stellar this year. I hate all their quarterbacks and think they bomb. Oh, sorry, stellar. Em and I added a letter to your thing there. He says, I think the Saints are going to be sellers this year. I hate all of their quarterbacks and think they bomb. Yeah, I'm not buying in on the Saints hype this year either, as far as them just maintaining this place they've been in recent years, Emmett. I think the roster started to get a little bit older. I think that they've lost some guys over recent years. The salary cap situation as it hit them this offseason, I think, hurt them a bit. I think that they're also looking to be in that place where they do arrive at the Sellerville of things, because then they could start to return this thing over. You bring it down to the studs and rebuild it back up. But you got to get it down to the studs to first get to the point of rebuilding. And I think they are still trying to compete this year. But I think they're at a stage where it's like you guys have you missed your window a little bit. You still have a really talented football team, one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, no doubt about it. Alvin Kamara is one of the best running backs. You still have some good players on the defensive side of the ball. DeMario Davis and the Williams kid they got at safety, and they got a good corner out there. But I think this is a year that they do slow down just a little bit and miss the playoffs. Danny McCormick says, I have a love-hate relationship with Chris Carson. He's low-key slow, but runs hard. Can he succeed in a wide zone run scheme? The three guys behind him are built for this offense. I think he can do all right in this scheme, Danny. I think that the thing that can make it work for them is that if you're less predictable for defenses, where it's not just, Chris Carson's in the game, it's going to be in the A or B gap. So as long as we cover those A and B gaps and we just keep everything gap controlled, we'll shut him down. He'll get a couple yards, and that'll be it. Now you're challenging on the outside. You're making them have to respect the outside and that potential. I think that can open things up across the board for Chris Carson a little bit better. Admittedly, you usually want in this scheme probably a little bit more of a faster running back than Chris gives you, as far as, pure 40 guy gives you. But I think he's good enough to be effective. He's good enough to be a 4.5 yard per carry average runner in this offense. So I think he can do all right with it. Robert Jokins says, yo, what up, Brandon? Late to the stream today. No worries, Robert. We are just about wrapping up here, so do get your last kind of questions in. But it's good to see you in, Robert. We passed 5,000 subscribers, man. Stoked right now. Michael says, I was discounting Young because he wasn't part of the Shanahan tree. I can get where you're coming from on that, Michael. I can get where you're coming from on that. I put Young in just because the offense was still in that pretty close to Walsh state of things when Shanahan left. It's evolved since then, admittedly speaking. But it was somewhat close. But I get you coming from. You're right. From the Shanahan tree, the West Coast offense off the Shanahan tree, Elway to Plummer to Cutler, even the Robert Griffith year, you saw it where he had the good rookie year. Michael was not even that wasn't the Shanahan offense because they were running the Baylor offense that year more than anything else. They were keeping it all simplified. They really threw out their playbook that particular year. So you didn't even get to really see it in that year. Shanahan was with the Washington football team and his son was offensive coordinating on that squad. Danny McCormick says Aaron Rodgers is pretty damn good in this offense. There you go. Aaron Rodgers is in this offense. That's true. He's basically running the same kind of thing. Pretty much. Robert says, really liked what I saw last night. Please, please, please don't be dumb and not use Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson dropping. Just rotate defensive line often and rush 4. I'm with you, man. That's it. Keep them fresh. Keep them coming in waves. Ask those guys to do a lot less coverage than you've asked them to do in this preseason, to your point, Robert, and I'll be happier. It's kind of funny, though, Robert, if you look at the grade scores by Pro Football Focus, Darrell Taylor actually had like a 90 coverage grade in this game, and he's really struggled throughout the preseason, which I thought was pretty funny. But all the same, I don't think either of those two guys belong in coverage. Put their hand in the dirt. Let them go get the quarterback. That's what they do best. Whammy Bard says, do the Seahawks have a realistic shot at the number 1 playoff seed? Is their schedule friendly enough? Yes and yes. Some of this, I think, will come down between Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and Seattle as to who gets the number 1 seed. I think it will come down to health. Who is the healthiest of those 3 teams is probably the team that ends up getting the number 1 seed. But I think that the Seattle Seahawks are talented enough. I would say that Tampa Bay is probably the most talented team. Green Bay is probably just a little bit below them, and Seattle's probably right there with Green Bay, if not just a smidge, just like a hair just below where Green Bay may be at. But they're all very close to each other. And it will probably come down to, at that point, health really being the determining factor on who is able to push forward through the day. But yeah, they've got a chance to get it. As far as the schedule goes, Whammy, yeah, the schedule's really, really well set up this year, in my opinion. Look at last year, you had 5 10 a.m. games. You only got 2 this year. You look at the schedule, there are some tough moments. The first opening 3 games, kind of tough. Having to play Washington, having to play Green Bay in Lambeau, kind of tough. But the home schedule is very easy. Very much winnable across the board in all 8 of those home games, in my opinion. I think we're going to do a little bit better in the division this year than we've done recently. I think we could even end up going 5-1 against this division if things break right. So yeah, I think the schedule is a little more friendly than it's been recently. I'm going to anticipate that we're not going to be the most injured team in the NFL like we were in 2019, or the 5th most injured team in the NFL like we were in 2020. A little bit better health, a little bit easier schedule, get you to the number 1 seed. Robert says, the thing about our blitzing should be blitz smarter, not more. No predictable, boring blitzes on dumb downs and distances like 3rd and long. Yeah, working it in smartly and appropriately in the right way, not overdoing it too much, is the way to do this, because your system works in running it base like you would normally. And what I mean by that is running it with the front 4, generating the pressure. You've got the talent for the front 4 to generate pressure on their own without needing to blitz, but you just mix the blitzing in to not be predictable. When you start to sense that the offense is really getting that feel for you and they're just doing too much of anticipating you in zone and dropping all these guys in coverage, now you start bringing it. That's really more of the determinant factor beyond down and distance and all that stuff. Is more of just, how's the offense viewing what we're doing defensively? Are they getting a little too comfortable with our cover 3, a little too comfortable with our zone principles? Let's throw them a little bit of a curveball here now. Michael says, I don't view Rodgers as mobile, but point taken. Definitely not as mobile as Wilson, but he's a pretty mobile quarterback. Robert says, congrats on the 5,000 subscribers. Didn't notice. Thank you, Robert. We've been celebrating all stream, man. I've been riding high, man. I'm on cloud 9. 312 says, Breeze or Rodgers all time. I would go with Aaron Rodgers all time myself. I think he's outdistanced Breeze by just a little bit as far as the player goes. I think Breeze also had just a little bit more to work with on the outside edges. I shouldn't say that. It's probably been pretty close with both of them. But I think Rodgers has got him beat. Robert says the Green Bay game is going to be huge. That could likely be a tiebreaker. Bad draw having it in Lambeau. It's a great point, Robert. You could be out looking at that game where it does come down to a tiebreaker between those two teams, and going into Lambeau having to win that game to get that tiebreaker could be the thing that upends us from getting that number 1 seed, especially because it is a little bit later on in the year where the weather is going to be a little tougher to work through at that time. No doubt about that, man. That's the one game on the schedule you look at, I think, above any other game on the schedule, and you say, probably a loss, that one. But it'll be, also got to see how the season plays out. And like I said, health's going to be a big part of that because you are pretty deep into the season at that point and seeing where health is and who's rolling. 312 says, I used to think Rodgers, but after thinking about it more, IMO it's Breeze. I'm not going to hold Breeze never winning an MVP against him. He had multiple MVP caliber seasons. He just got unlucky. I do think it's close between those two guys. When you're looking at an all-time list of top 10 quarterbacks all time, both Breeze and Rodgers are on that all-time top 10 list. For me, the thing that Rodgers edges Breeze out is that Rodgers has a bit of a better end to his career than Breeze. Breeze has been a little bit of a liability over the last couple of years there with the Saints. That arm has really fallen off, where Breeze is going to get a little bit more longevity and indeed was able to pull an MVP year out being 39 years old. I think that's a hell of an accomplishment. Having these 2 years where he's been able to get back into that same elite status that he was in during the prime of his career, that to me gives Aaron Rodgers a little bit of the edge over Breeze. But again, it is very close for me, 312. It's very close. Roxanne says it may be in Green Bay, but to be a true Super Bowl caliber team, the Hawks need to win such games. Well, it would be quite a statement to go into Green Bay at that time of year and get that win, Roxanne. And if you can be generating that kind of momentum off a win like that, that's the thing that can carry a team I can carry you on through the whole rest of the year, through the playoffs. You get that kind of win at that type of time in the season, especially if it's to vanquish a team that's going to be one of your main competitors for that number 1 seed. You could sort of be 2-1, 2 birds, 1 stone with that type of win. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully it gets flexed out at that point to like a primetime game. That game should be a primetime game. But it's going to be our toughest test, Roxanne. That's going to be the toughest one, I think. Robert says, so is the Jeff George breakdown going to come? Had to slip that in there, laughing out loud. I am going to have to do a Jeff George parody satire video. It's got to come at some point. I probably won't put a priority on getting it done, Robert, but I will do one at some point. Maybe that's going to be something to set up for an off-season video. But I will put something together. I've been thinking about it on a kind of a funny angle I could come at it from. So I'm turning it over my head, but I do remember my promise on that one. E. Gibson says, I agree. We have a great home schedule and have played well on the road in recent seasons, but I think the first 10 games apart from Jacksonville is tough. 4-2 in the division would be nice. Agree. And the games do start out pretty tough out the gate. They get better and easier as you go along through the schedule. But hey, you start out 3 games right out the gate with 3 very losable games along with being winnable games. I mean, all 3 of those teams are going to be tough tests to start things out. Flag Sabbath! How's it going, Flag Sabbath? Good to see you in here. Glad you and both you and Yami could catch the broadcast. I know I've been finishing out just as you guys were jumping in at times, and I'm going to be doing that a little bit here today, but is what it is. I hope you're doing good, Flag. We just passed 5,000 subscribers on the channel, man. 5,000, 10 subscribers. So we're all just been celebrating, and I've been just riding high. Seahawks Primo says, hey, bro, I see your channel is growing. Aaron Fuller stood out to be big time. Seahawks Premier, we're on our rise. On our rise, man. I'm feeling good. Got sponsorship coming up here in September with Manscaped, crossing 5,000 subscribers. Feeling pretty good. Pretty good about where we're at. Aaron Fuller did stand out. Yeah, absolutely stood out in this game. He's made the toughest catches this preseason. A guy who's had about 3 or 4 catches. The second he's caught, he's just been absolutely smacked. And he's held on to the ball in all those times. The guy's much like Cade Johnson, not been given a lot of chances, but the chances he's been given in the preseason, he's done good with them, done a lot with them. I don't know if he's got another practice squad eligibility season left in him at this point, though you don't need that, of course, because you can have veterans on there now. But even that, it's going to maybe be hard for him to make the practice squad with some of the other guys you're going to have on there. But with that said, he's done all you could ask him to do to make that practice squad. like I said, he's been given the chances that he's been given. He's taken advantage of them. That's all you can ask for a player to do, especially if you limit their chances. So I've liked what I've seen. Looked like a real tough player, a good receiver. He's really impressed me. He has impressed me. Flag 7 says, seriously, Brandon, congratulations. You deserve so many more subscribers. Well, I'm happy with the ones I got, Flag, and we're going to get there eventually is how I feel. You know what I mean? So we just keep on our grind. We just keep rolling, and this thing's going to take care of itself in the background like it has up until this point. So I'm happy to have 5,000 and be pushing above it and just keep rolling. So it's, you know, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your support and all you guys subscribing. It's just, it's awesome. Sam Teed, how you doing, Sam? Good to see you on in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Roxanne says, as much as he played Alex Collins, I wonder if they did that to give him a lot of good film. Well, there's been some folks in the chat who wonder, Roxanne, if they were trying to maybe feature Alex Collins because they were looking at maybe wanting to trade him, and that seeing if there would be a team that would jump at the chance to pick him up because he's been playing so well at that point. I don't know if they're doing that necessarily. That'd be pretty smart of Seattle if they were trying to do it that way. But they definitely were featuring him quite a bit yesterday, Roxanne. I mean, you're giving him some touches, that's for sure. You were definitely featuring him quite a bit, even over Johnson, who you might have thought would have gotten even a few more touches. You knew what you kind of had in Collins. Did you need those additional 4 catches or those additional 3 or 4 more runs in that game to show out more to the coaching staff what you had in him? Probably not, which would be that much more of an indicator that you're looking at maybe trying to move him in a trade. Sam Teed, I'm doing good. Sam, we just crossed 5,000 subscribers on this live stream during the live stream. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Crossing the 5,000 mark when I'm talking to you guys, letting you guys experience this right along with me, man. So we're riding high, Sam. Riding high, man. Feeling good. Flag Sabbath says, you may have already touched on it. Is PFF hating on Darrell Taylor? Well, of course, Flag's mentioning Darrell Taylor came in last in last week's game in PFF as far as any defenders. He was even lower than Donker in that respect, which was saying something. And this week he was kind of middle of the road ish. I don't know if they're necessarily hating on him. He's probably earned a little bit of the grade. Certainly he struggled a little bit in coverage last week, and I thought he earned a little bit. I don't know if he was the worst rated defender in the game last week, but he certainly didn't have a astonishingly good game. I thought he was good in this game, but look, it's outside the flash plays that you get. There's about 4 plays in this game I can go to. Made a couple plays in coverage where he was able to sniff out and stop down a swing route, I believe, on one play, and another play is very similar. And then he's got the sack and a half. I don't know that he was generating a lot of consistent pressure outside of that, and that's the kind of the point with PFF is that it's the totality of the collection of plays rather than just the few splash plays that you see. And that's how you're measuring the player. And it's why it's such a good measurement for a given player, because it doesn't get you just caught up in those splash plays that stay at the forefront of your mind. Because it's a real developing theory of mine that football, as much as any sport, really has you see a player make a play or two in a game, and then that sets in your head above all else of anything else the player did. I.e. you could have a player play 50, 60 snaps, but you get caught in your head these 2 snaps, and that distinguishes to you what that player did from a value standpoint over the course of the whole game. It's sort of like a natural human failing as you watch football that we're all sort of somewhat susceptible to, I think, just a tiny bit. But I think it's probably pretty accurate with Darrell Taylor and his rating. It's probably pretty accurate at the end of the day. All that being said, that's fine with me, Flag, because he's shown enough to me as a pass rusher to see a guy who can get you 5, 6, 7 sacks this year. And he's going to be able to do it with just the way he did it in this game. With the way he got that sack in this game is the way you'll see it get him in the regular season. Quickness out of his snap to elite bend, rounds the arc, offensive tackle, barely gets his fingers on him, quick snap, fast pressure. You'll see that over and over again, I bet. Robert says the dome helped Drew Brees' career so much. Agreed, Robert. No, it was no coincidence that it's a bit of a different trajectory for his career when he went to the Saints, went to the dome after he was playing out in the outdoors. Now, San Diego is not a hellacious place to play as far as the elements go outdoors, but Brees going indoors in climate-controlled conditions, playing in the NFC South where he was outside in the warm sun air where you could throw a ball fairly similar to how it is in an indoor arena, playing in Atlanta, which was an indoor arena as well. Those things all did help him. If he was playing, out in the AFC East, in Buffalo and whatnot, Brees would not have the same type of career. He wouldn't. And that in itself might be a good point as to why he's better with Rodgers, because Rodgers could play in any environment. Green Bay is, tough element to play through. Windy, snowy, cold, but he's been elite in that realm. Brian Griffin says, I have high hopes for both Collier and Penny this year. If you were to bet, who would you think would have a better year? Brian, I'm making the prediction right now that I don't think LJ Collier makes the squad at this point. If you look, Brian, I've got this scroller moving through the bottom of my screen right now, and it shows you not only the stats from this prior game with our Seahawks, but it's showing you the Pro Football Focus rating scores for the top and the bottom end on offense and defense. And one of my low end guys in defensively in this game is LJ Collier at about 45 rating. 45. So you're seeing your offensively 92 for Phil Haynes, Gerald Everett at 80, so Forsythe at 79. LJ Collier got a 45 grade in this game. Brian, he also got that 45 grade playing deep into the fourth quarter, i.e. he was playing against third stringers and still not getting a lot done. There's no sacks, no pressures from LJ Collier in this preseason. I don't even know if he garnered a single tackle this preseason, despite the fact that he had every bit as much playing time as guys like Rasheem Green, Alton Robinson, Darrell Taylor, who were able to flash, statistically speaking. I would be stunned at this point if he made the roster. And frankly, Brian, if he makes the roster at this point, it's all in the back of him being a former first-round pick and really nothing to do with where he is in a progression as a football player goes. Penny, on the other hand, I've got a little bit more higher hopes with Brian. It's all, though, built upon the back of Seattle, utilizing him correctly. When you look at Rashad Penny's whole career here in Seattle, it can be surmised into one simple sentence. The Seattle Seahawks are not willing to use him correctly. They want to hammer him up in the middle. They want to use him off zone read out of shotgun and have him run up the middle. He should be used to the outside. He should be used to the edges. This new offense should have him work that way, but it still remains to be seen whether they were willing to utilize him that way. This Waldron, Carroll, Schottenheimer, none of them have shown the willingness to be able to use him on the outside where he is going to be at his best. That remains to be seen. If they do, he'll be effective. If they don't, he'll continue to look like a bust to people. Michael Bakimo says Taylor was inches away on about 6 to 7 plays. And he's looked fine for me. I'm not down on him at all in his preseason performance. He showed me what I would hope to have seen from him, for a guy coming off not having played in almost 2 years in this preseason. He's gotten better with every game, in my opinion. I know he's the lowest rated defender in the second game, which was a worse performance than the first game he played, but I feel like he's been taking strides and stepping forward on it, which I think he will continue to do. He'll get better and better with the more time he gets to play. Flag Sabbath says, would you rather see Taylor as a pure pass rusher or keep him at the Sam? Flag, I would move him over to the pass rusher only. Bring KJ in, bring Bruce Irvin in, get another answer over there at the Sam linebacker. He looks a little bit out of sorts over there, and I think it's going to be hard enough for him to develop as a pass rusher. Not to mention, you just keep him that much more fresher as a rotational guy there as an edge rusher, taking into account as well, you moved on from Alden Smith. So when you initially decided to move this Taylor to Sam, and that was the option, you had a little bit more depth there at the pass rush than you do now. Maybe a little more onus now to put him back over just a pass rusher and let them ride with that. (312) I highly doubt playing in a dome helped him that much. 312, it absolutely helped a guy like Drew Brees who has questionable arm strength. At his best day, best of best days, Drew Brees has average arm strength in the NFL. He's got some of the best accuracy all time, no doubt about it. He throws with some of the best anticipation of any quarterback in the NFL, but you've got to have both of those elements to your game if you're going to be a league average quarterback and succeed in the NFL. But when you're in a dome, you don't have any wind blowing. You don't have any snow falling on you. You don't have any rain falling. In Seattle, I mean, we've got easily 3 to 4 games a year we're playing in the rain. Russell's got to throw with a wet football. Every 8 games a year, Drew Brees was playing in climate-controlled conditions. The ball was clean, perfect. He had full control, full grip, and let's face it, Brees didn't have the biggest hands either. So you're talking about a guy, get him in the elements with the Brees. There's a reason why, if you look at him historically, 3-1-2, and you look at the statistics, and they're very easy to find these statistics online, by the way. Go look at the statistics of Drew Brees playing in a dome statistically versus not playing in a dome. It's a huge drop-off statistically across the board. Completion percentage, yards per attempt, touchdown passes, interceptions. It all goes down in the worst of ways for Brees when he goes and plays outdoors. Whammy Bard says, Breeze was a compiler. He was never clearly the number one quarterback in any given year. I love him, but give me Rodgers any day. That's where I land on it, Whammy Bird. I mean, and I say that begrudgingly as a guy that didn't love Rodgers necessarily, but you can't deny how good a player he is, and how special a talent he's been in the NFL. Whereas Breeze is, again, an all-time great, a top 10 quarterback all time, I think, in my opinion. But yeah, Rodgers has got him beat a bit. Brian Griffin says, what an excellent answer. Subscribed. Well, thank you, Brian. I do appreciate it. And a little bit of with LJ Collier, I've got to admit there is a bit of a confirmation bias. Brian, if you look, you can find on my videos, I've got my last 3 draft reactions to the first round picks of our Seahawks over the last 3 years. It's kind of a running meme on this channel that I'm never going to like the first pick of the Seahawks. But with Collier, of all those 3 guys I've been a little bit down on, he was the one that was above all else, the one that I was most down on, because I thought that was the biggest reach at the time. And it's just all of the worries and concerns I had on draft day have been proven true as to what he's been as a football player. It's unfortunate, but it was a reach at the time. It's remained a reach, and he's not a guy who's just got enough talent to succeed in the NFL. I have nothing against him as a guy. Looks like a real hard worker. Looks like a guy who puts his hard hat on and is trying to get better. It's just not, the return's just not there. It's just not gonna come about, unfortunately. Robert, did you see how Taylor was late out of his stance on a sack and still sped past the tackle? It is, Robert. It's the part I've mentioned a couple times here on the stream. It's also, Robert, when you go back to his college tape at Tennessee and watch his sacks at Tennessee, it's also what you saw at Tennessee. For whatever reason, he struggles with timing the snap, but it doesn't seem to affect him because he's so elite with his quickness and bend that he overcomes that lateness out of his snap, lateness off the snap. But yeah, he was easily the last guy off the line of scrimmage of the 4 defensive linemen on the play that he got the sack. And again, it's exactly what you see on his Tennessee tape. It's just kind of his thing, I guess. If he ever, the good part about it though, is Robert, if he ever does figure out how to time the snap a little bit better, take a guy like Michael Bennett, who was kind of a master at it, though he'd always have to get about 6 or 7 false start penalties a year to be a master at it. But if he could become a master at it, you could make the argument that Taylor will be unblockable at that point in time. Because it's like he's sort of giving them being laid out of his snap is sort of giving the offense the one little bit of help to help them with his quickness and bend. Remove that, how do you stop him at that point? Brian Griffin says, what would you guess will be the biggest change with the offense this year compared to last year? Immediate answers, intermediate answers. There's a couple of things with it. Brian, I don't know if there'll be one thing in itself, okay? I think there'll be a couple things. The first change of offense will be an embracing of up-tempo on the regular. Being willing to run up-tempo rather than just here and there throughout the whole course of the football game. That's the first thing that's going to jump out to me, I think, with you with this offense and how you're seeing it. Russell being able to free flow a little bit more, having a little more control at the line of scrimmage at that point to kind of call things on the fly. You're going to see more of an outside zone run rather than on the prior offensive scheme, Brian. You saw more inside zone. You should see more outside zone flexed in. It's going to still be inside zone as well, but more of a 50-50 mix, I would guess. The other thing you're going to see with this offense is going to be more of an embracing of the short passing concepts than we've ever had before. So kind of those would be the 3 main things I think you'll see with this offense that'll be the biggest difference off what you've seen prior. Less of those hole shots, less of the just jamming the ball up the middle on the run game, constantly just trying to wear defenses down. Now you're going to try to be, and I guess this is to give you more of the more exact answer, you're going to be trying to hit them where they ain't. If the defense is going to try to take away your deep shots, you hit the short stuff. If they take away the short stuff, you hit the deep shots. If they play the run, you hit the deep shots. If they take away the deep pass, you hit short stuff. So it's a little bit more of a, you do this, we do that. You do this, we do that. And that might seem sort of silly to a degree, Brian, or sort of like, almost like simplistic. But what you've done in on the other side of that, and the other really is what you've leaned towards is you said, here's what we're going to do. Yeah, we know it's coming. Yeah, we know the inside zone run's coming predominantly, but we don't care. We're going to be such badasses. We're going to be so good at the way we run it. We're still going to beat you at it. We're still going to hammer and get yards at it. And that's all good in theory. It's very alpha male. Let me stick my chest out and hammer it and whoa. But at the end of the day, when you let a defense know what's coming, when you have pre-snap indicators that let them know with almost a 90% certainty of what's coming pre-snap, you become predictable and you become easier to stop. You want as an offense to be harder to stop. You want the elements within the base part of your offense to be elements that are going to confuse a defense, because that lets other aspects of your team shine. That lets the talent then shine. Whereas to me, on the other side of it, when you tell the defense what's coming, when they know what's coming, just like defensively, when you say, we're going to play cover 3 90% of our snaps, you're making it easier than on the offense to be able to beat you at that point. You're making them feel more comfortable at that point. So that's probably the biggest thing, Brian, just a single denominating factor. That would be the one factor, would be just the predictability, the adjustability, things that have been missing out of this offense in recent years. Sam Teed says, good to hear when Russell Wilson plays in the games. Good to hear when Russell Wilson plays in the games. Oh, Sam Teed, Russell will be playing come start game 1. So game 1. Roxanne says, offensive change, less sacks and interceptions. That would be also a place I'd probably point to as well. Definitely less sacks for sure. Flagstaff says, quicker pace to the offense as well. That's right. Robert says, it's going to be nice to have speed rusher on the team again with Taylor. Haven't had that since Frank Clark. Yeah, and I even say with this is a guy that's even far and away beyond what Frank Clark was, who was okay as a guy. He had relatively good speed. This guy's got elite speed. You haven't had a guy with this kind of gear since Bruce Irvin. He's the last guy, or Cliff Averill. I mean, that's really, Robert, you'd probably want to go back to those two guys, is even further back, because it's that elite, that quickness, that speed. And Clark was a guy that could kind of pair up his size, strength, physicality with a little bit of speed as well. He kind of put them all a little bit together a little bit in his game. Michael, they're going to use tempo to bait the D into bad assumptions. That's right. And also keep the defenses simplistic in their calls, because you can't be super complicated when you got to get up to the line of scrimmage and get snapped. You got to just kind of read things on the fly. Brian says, how do you think those changes will affect the offensive line? That sounds like great news for the line. Well, it is, absolutely, because it makes everybody's job easier. When you're less predictable, that means the defense is doing a lot more guessing, which should help everybody across the board. As far as the offensive line goes, what will help the offensive line this year, I think, is they're also not going to be as predictable in the run blocking. They're going to do a lot more of the reach block game. So the way I've related this, Brian, is normally you'd have, let's say, a right tackle, right? And you're going to have a running play. Now that right tackle is mainly going to come down, he's going to block a defensive end. Well, there's a lot of times with this scheme, what you're going to have that right tackle do instead is he's going to go down to essentially what would be the one tech. And he's going to block the one tech in a reach block. And then your right guard, who would normally be blocking the one tech, he might either be pulling or he might be going down to the three tech. And now your center comes out and he starts pulling and comes out to the edge. And now you create more of a numbers game to one side of the football field with the offensive lineman, because you're doing the reach blocking and the pulling to get to that point. Whereas before you were more man on man. We're going to go up against the guy head up against the guy who's in front of me. We ran a zone-based scheme, but a lot of your blocking was just very traditional in that respect. So that's going to help the offensive line with that a little bit. As well as when you do a lot of the reach blocking, you have the lineman naturally off the snap go laterally. What that's going to do is you're going to have defenses playing to stopping the run first and foremost, offensive linemen moving laterally, which will indicate to these defensive linemen it's a running play. What that's going to do is widen out natural pass rushing lanes. So rather than you having to build within your passing game, pass rush lanes, which you normally kind of have to do, now they'll naturally be built within it because you have the linemen going naturally laterally off the snap to begin with. So there's a variety of ways this offensive is going to help out the linemen too, but that way specifically, Brian. Robert says wrinkles is the most important thing for this offense. Be able to run the same play out of different formations and motions. That's right. That's right. That's the other thing you're going to see with this, Brian, is you're going to see less of the multi-schemed approach, right? You're going to see like 10 personnel to 11 personnel, 12 personnel, back to 10 personnel. Then we're going 3. It's going to be just you're going to see very simplified formations. But to Robert's point, you're going to see every type of wrinkle run out of that same formation. Every type of little play that could be run out of it, be it a fly sweep to this, to end around to that. They will do every little different thing that you could potentially do in that play. But you will be running the same type of formations out over and over again. Robert says, I watched a video of all of the Rams fly sweeps in 2020. They did it out of so many looks and motions. It was incredible. Defense didn't know where the ball was going. Yeah, that's the thing with the Rams. You don't know where the ball is going. You're not able to predict. You've got to read it on the fly. You got to read it post snap. And that usually puts a defense a little bit more on their heels rather than on their toes. GoX05, damn, still going 5,000 subs really got you going. Yeah, we're gonna call it. We're 5 hours in, so I'm gonna wrap this up now. I'm getting hungry. Uh, Daniel W. Is our defensive philosophy currently inept? All preseason we give up passes when non-blitzing. Our defense press technique hasn't worked in 5 years. Is it outdated? Last year we were on pace all time. No, Daniel, I don't believe I think if we're trying to run a cover 3 like we were running in 2013 and 14, yeah, that would be inept, outdated, whatever you want to call it at that point. I don't think we're running that same type of defense in the same type of way now. I think we're a lot more varied than we were in the past. So I think that helps you out and it helps you overcome a little bit of that outdatedness. They're going to be blitzing a little bit more heavier because I think the teams have realized when we go to zone, you can dink and dunk your way up the football field on us. And as long as you remain patient, you can get points and you can be effective against this defense. The reason, though, above all else, in the last 5 years, I think this is going to work where it hasn't worked in 5 years, Daniel, is that you've been short selling your defensive line over those last 5 years. One of the reasons that you've had to continually go and make a late trade deadline deal for a Jadeveon Clowney or a Jamal Adams last year before the start of the season, or Carlos Dunlap at the trade deadline, is because you were going through off seasons thinking you had done enough with your pass rush when in actuality you hadn't. This is the one offseason where they've actually turned it around 180 degrees and said, you know, we're going to attack our pass rush first and foremost. We're going to bring in man after man after man on top of the young talent that we've already stacked here to make sure that it's a strength of our defense. And that's where when you get the front four able to generate pressure, then that's less of a need to blitz. That's more of an able now to drop more guys back into zone, and that's going to make a more effective defense. The only other point I'll put on the end of this, Daniel, is throughout most of this preseason, take this last game out the way because, Daniel, you can't knock them in this last game. No matter what they gave up in yards in this game, they never were challenged even in the red zone, and they didn't give up a single point. I mean, you can't. If your defense gets a shutout, there's nothing you can really say about your defense at that point from that game. So if we look at the first 2 games, Daniel, you sat 33 guys in the first game and 27 guys in the second game? You're resting all of your frontline guys. There's no Jamal Adams. There's no Carlos Dunlap. There's no Bobby Wagner. You're no Quandre Diggs. I think when you're sitting that many guys, none of your front, no Poona Ford, no real Al Woods, who when he was in there, Al Woods was great, but he only played like 5 snaps, a week ago. So I think you're going to see him a lot better when you get the frontline guys out there as well. But the building up the defensive line is huge and shouldn't be sold off. Robert Jokin says, yeah, Clark was more of a get-off guy. Yeah, he was more of a time the snap guy. He had some athleticism and some quickness, but man, Taylor's just got an elite edge of that. Flag Sabbath says, what do you think about D. Eskridge? Made a really good, the catch was the most impressive part on the crosser flag because he made the catch out away from his body, and it wasn't an easy catch. It had some mustard on it. Had a little bit of smoke coming off that ball from Geno. He threw it really hard for being such a semi-short pass. He looked good on the fly sweeps. Can't argue with that. That's not a part that was a surprise to me to see in his game, but it was encouraging to see nonetheless. A little bit of a sample size, so we didn't get to see a lot of him, but it looks like he's going to be able to hit the ground relatively running, which we're going to need considering where our wide receiver depth is at. So I like it. Good to see, man. Rip Travis says Blair has to be on the field. He flies around and makes plays like punching the ball out. Yeah, he punched that guy, didn't he, Rip? He punched that guy right in the stomach trying to get that ball out. Please, hands, he can make this defense more hard-nosed. I agree, Rip. And this is one of the reasons why, Rip, that I've been on board with saying don't sign Quandre Diggs to a contract extension. Even if there's a trade, I'm open to it because I want to have a pathway to get Marquise Blair on the football field long-term. And I think this guy's going to be a benefit to this defense when he's out there and starting and rolling. And I just am intrigued by his potential out there. I know what I get in Quandre Diggs. I think there might be a little more potential there, potentially, in Marquise Blair. So I'm with you, Rip. You got to find a way for him on the field. And right now, if you do sign Quandre Diggs to an extension, you don't have a pathway for him to start. That's troublesome because he's a good player. Flag Sabbath says, you think Blair will eat into Ugo's playing time? I don't, just because I feel like Ugo really earned his way last year out of the slot, and he's done nothing to not earn that way up until this point. So I think Blair's going to have to really shine in practice for him to overtake Ugo at this point, and I don't see that happening. Maybe the coaching staff just wants to get on the field by any means necessary, and they're willing to sit Ugo at that point to make it happen, but Ugo's earned that slot role, in my opinion. Jeff Norris says, what is the most embarrassing thing that has happened to you in your own home? My wife caught me completely nude squatting in front of the toilet cleaning out my ears tonight. Embarrassing happening in your own home. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm sure I've had a significant other catch me doing something. I think there was one time. I like fell over on a treadmill in the house, and the treadmill took me for a ride, and then I got stuck. And my girlfriend at the time was looking at me, and she didn't turn off the treadmill. She let it keep rolling as it was burning my shoulder, and she started laughing as she was holding a pizza. That was a pretty embarrassing moment. And it was like a slow motion fall. It wasn't even like I like fell off my feet. I was like talking to her as I was walking, and then I sort of like fell off balance, and and then I just got stuck because I was like pinned against the wall while the deal was rolling. You know, it wasn't a good look for me. GoOxOS says Pete better have bought everyone donuts for that shutout. I hope he did too, man. Robert Jokin, Brandon, what's your college team? I'm a UW guy, Robert, because I come from the West Side. I didn't go to UW, but they would be the team that I followed coming up. And when I was growing up, of course, we had that championship year in 1990. Don James, some of those teams were just so much fun to watch. Steve Empin. So I definitely gravitate towards a little bit of the UW over anything else. Deanna Pennington says his mother is listening. I know what it was. Mom, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that moment. You were supposed to forget that moment. And I got you all beat with that one, Jeff. I got you beat. My mom just reminded me of one moment. So yeah, I got you beat with that moment, but I'm not going to tell you guys what that one was. That was super embarrassing. Super embarrassing. Super embarrassing. All right. Well, we are 5 hours in. I think we've hit our mark today. Let's get a last little check just because I'm stoked and loving it. We passed 5,000 subscribers today. I can't even count the number of people that donated. I appreciate all of you guys for being so kind. 5,012 subscribers. Wow, we're already on the road to 6,000 here. We're already going downhill. But I appreciate all of you guys. I've said it once. I'll say it 1,000 times. I'm going to keep saying it. It's you guys that have driven this channel's growth. As much as anything I'm doing, it's you guys there and what you've made this chat, what you made this community. We constantly have people coming from the outside, new people into the chat, and they just remark over and over again. I don't think it's any coincidence going, man, this community is so awesome. You guys are so thoughtful. You guys are being respectful. We're just talking this stuff out. We just care about football. Nobody's got some underlying agenda they're bringing into play here. We just like talking football. We just like talking X's and O's and the potential upcoming season and what our Seahawks could potentially achieve. And it's part of what makes this my favorite time of the week, my favorite thing to do in the world. Part of the reason why I want to make this my full-time gig as we go forward. I want to make this what I'm doing 100% of the time, all the time, because I think I would just get so much out of it. I do on just the little bit we do as it is right now. We do have a sponsorship coming up here with Manscaped.com, Manscaped here soon on the 9th. So we'll be on the lookout for that. If you want to join up as a member, we'll be doing weekly articles over there. We've got our membership growing up over there big time as well. I thank you to all my members and my patrons on there as well. I appreciate all of you guys. Robert says I'm going to the UM game. All right, that'd be a good game. That'd be a good game there. E. Gibson says, go UW. Love to see the Huskies beat Michigan. I would too, man. That'd be nice. That's one of those old rival teams that was, especially when I was talking about that early 90s, man, that's when that rivalry was running hot. Tyrone Wheatley, Rose Bowls. It was good back then. It was good. Those were good days for UW. Good days, man, for sure on that. But, yeah. Like I said, that moment is the worst, especially if it's your mom catching you, traumatizing to both parties. Well, I wasn't doing anything that you would think with myself, but I had a lady in the house, and mom might have walked in, though that little bit that's on mom because she did this knock open move. I don't know if your guys' mom did that, do the knock open. Knock and wait, mom. Knock and wait for me to answer first before you open, especially when you know there's a woman in this room, okay? You just got to throw the room on and just throw the door on open. What are we doing here? What is this, a barn door on here? Come on now. Roxanne, thank you, Brandon, for the best Hawks chat. Good night, all. Go Hawks. Robert says, I need a new trimmer. I guess I'll wait until you get your sponsorship. Yeah, Robert, please do wait, because I got, you're going to get 20% off free shipping with my sponsorship with Manscaped. But the other thing too is we got a month period. And so if 7 people use the code in that month, I locked down the sponsorship long-term with them, and I got them throughout the rest of basically the year. So hold off on any of your guys' manscaping lower-end trimming needs, and be ready to hit it up here on the 9th, and we'll get that code going here real soon. So, yeah. Got to beat Harbaugh. Always got to beat Harbaugh, Flag, right? I don't care if it's UW or Seattle. I don't care if he's at Stanford or he's at Michigan. You just got to beat him. That's just the way that's got to go. You know what I mean? Had that one too, says Flag. Jesus. glad I'm not alone on that one, Flag. Glad I'm not alone on that one. All right, well, we will call it on that note. I appreciate all of you so much out there for everything everybody's done to help keep support this channel, telling your friends and family about the channel, hitting the like button, subscribe, notification bell, all the donations that have come down the track today, not just from longtime subscribers, but my members. Thank you to all of you for that. I really do appreciate it. From the bottom of my heart, you guys, this is my favorite thing in the world, and it's because of what you guys do to make this what this channel is. So thank you so much to all of you out there. I really, really do appreciate it. I know I keep saying this, but it's the thing that's at the forefront of my mind is just gratitude. Gratitude for all you guys and where we've got this, because this is just, like I said, favorite thing that I do in my life. I love it. So thank you to all of you that. We got 2 weeks away before the start of the season, before the start of a Super Bowl run. Prepare your soul, prepare your heart, get ready to be excited, get ready to get back to that mountaintop. It's been a while. It's been 10 years. We've had to wait 10 years, but it's time for us to get back to it. Now is our time. Today is our day. Not tomorrow, now. Not like San Francisco waiting for Trey Lance 5 years from now. Now. We're in Russell Wilson's prime now. This team is stacked right now. We're sitting on cap space right now. We can make further trades now. So prepare yourselves, get excited, get hyped. Let's roll. Let's go. And don't you ever forget. 5,000 subs, 10,000 subs, never forget.